Shadow Slave, Lord of Darkness. By author Zerotime. Chapter 153 to 181. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel. Get early access to video on Patreon. Audience with the King. Uriel sighed, staring fixedly at Darren. His face turned serious, completely ignoring the group of transcendents who were watching him. I won't beat around the bush. King Darren, I want to ask for your help to escape the great tomb of Ariel. Darren did not respond immediately, remaining silent as he analyzed the proposal. Finally, he spoke. And how would you manage to escape this tomb when I, a supreme, cannot? Why would you, a mere transcendent, believe you can succeed if I help you? That's simple, Your Majesty, Uriel said with a mocking tone. Because I am immune to corruption, and you are not. That's why I am confident in my success where you have failed. More than a few eyes widened at that information. Even the Serpent King himself showed surprise before returning to his calm demeanor. Interesting. Even if it's true that corruption doesn't affect you, why would you succeed? Why risk my people's lives for you? You wouldn't be risking them for me, but for yourself. Darren raised an eyebrow. You are a supreme. For countless years, you have ruled over the remnants of survivors from your ruined world, all the way to this place, seeking a false salvation. Deep down, you are desperate, looking for any way to escape with your people from the clutches of the tomb built by the demon of terror. Am I wrong? Watch your words. Speaking that way to His Majesty, spoke a transcendent. Uriel looked at a young woman with bronzed skin. Her hair was black, tied in a braid, with brown eyes. He is your king, not mine. You all keep your respect for him, I am not obligated to do so. The transcendent woman glared at him, letting out some of her murderous intent, which did not affect him. Instead, he looked at Darren, who remained silent. Serpent King, I will be blunt and reveal something so you will believe me. The one beside me is Kronos. He is capable of glimpsing time and traveling through it. Of course, this was neither truth nor lie, leaving everyone to form their own stories in their minds. From what he has told me, this is not the first time we have met. We have seen each other in the past, working together to escape the tomb of Ariel. Darren looked at Kronos, who stepped forward. It is as my master says. My aspect allows me to, in a certain way, glimpse time. I have seen how you joined my master, achieving great things, unifying the entire river people to besiege Verge and eliminate the source of corruption. Kronos paused. However, you are fated to fail. Thousands of your awakened will die in vain. Even if you attack Verge repeatedly, you will be doomed to fail and become a great beast. How can you be so sure? Because I have already seen it in my visions. We are the only ones who can change that outcome to a more favorable one. If you help us, of course. And if I decide not to help you, we will leave and escape on our own, while you, through your stubbornness, will slowly perish. A powerful pressure filled the room, coming from Darren, who looked at the outsiders. His finger tapped a small rhythm on the armrest of his throne as if he were meditating. Very well. The pressure vanished. Let's do this. Let's say I believe you for the moment. But I need to trust you, outsider. How about a duel? Uriel asked, drawing everyone's attention. A duel? Yes. If you help us, we will tell you all our plans and the information we have. But if I lose, well, you decide, Uriel said. Agreed. Against which of my saints do you wish to fight? Uriel smiled as his eyes turned red. Any of you. All of you, it doesn't matter. I won't even use my aspect. Instead, I will crush you with my pure skill alone. A faint smile appeared on Darren's face. How arrogant. Arrogant. Of course I'm arrogant, it's the law of the strong to be arrogant when they know they are superior. Uriel, who had been listening to everything, shook his head at Shade's behavior. Agreed. I accept this duel. The judgment of the seven. The immense throne room echoed with the resonance of his words. The silence that followed was more terrible than any war cry. Shade exhaled slowly, his red eyes scanning the formation of 7 saints standing before him. Each one would be a formidable enemy, possessing years of experience in combat against terrifying nightmare creatures. Far from feeling fear, Shade began to feel excitement for this battle. He had killed things stronger than himself since he was a sleeper. He had killed impossible things as a mere ascended, and now he had killed things far stronger than what a mere saint could only dream of eliminating. 7 against 1 is unfair, for them, he thought confidently. Even if they limited themselves to using only their essence and not their aspect, the outcome of the fight was already decided. Behind him, Kronos and Anank kept their distance, watching the encounter that would take place at any moment. A battle between saints would be devastating and incredibly short due to the speeds at which they would move. Although he was currently a simple ascendant, he was already working towards reaching transcendence. He needed to become a transcendent before taking the challenge and achieving supremacy. Are you really going to fight all of them? Anank murmured in surprise. Even she, a transcendent, found fighting 7 saints impossible. Kronos looked at Anank for a few moments. Just watch. What you are about to see, you may only witness a few times in your life, he advised, his voice resonating with the weight of time behind him. Before Anank could respond, the battle began. Shade watched as the first saint attacked. He summoned a bow and arrow in an instant, firing 4 swift arrows at sonic speed, each one enough to kill a corrupted beast in an instant. The first aimed for his heart, the second for his throat, the third and fourth directed at his eyes. Shade didn't dodge, didn't even react. Instead, his armor moved, releasing darkness in the form of a shield that trapped the arrows before they could reach him. The arrows were shattered by the darkness, dissipating into small motes of light. You'll need more than mere arrows to even scratch me, Shade advised. How arrogant you are, said a saint who wielded daggers. Yes, I suppose I am, Shade replied with a slight smile. This time, 3 saints moved simultaneously. The first, the one with the daggers, lunged at Shade, unleashing a rain of attacks. Shade raised his sword, ready to block, when his instinct screamed at him. He quickly jumped back, his eyes narrowed, looking at where he had been standing. Deep, profound marks were gouged into the floor. Be careful. It seems his attacks ignore distance and obstacles, Uriel said. I noticed, Shade replied mentally. The saint wasn't surprised by this. The other 2 saints reached Shade's position. The first wielded a longsword, and the second carried a spear. Shade swung his sword, beginning a fierce clash against the 2 saints in a close-quarters weapon fight. Their weapons clashed constantly, filling the hall with a metallic din. The air pressure from the impacts was like violent storms of destruction. But even with those attacks, which would have destroyed any normal environment, the throne room barely suffered any damage. On the throne, Darren watched the battle with interest. Shade felt something approaching. Using shapeshift from his void hand, he created a sphere around himself, followed by elongated spikes that extended in all directions. The object heading for him crashed against the sphere, cracking it. Shade emerged from the sphere, only to be met by the remaining 4 transcendents, the archer, another who used a sword and shield, another who wielded an axe, and another who wielded a hammer. Shade smiled widely. He activated another enchantment of his armor. Curse. The transcendents felt their vision blur, their bodies grow heavy, their senses dull, and an unimaginable pain seized their entire bodies. Shade changed his armor's shape again, creating 2 enormous, robust arms of darkness. He threw a punch that sent the transcendents, afflicted by various curses, flying dozens of meters back. Smiling, he clashed his fists together, and the 2 enormous arms above him did the same. The transcendents got up, sore from taking the full impact. It seems one of them has an aspect that nullifies my curses, but which one? He thought, observing the now recovered transcendents. To win, he needed to eliminate whoever was blocking his curses. Given that there weren't enough shadows and he couldn't create a sea of darkness due to forbidding himself from using his aspect, he couldn't heal as quickly as he wanted. His essence was now limited. He had used his minions to reach the destroyed battlefield safely after fighting against great creatures. Although he had killed several, some had managed to escape, massacring thousands of his troops. The Transcendents, after the first exchange, realized that the Transcendent before them was not a normal one. He was one with great combat experience, as much as or more than them. If they wanted to win, they needed to attack simultaneously and overwhelm him with power. Shade raised an eyebrow. He felt something in the atmosphere change, growing heavier. Immediately, his entire world spun, leaving him completely disoriented. Shade knelt, closing his eyes instantly. Extending his spatial awareness, he sensed the Transcendents moving. The spearman lunged with a thrust that Living Shadow blocked. The other, who wielded a sword, attacked from another angle, but it was also blocked, as was a volley of exploding arrows. 2 Transcendents, the one with the axe and the one with the hammer, took advantage of the opening to attack. The 7th had stayed back. So it's you, Shade thought. Using his armor's shapeshift, he gave it the form of several lances and fired them at the Transcendents, forcing them to block. Getting to his feet, still with his eyes closed, he ran straight for the 7th Transcendent. The spearmen and swordsmen attacked, but Shade evaded them with great skill. Rolling past them, he dodged several arrows before creating a darkness shield on the boots of his armor. The arrows exploded, propelling him into the air as he intended. Changing his armor's shape, he created 2 enormous Asura arms and threw a punch at the Transcendent who had manipulated his senses. The Transcendent's eyes widened for a moment, but his companion, the one with the shield and sword, raised his shield, blocking the attack completely. The shield released a great surge of light that dispelled the darkness. Shade frowned. The Transcendent swung his sword, unleashing a brilliant slash that Shade allowed to hit his body. The cut was deep, opening a large wound. By intentionally removing the plates of the supreme armor in that area, he allowed himself to take the full brunt of the damage to activate his 7th enchantment. In one moment, he had a horrific wound, the next, he was without any injury. In contrast, the sword and shield Transcendent spat blood, falling to the ground from the effect of his own attack. This broke the Transcendent's coordination, something Shade exploited. Creating the Asura arms again, he threw a punch that crashed violently against the Transcendents, opening deep cracks in the floor. 2 down. Feeling the effects of his disorientation and altered senses return to normal, he saw a massive white tiger with blue stripes, moments away from ripping him open. Shade extended his hands forward, creating a massive shield that took the claw swipe, sending him crashing into the ground at full speed. Reforming his armor, he took the impact against the floor, opening a large crater but suffering no serious injuries. Immediately, he activated the curse on the tiger, weakening it and dulling its senses. The tiger staggered for a moment. Shade, still holding his sword, lunged at the tiger, unleashing a quick, precise slash that cut the tiger cleanly through. A huge gash descended from its neck down its back, from which a great jet of blood sprayed. Using the Asura arms, he grabbed the multi-ton tiger, lifted it, and hurled it towards the other 4 Transcendents, who had to avoid the massive body as it crashed against the wall. 3 down. 4 remain. Shade looked at the 4 remaining Transcendents, the archer, the dagger wielder, the hammer wielder, and the axe wielder. The dagger wielder lunged, making several cuts that ignored space and obstacles. Shade avoided them completely. Throwing himself at the Transcendent, he fused the armor on his arm with the hilt of his sword, forming a chain which he then used. He threw his sword, the Transcendent dodged it. The latter observed the chain for a moment. Shade retracted the chain with a slight flick of his wrist, changing the angle. The sword returned like a sharp boomerang, and the Transcendent ducked to avoid losing his head. This was what Shade wanted. As his sword returned, he used the shape-shift enchantment of his armor, transforming it into a massive hammer that descended upon the Transcendent. Or so it would have, if the hammer-wielding Transcendent, who had used his transformation, hadn't stopped it. His transformation was that of an enormous gorilla, at least 20 meters tall. But he wasn't the only one. The archer transformed into a massive dragonfly with multiple wings, wrapped in armor-like shell. The axe-wielding Transcendent had transformed into a giant whose size was ridiculous. To fit inside, he had to stay crouched. Finally, the dagger wielder used his transformation. He turned into a kind of large lizard. He possessed 2 arms ending in sharp claws. His head was like that of a reptile, protected by white bone. His torso lacked scales, being tougher skin. Finally, he possessed a long, snake-like tail ending in a sharp point. The 4 Transcendents, in their transcendent forms, fixed their eyes on Shade, who smiled somewhat nervously. "Do you still think you can win?" Uriel asked within Shade's mind, amused. "Hey, you stay calm. We can win. We have an ace up our sleeve. Are you talking about using our darkness creatures?" "No, they're still recovering from the fight, and several are evolving. I plan to simply drop a bomb on them and bomb them to death." Uriel opened his mouth to respond, then closed it again. Shade had a pretty good point. "All right, go and bomb them, then." Shade smiled. A smile full of emotion and madness that confused everyone present. "Oh, that will be a pleasure. An explosive victory." The echo of the 4 Transcendents' transformations still resonated in the enormous throne room. Shade observed them carefully, assessing each threat with the cold precision that years of life or death battles had granted him. The giant was the most visible, his head brushing the vaulted ceiling, forced to maintain an uncomfortably hunched posture. His arms were columns of petrified muscle, each one capable of bringing down walls with a single blow. Definitely the most problematic in terms of raw power. The dragonfly, on the other hand, represented a different kind of threat. Its carapace gleamed with a metallic sheen, and its multiple wings vibrated at a frequency that distorted the surrounding air. Shade had seen similar creatures before. They were always fast, lethal, and difficult to reach. The air cannons it had fired possessed a precision and power he could not underestimate. The lizard, with its sharp claws and that serpentine tail ending in a lethal point, was unpredictable. He had avoided its first attack by instinct rather than technique, and that bothered him. He preferred to face enemies whose movements he could anticipate. Finally, the 20-meter ape, the first to attack. Powerful, yes, but also clumsy. In an enclosed space like the throne room, its size was more of a disadvantage than an advantage. Shade had already proven that when he used the giant's arm to knock it down. Well, Uriel asked in his mind, with a hint of amusement. Do we continue with hand-to-hand combat, or have you run out of ideas? Shade smiled to himself. The answer was obvious. It always had been. His specialty, the one he had shared with Uriel since his earliest days as a sleeper, had never been the sword, no matter how skilled he was with it. Nor was it strategy, though he knew how to plan. No, his true talent, the one that had kept them alive through countless nightmares, was much simpler and much more satisfying. Making things explode. Of course, he couldn't use a supreme soul fragment. That would be madness, even for him. A single one of those fragments, detonated without control, would erase the entire castle, a large part of the city, and every living being within a radius of several kilometers. Thousands of innocents would die, and Shade, despite everything he had done, was not a mass murderer. At least not of innocents. But transcendent fragments, those were another story. He was glad for his own foresight. For months, he had stored thousands of transcendent rank soul fragments in the shadows of his dark storage, torn from fallen enemies, extracted from corrupted beasts. He had saved them, just in case, as he always did with anything he considered useful. His companions often mocked his tendency to hoard apparently useless objects, but in moments like this, that mania became a brilliant strategy. Shade invoked his dark storage. A small, vulgar-looking sack, black as a starless night, appeared between his fingers. It weighed more than it seemed, much more. The lizard moved first. Perhaps it had smelled the danger, or perhaps its animal instinct simply told it not to allow Shade to do what he was planning. Its claws tore through the air as it lunged to attack, the serpentine tail hissing behind it like a living whip. Shade ran straight toward it. The lizard opened its maw, an abyss of serrated teeth ready to crush him. Shade slid under the attack at the last moment, his body nearly brushing the beast's forked tongue. He rolled over one shoulder and came out the other side, just as the dragonfly fired. The air cannon was almost invisible, just a distortion in the light that announced death. Shade had no time to dodge normally, but he didn't need it either. His armor twisted, obeying shape-shift, and a chain tipped with a black spike sprouted from his arm. He drove it into the lizard's scaly skin and pulled himself to the side, using the beast itself as an anchor to change his trajectory. The air cannon whistled past, centimeters from his face. Shade dispelled the chain and landed in a crouch. Above him, the gorilla's shadow grew dangerously. He looked up just in time to see a fist the size of a carriage descending toward him. He jumped. Not backward, not sideways. He jumped directly onto the fist, landing on the ape's hairy wrist, and began running up its arm. His boots pounded against the leather-tough skin, climbing at full speed toward the beast's shoulder. The gorilla roared in frustration and raised its other arm to crush him like an insect. Shade smiled. The plates on his back bristled, melting and reshaping into a massive black spike pointing upward. The gorilla, in its blind fury, brought its hand down directly onto it. The howl of pain was deafening. The ape's hand withdrew quickly, streams of black blood falling onto the stone floor. Shade took the moment to propel himself upward, and as he flew, his armor changed again. Two black wings sprouted from his shoulder blades, membranes of solid darkness that caught the air and lifted him toward the ceiling. In the improvised sky of the throne room, Shade was an easy target. The giant raised a hand the size of a table, ready to catch him like a fly. The dragonfly lined up another air cannon, calculating the trajectory. The lizard prepared to jump, its tail coiling like a living spring. Shade did not flee. He flew downward. The giant extended its fingers to close its fist around him, but Shade was too fast, too small, too slippery. He passed between two fingers like a shadow, and the dragonfly's air cannon, already fired, could not correct its trajectory in time. It struck the giant's hand dead on. The colossal arm recoiled uncontrollably, crashing into the gorilla, which was still recovering from the pain in its hand. The ape, staggering, fell backward and crushed the lizard that had been preparing to jump. The three enormous bodies tangled into a confused heap of limbs, scales, and stony hide. Shade observed the scene with a wide smile. "That's the problem with being big," he said quietly, almost sympathetically. "In enclosed spaces, you only get in each other's way." He landed softly on the cracked floor, a prudent distance from the pile of stunned beasts. The dragonfly, which had managed to avoid the collision, flew erratically above its fallen companions, trying to reorient itself. Shade opened the black sack. Dozens of soul fragments fell from inside like a cascade of dark stars. They glowed with a faint, sickly light, each one containing the concentrated essence of a transcendent being. The fragments rolled across the floor, some stopping next to the fallen beasts, others scattered within a radius of several meters. The transcendents, those who could still think clearly, looked at him in confusion. What did he intend to do with those small, shiny stones? Shade moved away quickly. He ran backward, putting as much distance as possible between himself and the pile of fragments. 20 meters. 30. 50. 100. He stopped. With a smile that his enemies would never forget, a smile that combined the excitement of a child with the madness of a war veteran, Shade raised a hand. Art, he said, his voice resonating in the tense silence of the hall, always springs from an explosion. He imitated a random hand seal. One of those complicated gestures he had seen in some old anime, completely unnecessary but terribly dramatic. Explosion. The soul fragments began to glow. First came a blinding flash, as if a small sun had been born in the middle of the room. Then came the sound, not one but dozens of chained explosions, each fragment detonating a fraction of a second after the previous one. The shock waves overlapped, creating a chaos of pressure and temperature that distorted the air itself. Shade stripped off his armor. The black plates flowed from his body, forming an enormous opaque cube that interposed itself between him and the explosions. It wasn't enough to completely block the impact, but it reduced the blast wave to something his reinforced body could withstand. For almost a full minute, the only sound in the room was the roar of destruction. When the last fragment went dark and the shock waves dissipated, Shade dropped the armor cube. The plates returned to his body, reforming into his usual combat armor. The silence that followed was different from before. It was not a silence of tension, but of astonishment. Shade observed the results with a satisfied smile. The 4 transcendents were unconscious. The giant had lost an arm, and much of his torso was covered in horrible burns, but his chest still rose and fell. The lizard had its tail destroyed and several fractured ribs, but it lived. The ape, the one that had taken the most direct impact, was completely charred, its fur reduced to ash, but it still breathed. The dragonfly, the fastest of the 4, had tried to flee and for that reason had only lost half its wings and part of its carapace. They were alive, all of them. Shade laughed. A joyful, genuine laugh that sprang from the depths of his being. He turned to Kronos and Anank, who watched from a distance with expressions ranging between astonishment and horror. Do you see? He said, pointing to the smoking battlefield. True art, the art that transcends any martial technique, any elaborate strategy. He paused dramatically. It's a great explosion. An explosion of inspiration. He laughed again, this time louder, while behind him the 4 transcendents moaned unconsciously on the floor. Above, on the throne, Darren watched him with a new light in his eyes. Interest, respect, and perhaps, just perhaps, a hint of fear. Kronos shook his head, but couldn't stop a slight smile from curving his lips. He's completely insane, he murmured. Completely, Anank replied, her eyes still fixed on the smoking chaos. But he's a very, very effective madman. Last chance. After the defeat of the 7 transcendents at the hands of Shade and his obsession with explosions, Uriel retook control. The throne room, which had suffered damage from the battle, was impossible to continue using for the meeting, so Darren prepared a much more comfortable hall to speak with greater ease. The place they were taken to was, without a doubt, exquisitely decorated, with a round table made from the same material as the enormous castle. The chairs were crafted from woodwork to millimeter perfection. Before we begin and hear what you have to say, said Darren, looking at Uriel, who are you, and who is the other within you? Asked the Supreme. It seems we underestimated a Supreme, said Uriel. From his body, a black mist emerged, taking on a form identical to Uriel's, except that its eyes were red as blood. Lord Darren, this is Shade. And as for what he is, well, you could say he's my defect, a very strange one at that, since he's capable of self-awareness and pursuing the path of ascension. Interesting. Although defects come in all forms, I've never heard of one capable of self-awareness and indistinguishable from any living being. Well, that's me, said Shade with a confident grin. Hey, Shade, this isn't the time for your jokes. I never joke. I'm the most serious guy in the world. Yeah, sure. You want a fight? Anytime, you cheap knockoff of a Muslim. Darren glanced at Kronos and Anank with a silent question. Kronos sighed. They're just like that. They'll calm down, he replied to the unspoken query. After Shade and Uriel settled down, the conversation began. Kronos started explaining the failed loops and how far they had come, and how after several regressions to the past, they had decided this would be the last. I understand, said Darren with a thoughtful expression. He was no fool, he knew the ascended before him spoke the truth. He could sense it, the small yet powerful will of someone destined to achieve natural supremacy, much as he had done so many years ago in the past. That's why we need your help, said Uriel. For us, reaching the estuary would be difficult due to all the threats that lie beyond time. The problem isn't reaching it, but how to find it and cross it, revealed Darren. I know of a path to the estuary, the place where Alatea of the Nine was corrupted thousands of years ago. To break the river. However, there is a problem, and that is the truth Ariel left at the heart of the Stone Titan. That is forbidden knowledge that would corrupt even those who come near. Darren paused. We would need someone immune to corruption to venture into that passage until reaching the Guardian. That won't be a problem, said Uriel. When I achieved transcendence, I obtained an attribute, a special one that prevents me from being corrupted. I can venture into the truth left by Ariel without losing my sanity. Darren was surprised by this. Very well. I sense no lies in your words, said Darren. But there is another problem. Once the river of time begins to halt, all the abominations will converge on the cities scattered along the great river to feed. I propose we let them starve, offered Anank. Explain, said Darren. We create an ark of salvation. We can gather all the inhabitants of the great river into a sealed space far from the great river, and when the time comes for the desecration to fade, we can focus solely on eliminating the nightmare creatures to secure our escape. We already tried that, said Kronos. We achieved our first two objectives. First, we broke the river of time. Second, Alatea of the Nine vanished along with her corrupted army. However, we lost to the abominations. There were too many, ranging from fallen rank to cursed rank. We could use one of my echoes, said Uriel. One of your echoes, Lord Uriel? Yes. Well, actually, two. The first is a supreme terror named Soul. She possesses powers based on control and manipulation. She can control the great beasts. Then there is, my supreme tyrant, whose name I haven't yet given but eventually will, who can control things weaker than himself. Finally, there is my transcendent titan, the winter beast. If I can make it evolve into a supreme titan, I could freeze countless high-ranking beasts. Darren looked at Uriel. Where did you get those echoes? He asked curiously. Well, I killed Soul in an unexplored zone of the dream realm, when she was merely an awakened and she was just a fallen terror. As for the winter beast, I destroyed it when I was an ascended. And as for, my supreme tyrant, whose name I haven't yet given but eventually will, I killed him a few months ago. How is it that you still haven't reached supremacy then? Asked Darren. Uriel shrugged. Honestly, I don't know. I suppose I've killed so many things much stronger than myself that it isn't considered a natural challenge. I guess I'd have to challenge a fourth nightmare or kill something of cursed or unholy rank to become a supreme. Uriel looked at those present. What? Nothing, said Anank. It's just a little hard to believe, that's all. Yes, master, said Kronos. Uriel rolled his eyes, accustomed to such reactions. The conversation continued from that point, stretching on for several hours. In the end, it was decided that, despite the final outcome, this would be the last loop, the last chance to abandon Ariel's tomb and escape the clutches of time. The plan they devised was as follows. Anank, along with Darren's champions, would travel to the various towns along the Great River to gather them in fallen grace. With everyone in one place, it would be easier to complete the next phase of their plan. While Anank carried out that mission, Darren, Kronos, Shade, and Uriel would travel to the heart of the estuary to break Ariel's sorcery and kill the guardian watching over it. After doing so, they would carry out the third step, transporting all the inhabitants of the river to a special dimension created to await the disappearance of the abominations sealed away by the first seeker. However, this required someone to watch over the rest, something Uriel offered to do, since his mind was powerful thanks to his countless years in temporal loops. Finally, the fourth and final step would be to escape Ariel's tomb, for which Uriel already had a plan, though he would explain it later. With the plan laid out, it would begin within 2 days, enough time to finish all preparations. Darren looked around, contemplating the beings gathered in his hall. Each of them had traveled through time and space to be there, and each carried their own scars and hopes. Kronos, with his weary yet determined gaze, had seen this plan fail countless times. Anank, with her strategic mind, sought angles others didn't see, and Uriel, that strange being harboring a living defect within himself, seemed to be the key to everything. There's something I must tell you, interjected Darren, capturing everyone's attention. This plan, though solid in theory, has a considerable margin for error. If something goes wrong, there will be no second chance. No more loops, no more regressions. This is truly our last opportunity. Kronos nodded slowly. We know. That's why we've put all our effort into this occasion. We've learned from our past mistakes, we've refined every detail. But the most unpredictable factor, continued Darren, is the guardian of the estuary. No one truly knows what it is. All we know is that Ariel left it there to protect her secret, and that it has been guarding that place for millennia. Uriel smiled confidently. That's why I'm going. If there's one thing I know how to do well, it's facing the unknown and emerging victorious. And if you don't succeed? Asked Anank seriously. Then, said Uriel, his tone growing grave for the first time, there will be no failure, because there will be no one to remember the failure. But I don't intend to fail. I've traveled too far to give up now. Shade, who had remained silent for much of the conversation, spoke up. I don't intend to fail either. If Uriel falls, I'll take his place. We're two sides of the same coin, and that coin always lands on the right side. Shade's declaration drew some smiles from those present. Even the stern Darren allowed a slight curve to form on his lips. Then we are in agreement, Darren declared. In 2 days, we will set the plan in motion. May the gods, or whatever remains of them, be with us. Those present nodded in agreement. The last chance was about to begin. Final preparations. Over the following 2 days, Twilight grew more active. Darren had provided him with many transcendent rank memories and several supreme rank ones to feed his creatures of darkness. With that many memories at his disposal, Uriel didn't hesitate. He used them first on Nyx, his transcendent terror, to evolve her into a supreme terror. The creature, which had always been an imposing shadow in his arsenal, transformed before his eyes. Her ethereal form solidified, acquiring more defined and menacing contours. Her eyes, once merely bright points in the darkness, became two abysses that absorbed the light around them. Now, Nyx was not just a terrifying presence on the battlefield but an entity capable of bending the will of her enemies with just her gaze. Uriel felt the connection with his echo strengthen, a current of power flowing between them like an underground river. He then continued with the Winter Beast, which managed to complete the missing memories needed to evolve into a supreme titan. However, not everything was a success for Uriel. His last creature of darkness, Iroh, still a corrupt devil, couldn't evolve by consuming memories, since he had to kill something stronger than himself. This deeply discouraged him. Imp was his oldest companion, the first he had tamed in his travels through the dream realm. Seeing him stagnate while his soul brothers ascended caused a pang of frustration he couldn't hide. What's wrong, Uriel? Asked Shade, emerging from within him like a restless shadow. It's Iroh, Uriel replied, pointing to the small demon resting in a corner of the room. The others are evolving, but he's still the same. He needs to kill something stronger to advance, and we don't have time to look for suitable enemies. Shade observed Imp with his red eyes, and for a moment, his expression softened. He's a good companion, isn't he? The best, Uriel admitted. He's been with me since the Antarctica campaign. Seeing him fall behind hurts. Shade approached the small demon and studied him closely. Iroh, despite his nature, showed a certain affection toward the shadowy figure, leaning his head in so Shade could pet him. It was strange to see such a dark being display tenderness, but in that moment, it seemed the most natural thing in the world. Maybe there's something we can do, Shade said finally. Not now, but after all of this ends. You and I both know there's always a path for those who refuse to give up. Uriel smiled, a genuine smile he rarely showed. You're right, and this isn't the time for lamentations. I have something that might cheer him up. From his dark storage, Uriel extracted a fragment of mystical metal. The object glowed with a faint, almost liquid light and seemed to vibrate with ancient energy. This is mystical steel extracted from the caiman turtle, he explained, offering it to Iroh. I was thinking of using it to build something enormous in the future, but I suppose feeding it to Iroh will make him feel a bit better. Iroh took the metal in his claws, and instantly, a light coursed through his body. It wasn't an evolution, but his energy increased significantly. His eyes lit up with a new gleam, and his posture grew more upright. The small demon let out a roar of satisfaction, and Uriel knew he had done the right thing. We'll find a suitable enemy later, Uriel promised. But for now, this will give you strength. While Uriel tended to his echoes, Darren delivered a speech to his people. The Supreme of the Divine Kingdom of Storms had summoned all the inhabitants of the castle and nearby cities to the main square. Thousands of people gathered, some with hope, others with fear in their eyes. After so many years of tribulations and suffering, empty promises had accumulated like dust in their hearts. Darren ascended the podium and looked out over his people. For centuries, he had been their leader, their protector, and now he was about to ask them for the greatest sacrifice of all. My people, he began, his voice resonating with the authority of a supreme, yet also with the warmth of a father. Many years have passed since I led you to this place. You have endured hunger, disease, loss, and despair. You have watched your loved ones fall to the abominations, and you have seen the great river grow increasingly dangerous. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Darren raised a hand to calm them. But today, the moment has arrived. Today, after so long, I will fulfill my promise. I will lead you to a place safe from the clutches of despair. I will take you beyond the great river, beyond time itself, toward a new beginning. The murmur transformed into a clamor. Some wept, others shouted with joy, and many simply embraced one another. Darren waited for the noise to subside before continuing. However, it will not be an easy journey. You must trust in me, in Anank, and in our allies. You must leave behind everything you know, your homes, your memories, even your dead. But I promise you that at the end of the road, you will find the peace you have been searching for. Darren's speech lasted nearly an hour. He spoke of his people's history, the sacrifices they had made, and the hope that had kept them alive. When he finished, the entire populace was ablaze with emotion. Shade and Uriel, watching from a nearby tower, felt renewed and inspired by the Supreme's words. He's a great orator, commented Shade. He's a great leader, Uriel corrected. There's a difference. What is it? Asked Shade, genuinely curious. An orator makes you feel good in the moment, Uriel explained. A leader makes you believe you can achieve the impossible even when everything seems lost. Darren is both. Shade nodded slowly. I suppose that's why he survived so long in this infernal place. Meanwhile, Anank was preparing for her own mission. The ship she would pilot, the Time Slayer, was a marvel of Kronos' engineering. Built with materials extracted from the depths of the Great River, the vessel was capable of navigating through temporal currents without being affected by the distortions of time. Anank had spent the previous 2 days adjusting the ship's systems, ensuring every gear was in place and every protection spell was active. Around her, a team of Darren's champions prepared to accompany her. They were warriors trained to face the abominations infesting the cities along the Great River. Ananki's objective was simple in theory but complex in execution. Travel along the Great River, visit every city and town, and gather all the inhabitants at Fallen Grace. Once they were all together, it would be easier to protect them and transport them to the special dimension they would create. Are you ready? Asked Kronos, approaching her before her departure. As ready as I can be, Anank replied. I've traveled the Great River in other loops. I know every city, every danger, every corner where the abominations hide. But this time is different, said Kronos. This time there's no going back. If we fail, we won't fail, Anank interrupted. We can't afford to. Besides, I have a good feeling about this attempt. Uriel is unlike anything we've seen before. His presence changes things. Kronos nodded. You're right. Maybe that's why we decided this would be the last chance. Maybe something inside us knew he would come. Anank smiled and boarded the ship. Take care while I'm gone. If anything happens, nothing will happen to them, Kronos assured her. I promise you. With all preparations complete, Kronos managed to achieve transcendence, standing one step away from supremacy. It was a moment everyone had been waiting for, but no one had anticipated exactly when it would happen. It occurred during the night before their departure. Kronos was meditating in his room when he felt something break within him. A barrier that had been there since his birth crumbled like sand underwater, and suddenly, all the knowledge he had accumulated across the loops condensed into a single truth. Time was not his enemy, it was his ally. His transcendent ability, which he had named, the Eternal Sigh, allowed him to halt the flow of time within a delimited area. In that space, he was the only one who could move, like a god in his own miniature universe. For a few seconds, he could observe, analyze, and act without his enemies being able to respond. As for his transformation as a saint, it took the form of an enormous sea creature made of ethereal energy, enveloped in tentacles where time twisted and lost all meaning. In that form, Kronos was nearly unreachable. His tentacles could pierce the intangible, and his presence distorted reality around him. When Kronos emerged from his transformation, Shade and Uriel were waiting for him in the hallway. Congratulations, Kronos, said Uriel, extending his hand. That was impressive. Kronos took his hand and shook it firmly. Thank you, Master. But this is only the beginning. Now I must master this power if we are to succeed. You will, said Shade. You have the determination needed. With everything in place, the moment to depart arrived. Darren, Kronos, and Uriel gathered at the main entrance of the castle. Before them, the path to the estuary stretched like a wound in reality. Anank had already departed with her ship, and Darren's people were preparing for the exodus. There was no turning back. This is the moment, said Darren, gazing at the horizon. Everything we've done has led us here. Yes, Uriel replied, and I don't intend to waste this opportunity. Kronos stepped forward, his new transcendent energy pulsing around him. I've seen this moment 100 times, from 100 different angles. But this time it feels different. This time, I feel like we're going to succeed. Shade emerged from Uriel, his shadowy form glowing with a red light. So, what are we waiting for? Time doesn't stop on its own. Uriel smiled and, without another word, began walking toward the estuary. The last chance had begun. Everything went wrong. Cassie wondered when everything had gone wrong. Why had this outcome come to pass? Why had her visions been wrong? The question echoed in her mind like a persistent refrain as she narrated what had happened through the version recreated by the nightmare spell. Song of the Fallen, the name she had given to that artifact which allowed her to share her visions with others, projected blurry images showing the journey they had undertaken after Uriel's fall. It all began when they discovered that Uriel had been corrupted, transformed into a nightmare creature. The news hit them like a hammer blow. The Uriel they knew and cherished, the one who had fought alongside them against countless horrors, was gone. In his place, a corrupted version that would not hesitate to kill them now occupied his spot. It was a difficult decision, but a necessary one. They had to bring peace to his torment through death. That was why they traveled to Alatea's island, to rescue Jet and Effie, who had been trapped in the temporal loops created by the Mad Prince. It was there that Cassie discovered the true nature of her situation. She had been caught within the loop because she shared her senses with Sunny and Neffys. Across countless cycles, she had seen the same scenario repeat over and over, desperately searching for a way out. They formed a plan, meticulous and precise, that finally allowed them to rescue Effie and Jet, and break the loop that had held them prisoner. The liberation was bittersweet. They knew the nightmare was not yet over, that they had only overcome the first obstacle. After breaking the loop, they faced the devouring beast and the silent massacre, the corrupted versions of Effie and Jet created by the Mad Prince. The battle was hard and difficult, a deadly dance where every move could be the last. Cassie had seen this fight in her visions, but reality was far more brutal. The sweat, the blood, the smell of death that permeated the air, none of that appeared in her premonitions. But they managed to eliminate 2 of the 4 threats. The devouring beast fell under the combined attacks of Sunny and Kai, while the silent massacre was defeated by Neffys and Mordred in a combat that left scars on both body and soul. With Effie and Jet rescued, they left Alatea's island. They emerged from the River of Time to reach Twilight, the place where the Soul Thief and the Lord of Terror awaited them. The journey was exhausting, a trek through distorted landscapes where time and space lost all meaning. During the journey, Effie, who had been pregnant, gave birth within a nightmare. It was a difficult, risky delivery that endangered both mother and newborn. But Effie, stubborn as always, refused to give up. The child was born with a cry that resonated across dimensions, an omen of what was to come. Cassie, though she had originally known this would happen through her visions, had tried to subtly keep Effie from participating in Ariel's tomb. But her plans crumbled because of Effie's personality, her unwavering loyalty, and her refusal to abandon her friends when they needed her most. "I can't stay behind while you all face this," Effie had said, child in arms and fierce determination in her eyes. "I'm part of this group, and I'll fight to the end." This also led to a moment of tension when Effie and Jet learned about Uriel, and how once the Lord of Terror and the Soul Thief were dead, they would have to kill him. The silence that followed the revelation was heavy, laden with unspoken emotions. In the end, Jet and Effie accepted that it was the best option, with a certain sadness and resignation. Effie stroked her son's head as she nodded slowly. Jet simply closed her eyes and said, "If it has to be done, then so be it. But we'll make it quick. We owe him that." Finally, after weeks of travel, they arrived at Twilight. But no sooner had they set foot in the city than they were subdued by Mordred, the King of Nothing, who explained Twilight's state and the time trap left behind by the Mad Prince. The city was a labyrinth of overlapping realities, where every step could take them to a completely different place. That was when everything began to unravel. Cornered by the Soul Thief, Cassie didn't know exactly what happened. One moment she was still, processing the information Mordred had given them, and the next she found herself in a distant place alongside Effie and Jet, whom she had placed within the amulet to protect them. She needed to get away before everything exploded due to Neffys detonating her 7 soul cores. The explosion would be devastating, and she didn't want Effie and her child to be in danger. Elsewhere, she observed how Sunny, Kai, and Mordred fought against the Lord of Terror, a powerful corrupted tyrant. Cassie used the marks she had placed to see everything that happened. Through her companion's eyes, she witnessed the battle as if she were there. She saw how Neffys vaporized a large part of Twilight in a terrifying explosion of white flames. The heat was so intense that even from her distant position, she could feel it on her skin. The city, already devastated by years of corruption, became an inferno of fire and ash. She saw how Kai, Sunny, and Mordred cornered the Lord of Terror to put an end to its existence. Kai's arrows cut through the air with supernatural precision, Sunny's shadows writhed like hungry serpents, and Mordred, with his power over nothingness, distorted reality to trap the beast. But everything changed. The Lord of Terror escaped before receiving the mortal blow that would end its life. It was a quick, almost imperceptible movement, as if the creature had anticipated the strike and slipped through a crack in reality. This was the first time in all her existence that Cassie had seen what was destined simply vanish, replaced by darkness. Her visions had always been precise, always showing what would happen without error. But now, before her eyes, the future had faded like smoke in the wind. A sensation of panic began to grow within her. What happened next was difficult to witness. Cassie saw how a black flash descended from the sky at monstrous speed, falling upon the Lord of Terror like a bolt of midnight lightning. The creature tried to dodge, but it was too late. The flash reached it, and subsequently decapitated it with a single motion, as if cutting off the head of a corrupted tyrant was as easy as slicing an apple. When everyone, shocked by what had occurred, could finally see what had happened, they only saw Uriel. It wasn't the Uriel they remembered. This Uriel was different, unrecognizable. His attire was an ancient, worn black tunic, tattered by time and use. His hair was black and greasy, plastered to his face like seaweed after a storm. One of his eyes was missing, leaving behind only an empty socket that resembled a bottomless abyss. The eye that remained was red as blood, gleaming with a malevolent light that chilled the blood. And he had a smile. A smile full of sharp teeth, like blades ready to tear flesh. In one hand, he held a curved black sword, similar to the imposing, sharp fang of a wild beast. The weapon seemed to vibrate with dark energy, as if it were alive and hungry. Along with his appearance, an invisible pressure pressed down on all of them, as if the world itself were being bent under a superior will. Cassie felt the weight of that presence even through her connection to the marks. It was as if a god had descended to judge them, and they were nothing more than insects before its gaze. Uriel, Sunny whispered, his voice barely a thread of air. The being that had been their friend looked at them with its single red eye. The smile on its face widened even further. Uriel, it repeated, its voice distorted, as if two people were speaking at once. That name means nothing to me anymore. Now I am something more. Something better. Cassie felt fear take hold of her. Her visions, the ones that had always guided her, the ones that never failed, had broken. She hadn't seen this. She hadn't anticipated this version of Uriel. What had gone wrong? Had it been her fault? Had she misinterpreted the omens? Effie and Jet, from within the amulet, also felt the presence. Effie hugged her son tightly, protecting him from the darkness that loomed over them. Jet, always the most pragmatic, began tracing an escape plan in her mind. We have to leave, said Jet. That's not Uriel. We can't fight that. Cassie nodded, though she knew that even fleeing might be impossible. The pressure emanating from the being was so overwhelming she could barely move. It was as if the very air had turned solid. Nephies, always the bravest, stepped forward. Uriel, if there's still anything left of you in that body, you have to listen to me. You don't have to do this. We can help you. The being laughed. A horrible laugh, tearing through the air like shattered glass. Help me. I don't need help. I'm more powerful than ever. More powerful than any of you. More powerful than anything in this damned place. Kai readied his bow, arrows gleaming with divine light. We don't want to fight you, Uriel. But if you force us. Force you. The being interrupted, its red eye blazing with intensity. Come on, then. Show me what you can do. Entertain me. Sunny moved first, his shadows extending like tentacles to ensnare the being. Mordred followed suit, distorting the space around Uriel. Nephies prepared her sword, white flames enveloping it. Kai unleashed a rain of arrows that cut through the air like comets of light. But the being simply laughed. Its black sword moved, and everything stopped. Cassie, from her distant position, saw Sunny's shadows dissipate like smoke. She saw Mordred's distortion shatter like glass. She saw Nephis' flames extinguish, and Kai's arrows fall inert to the ground. Pathetic, said the being. So much time has passed, and you're still so weak. So much wasted potential. The being raised its sword, and Cassie knew it was about to attack. Everything she had seen, everything she had planned, it had all been in vain. Uriel was lost, and now they were all going to die. But then, something unexpected happened. The sword stopped mid-swing. The being's red eye flickered, and for a moment, Cassie could have sworn she saw a glimmer of recognition within it. What? The being murmured, its voice wavering for the first time. What is this? The moment passed as quickly as it had come. The smile returned to its face, more cruel than before. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Only death matters. The being turned toward Cassie, its red eye finding her position. And you, seer, what do you see now? Do you see your death? Or theirs? Cassie felt fear consume her. Her visions, the ones that had always guided her, the ones that never failed, had broken. Now there was only darkness, a darkness spreading toward the future like a shroud of despair. What had gone wrong? Why had her visions been wrong? Had it been her fault? Had she misinterpreted the omens? As the being began to move toward her, Cassie could only think of one thing: this was not the first time something like this had happened. And she feared it would not be the last. Corrupted terror. Sunny cursed under his breath. He could feel the influx of essence from the crown's enchantment constantly providing him with energy, an irregular torrent that kept his body standing but couldn't repair the accumulated damage. His soul was in bad shape, as was his body, from the fight against the Lord of Terror. Open wounds, fractured bones, torn muscles, everything hurt with an intensity bordering on unbearable. Added to the fact that the influence of Sin of Solace had become more present within his mind, driving him to the brink of madness. The cursed sword whispered constantly in his ear, offering him power in exchange for his sanity. Sunny looked at his friend, or what little remained of him. No, that wasn't the Uriel everyone knew. He was now a distorted version, a nightmare creature whose only thought was to kill them all and escape to the waking world to cause more damage. It feels so good to be free from those chains, he said with a wide smile, stretching his arm as if savoring his new freedom. It took all of them to seal me. It's a pity that Mad Bastard is no longer around. I wanted to kill him with my own hands, but I suppose you can't have everything in life, right? Uriel disappeared from Sunny's vision, appearing beside him with impossible speed. Lost one. Sunny's eyes widened, but before he could react, he received a powerful blow that sent him flying. Even with his bones reinforced by the lineage of Weaver's bones, the impact was devastating. He felt several ribs fracture and the air leave his lungs. Landing on the ground with a dull thud, he lifted his face and saw Uriel approaching in his direction. His steps were slow, deliberate, like a predator savoring its prey's fear. Well, I expected more from you, Sunless. I thought by this point you'd be a titan, but you're just an ascended terror. Meanwhile, I'm a corrupted terror. The difference between us is abyssal, you can't win. You'll watch me kill everyone. Your beloved Nephis, your friend Kai, that liar Mordred, that manipulator Cassie, Jet, Effie and her newborn child. And when everyone dies before your eyes, I'll kill you, only to start a new cycle all over again. You're insane, Sunny spat, forcing himself to stand. Yes, I'm insane. I'm unhinged. Uriel shouted with an expression full of joy. I'm cursed and corrupted. I consumed my other self, tore him limb from limb, devoured his soul. I killed my darkness creatures. His laughter echoed in the air, shrill and cruel. Seeing their motionless bodies, their expressions of pure terror upon knowing they couldn't beat me, it was so wonderful, splendid, exciting. Uriel began to laugh before abruptly calming down. I'll do it again, and then once more, until I get bored. And when I do, I'll escape this tomb. I'll travel throughout the dream realm and consume everything. And when I consume it, when I do, you'll be welcome to the world I'll make, a true hell. You talk too much. Uriel immediately turned, blocking a sword wrapped in white flames. His single red eye fixed on Changing Star's silver eyes. The pressure of their attacks kicked up a gust of wind that scattered the nearby ashes. Changing Star, said Uriel, his smile widening. I can feel your conflicting emotions. Oh, and wow, it seems you feel guilty. I suppose for possessing such a good slave. If only he knew what awaits you in a few years, it'll be fun to see his expression. Nephis said nothing. Instead of words, she released a sea of white flames that spread in all directions. But Uriel had already moved, disappearing into the darkness and emerging from a higher place, like a mocking specter. He watched as Nephis healed Sunny's wounds, white flames enveloping his body and repairing damaged tissues. Sunny nodded in thanks, though his gaze remained fixed on the enemy. He also watched as Mordred emerged from a broken mirror with a calm smile on his face, as if the situation were a game and he held all the cards. The three holders of divine aspects gathered to face him. Uriel didn't know whether to feel flattered or underestimated. I must say, Lord of Darkness, although it's the first time we meet, your feats are impressive, Mordred commented in a tone bordering on irony. You flatter me, Prince of Nowhere. For that compliment, I'll kill Anvil once I escape this tomb. Mordred didn't react visibly, though his eyes gleamed with a flash of interest. You think you can kill a Supreme? I've killed great creatures. A mere Supreme won't be so different. You overestimate yourself quite a bit. Uriel gave a closed-eye smile, an expression that at another time would have been warm, but now was simply sinister. I certainly do. Well, now you holders of divine aspects, let's see if you can give me a good dance. Darkness emerged from Uriel's body like an endless black tide that covered the ground around him. Shadows writhed and rose like hungry serpents, reaching toward the three warriors with terrifying speed. The battle began. Nephis was the first to react. Her white flames exploded in all directions, illuminating the darkness and burning the approaching shadows. Divine light and corrupted darkness clashed at the center of the battlefield, creating an explosion of energy that shook the ground. Sunny, Mordred, now! Nephis shouted. Sunny moved with the speed granted by his lineage, his shadows spreading around him as he approached Uriel. The sword of sin of solace sang in his hand, a song of death and despair that tried to undermine his will. Is that your weapon? Uriel asked with disdain, blocking the sword with his black blade. A cursed sword that whispers in your ear. Don't you realize you're falling into the same trap as me? Corruption seeps into the weak. I'm not weak, Sunny replied, forcing his sword downward. And you're not my friend. Steel clashed in a burst of sparks. Uriel's black blade moved with supernatural speed and precision, each strike sending shockwaves that distorted the air. Mordred attacked from a blind angle, his distorted form emerging from a reflection on the ground. His spear, wrapped in the energy of nothingness, aimed directly at Uriel's heart. But the corrupted terror seemed to anticipate the attack, turning at the last moment to deflect the blow with a flick of his wrist. You're cunning, Prince of Nowhere, Uriel commented, his red eye gleaming. But cunning is no match for true darkness. The darkness around Uriel exploded, sending Sunny and Mordred flying backward. Nephis took the moment to advance, her white flames clearing a path through the shadows. Her sword rose, cutting the air with blinding light. Nephis, wait, Sunny shouted. But it was too late. Nephis was already before Uriel, her sword descending in a deadly arc. Uriel laughed. You think your flames can burn me? You think your light can purify me? I am more than darkness, I am the absence of hope, the denial of light. His black blade met Nephis's sword, and the impact was devastating. The white flames scattered, and Nephis was thrown backward, her feet carving deep grooves in the ground as she tried to stop her momentum. Nephis. Sunny ran toward her, but Uriel was already between them. Worried about your beloved? Uriel asked, his voice a cruel whisper. You shouldn't be. Soon you'll be together, in death. The battle continued, a brutal dance of light and darkness. Uriel moved like a shadow, appearing and disappearing, attacking from impossible angles. His black blade cut the air with whistles of death, each blow bringing them closer to defeat. Nephis counterattacked with her white flames, creating barriers of light that slowed the darkness. Sunny used his shadows to protect himself and counterattack, while Mordred lurked from reflections, seeking a moment of vulnerability. But Uriel was too fast, too strong, too clever. Despite the corruption consuming him, his mind remained sharp, a keen blade that found his opponent's weaknesses. Why won't you surrender? Uriel asked as he dodged an attack from Mordred. Why do you insist on fighting when defeat is inevitable? What drives you? Hope, Nephis replied, her white flames enveloping her. The same hope you've lost. Uriel laughed. Hope is an illusion, a lie you tell yourself to avoid facing reality. I've seen beyond that lie. I've seen the truth. His darkness intensified, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of blackness. Nephis responded with an explosion of light that partially dispersed the shadows, but not enough. It was then that it happened. Mordred, who had retreated to a reflection to heal his wounds, made a mistake. His exit was predictable, and Uriel was waiting for him. Prince of Nowhere, said Uriel, appearing behind him. You've been an interesting opponent. But your time is up. The black blade pierced Mordred's chest, emerging from the other side. Blood gushed, black and thick, mixing with the darkness surrounding Uriel. Mordred's eyes widened in surprise. You are, he whispered, before his body collapsed. Uriel pushed him toward a nearby reflection. Go, take your wounds somewhere far away. Remember this, Prince, you don't always win. Mordred vanished into the reflection, his form shattering as he retreated from the battle. Only Sunny and Nephis remained. Dome of darkness. Sunny and Nephis fought side by side, their movements synchronized as if they shared one heart. They had been in this situation before, in East Antarctica, when they faced Dire Fang. Back then, they were weaker, more inexperienced, but their will to survive had kept them alive. Now, history was repeating itself, but the enemy was far more dangerous. Sunny manifested his shadows, creating a great dome that enclosed them all within. Darkness spread like a protective shell, isolating the battlefield from the outside world. He couldn't allow Uriel to escape or the battle to cause more damage to what remained of twilight. Uriel observed the dome with his single red eye and smiled. His smile was wide, showing all his sharp teeth, and there was no trace of the person he once was. Interesting, said Uriel, his distorted voice echoing in the enclosed space. A dome of shadows. Do you think this can contain someone like me? Do you think you can trap me and defeat me? Sunny didn't respond. His gaze was cold, calculating, as he assessed the enemy. I hope this is a good battle, Uriel continued, leaping backward to gain distance. I've been trapped in my own mind for so long. I need to feel something. I need to feel the pleasure of battle. Saying this, he changed the shape of his body. The darkness enveloping him twisted and solidified, his figure expanding until he became a giant with 4 arms. In each hand, he held a sword wrapped in black armor like an Asura warrior. His single red eye gleamed from atop his imposing figure, and his smile had become even more terrifying. "Now," Uriel roared, his voice like the echo of thunder. "Let's dance." Sunny strengthened himself with his shadows, a cloak of darkness enveloping him and enhancing his physical abilities. Nefis shared her flames with him, joining her divine power with her companions. White flames intertwined with Sunny's shadows, creating a fusion of light and darkness that elevated him to a higher level. Additionally, the blessing of the Crown of Dawn activated, further enhancing his abilities. Sunny felt the power flow through his body, a current of energy that filled him with strength and determination. "Let's go," Sunny shouted, launching himself into the attack. The three moved at dizzying speeds, their forms barely visible to the human eye. Sunny and Nefis moved as one, a deadly dance of light and shadow attacking Uriel from different angles. Sunny appeared on the left, his cursed sword cutting the air in a deadly arc. Nefis arrived from the right, her white flames forming a spear aimed directly at Uriel's heart. Uriel laughed, his four arms moving in perfect synchronization. Two swords blocked Sunny's attack, while the other two crossed to stop Nefis's fire lance. The impact was brutal, an explosion of energy that shook the dome of shadows. "Good," Uriel exclaimed. "That's the way. More. I want more." Sunny retreated, but Nefis was already attacking again. Her sword moved like a dancing flame, each strike tracing arcs of white light. Uriel blocked and counterattacked, his four swords creating a barrier of steel and darkness. Sunny slid between Uriel's legs, his shadows extending like tentacles to trap the giant. But Uriel was too fast, too aware of his surroundings. One of his hands moved downward, and the black blade cut through Sunny's shadows as if they were paper. "Is that all?" Uriel asked, his voice mocking. "After everything you've been through, is this all you can offer?" Sunny gritted his teeth. "We haven't even started yet." His body moved faster, the shadows around him becoming denser, sharper. He attacked with a ferocity that even surprised Uriel, his blows raining down on the giant like a storm of steel and darkness. Nefis followed him, her white flames enveloping him like a second skin. Together, they created a symphony of destruction, each blow calculated to weaken the enemy, each movement designed to find a crack in his defense. Uriel felt emotion, a savage joy consuming him from within. He remembered his battle in the Crimson Spire, when the three were just sleepers. Back then, they had fought unspeakable horrors and emerged victorious. But now, he was a corrupted terror, and the difference in power was abysmal. "I remember," Uriel shouted, his voice full of ecstasy. "I remember the Crimson Spire. I remember how we fought together. What times those were. But now I'm the one hunting you." Sunny felt a chill run down his spine. Uriel's words echoed in his mind, bringing back memories he preferred to forget. But he couldn't stop. He couldn't let the pain consume him. "Shut up," he shouted, launching himself into the attack with renewed fury. Uriel laughed like a maniac, and in a sudden movement, he created another pair of hands on his body. Now he had 6 arms, each holding a sword. His fighting style changed radically, becoming much more primitive and effective. Each blow was like the bite of a wild beast. His appearance mutated, his face elongated, his teeth became more prominent, and twisted horns emerged from his head. He looked like a demon straight out of hell, a nightmare creature whose sole reason for existence was destruction. "Now, yes," Uriel roared. "This is what I wanted. A true battle." The fight intensified. Sunny and Nefis moved like a storm, their attacks synchronized with almost supernatural precision. But Uriel surpassed them in every way: speed, strength, endurance. Each of his movements was a lesson in brutality, each blow a demonstration of power. The battle continued for a little over a minute since the Shadow Dome emerged. That was enough time for the dome, unable to sustain the fight, to collapse. Darkness dissipated like smoke, revealing the devastated battlefield. Nefis managed to open a huge wound in the corrupted terror. Her white flames cut through the black armor, leaving a deep scar that dripped black liquid. Uriel roared in pain and fury, his single red eye burning with intensity. "Little witch," he shouted, swinging one of his swords in a devastating blow. Nefis blocked, but the impact was so powerful it sent her flying. Her body crashed into the remains of a building, collapsing what was left of the structure. "Nefis!" Sunny shouted. Rage engulfed him. He summoned the shadows, surrounding himself with them, and his form began to transform. Shadows twisted and solidified, his body elongated, grew larger, more imposing. He became an enormous and imposing serpent, black scales gleaming with a sinister radiance. Uriel barely had time to react before the serpent bit him. The enormous fangs sank into his flesh, and Sunny dragged him at full speed into the depths of the great river. Cold water enveloped them both, the river's darkness swallowing their silhouettes. Sunny felt the current carry them, dragging them to the depths where daylight did not reach. Uriel only laughed as he let himself be carried. His distorted voice echoed through the water, a strange and terrifying sound. Yes, this is what I wanted. Come, my friend, come to the depths. Here there are no witnesses. Here it's just you and me. Useless. The ocean boiled around them. Each impact between the two colossal beasts generated waves that rose like ephemeral mountains, crests of white foam tearing against a storm-tinted sky. Uriel, the corrupted version, the twisted shadow of who once was a companion, moved with a sickly grace, his 200-meter dragon serpent body undulating through the depths as if the water itself were his ally. Sunny felt Nephis's fire burning in his chest, a persistent warmth that kept the darkness threatening to consume him at bay. But it wasn't enough. It was never enough. Do you think this changes anything? Uriel's voice resonated directly in his mind, mocking and cold as the abyss. You're still the same slave as always. You just wear shinier chains now. Sunny roared, launching himself at the gigantic serpent. His fangs, long as lances, sought his enemy's throat, but Uriel twisted with impossible agility for his size, his tail wrapped in shadows striking Sunny's flank with the force of a meteor. The impact sent him spinning through the water, his body contorting as he tried to regain control. Always so predictable, Uriel continued, his dark form reforming as he approached. Always so desperate to prove something. What are you trying to prove, Sunny? That you're not a failure. Look at yourself. You can't even protect those you claim to love. Rage blinded Sunny. He lunged again, this time faster, more savage. His claws, each the size of a ship, tore into Uriel's side, ripping strips of darkness that dissolved in the water before reforming. The corrupted serpent let out a hiss that could be felt in the bones, and his jaw opened, revealing rows of teeth gleaming with purple light. Sunny barely managed to dodge, but not enough. Uriel's fangs tore into his flank, and for a moment, the world turned red. He felt the darkness seeping into his wound, cold and venomous, seeking his essence core. Let me help you, the corruption whispered in his ear. Stop fighting. What's the point? She'll always see you as her tool. They all do. Shut up. Sunny shouted, and his voice became a roar that made the waters tremble. Dash dash dash. In the remains of twilight, Nephis stood with effort. Her legs trembled, her essence nearly exhausted. She had given everything she could, and still, watching the chaos in the distance, she knew it wasn't enough. Columns of water rose like accusing fingers toward the stormy sky. The roars, both human and bestial, thundered across the waves like war drums. And at the center of it all, two shadows danced their dance of death. Nephis clenched her fists. Her flames barely sparked in her palms. How many more times would she have to lose? How many more times would she have to stay behind, watching others fight while she could do nothing? Since the forgotten shore, she thought bitterly. I've always been the one left behind. She remembered the day Uriel had stayed behind to cover their retreat. The regret in his eyes when the corruption began to take his body. Go, he had told them. I'll cover you. And he had. Until the end. Now she fought that same Uriel. Against the friend who gave his life for them. Nephis watched as Sunny was thrown again, his body contorting as he tried to hold firm. I'm useless, she murmured to herself, but her words sounded hollow even in her own ears. The essence she had left was barely a thread. She could feel the emptiness inside her, the deep exhaustion that came after giving everything you had and still failing. But even so, even with tears of frustration burning her eyes, Nephis took a step forward. She didn't know what she could do. She only knew she had to try. Dash dash dash. Cassie moved through the harbor debris with silent determination. Her silent dancer, the curved blade that had killed so many, weighed in her hand like a promise. She had had the vision during the first exchange of blows. Short, brutal, but crystalline. The kind of vision that left no room for doubt. The path only she could take. I'm sorry, she whispered to the wind, though she wasn't sure who she was saying it to. To Sunny. To Nephis. To the Uriel who was once their friend. She knew what she had to do. And she knew she probably wouldn't survive to see the result. Visions always had a cost. The clearer they were, the higher the price. But this one was different. This wasn't just clarity. It was certainty. Cassie remembered the first time she met Uriel. It had been in the dark castle, when everything was new and terrifying, and he had been the first to make her laugh. Don't worry, he had told her, with that confident smile he always wore. No one's getting left behind. Promised. And now, the irony. The one who promised no one would be left behind was the one who had fallen the farthest. You made a promise too, Cassie murmured, her fingers closing tighter around her weapon's handle. You said you wouldn't give up either. She had seen the exact moment, the perfect instant when Uriel's corruption would reach its peak, just before the darkness sealed his core completely. At that moment, he would be vulnerable. Not physically, the darkness would always be stronger, but mentally. The original Uriel, the one still fighting deep within, would rise for an instant. A single instant. And in that instant, Cassie could use her silent dancer to cut the thread binding Uriel to the corruption. But to do it, she would have to be close. Very close. Within reach of the fangs and claws, where a normal person would die in seconds. Cassie stopped. She could see them now, the two colossal serpents, wrapped in a dance of violence so pure it almost seemed beautiful. Sunny was being dominated, his blind fury becoming his greatest weakness. You've always been the most emotional of us, Cassie thought. That's your strength and your curse. She remembered the dance of valor, when Sunny had stepped away from Nephis' side. She remembered the look in both their eyes when the flames fell between them like a wall. And she remembered the promise she had made to them both, quietly, when no one else could hear. I'll protect them, no matter the cost. Cassie clenched her teeth and began moving toward the cliff's edge. The water below boiled with violence, but she knew it was the shortest path. The vision had shown her the exact point where she needed to be. Dash dash dash. Sunny's roar was a cry of pure frustration. Every blow he landed was answered with two. Every wound he inflicted closed almost instantly. Uriel, the corrupted version, was relentless, and his knife-sharp tongue cut deeper than any fang. Look at yourself, said the voice in his mind. Look at Nephis. So weak, so useless, watching from afar. And Cassie. Where's your dear seer? Hiding, as always. Always with her secrets, never with answers. Shut up. Sunny shouted again, but his voice sounded less like a roar and more like a whimper. The dark serpent laughed, a sound that vibrated through the water like an earthquake. You know what's pathetic, Sunny? That you still believe you can save them. That you still believe you're someone. You've always been a slave. Born a slave, die a slave, and deep down, in that dark corner of your soul you don't want to look at, you know it. Sunny felt the words like daggers. Each one found a crack in his armor, each one found a doubt, a fear, an insecurity. In Nephis, Uriel continued, his form twisting around Sunny like a constrictor. Do you think she sees you as anything more than a tool? You're useful, Sunny. Very useful. But the moment you stop being. It's not true. Sunny broke free with an outburst of strength that surprised even himself. His claws sank into Uriel's body, and for a moment, just a moment, it seemed he had the advantage. But Uriel only laughed harder. See, even now, even with all your power, you can't really hurt me. What do you hope to achieve, little one? What do you hope to prove? Sunny felt tears mixing with the saltwater. It wasn't fair. After everything he'd been through, after everything he'd suffered, he was still the same. The same one who couldn't protect anyone. The same one who always failed. Sunny clenched his teeth within the shadow manifestation. He crushed those thoughts, deciding to discard that way of thinking. That wasn't him. Activating the enchantment of the Crown of Twilight, he surrendered once more to rage, dispelling the doubt growing in his soul. The darkness around him intensified, his serpent form becoming denser, sharper. With renewed murderous fury, Sunny attacked Uriel with everything he had. His fangs sank into the corrupted serpent's neck, and for a moment, a single moment, he felt the flesh give way under his pressure. But Uriel only laughed. Is that all? He asked, his voice distorted but clear. Is that all you can do when you're angry? You think anger makes you stronger. Anger makes you blind, Sunny. It makes you predictable. It makes you weak. Uriel's tail coiled around Sunny's body, squeezing with a force that made his bones creak. Sunny tried to break free, but the darkness enveloped him like a shroud. Listen, Uriel whispered, his mouth near Sunny's ear. I'm going to tell you something you don't want to hear. Something you've been avoiding from the start. Sunny tried to cover his ears, but the words kept coming. You will never be free. No matter how many battles you win, no matter how many times you save the day. There will always be someone stronger, someone who controls you. You were born to serve. And that's what you'll do until the day you die. No. Damn it. Sunny felt despair mixing with rage. It's not true. No. Uriel's laugh was cruel, cutting. Then why are you still here? Why are you still fighting a battle you know you can't win? Why don't you surrender? Sunny felt something break inside him. It wasn't his soul or his essence core. It was something deeper. It was his hope. The belief that he could be more than a slave. The belief that he could be free. Free. Sunny whispered, and the word sounded strange in his mouth. Free, Uriel repeated, mocking. You don't know what it means. You never will. Shut your damn mouth. With a furious roar, the enchantment of the crown above his head became much more invasive, leaving nothing but a tearing fury. Moving his shadow manifestation, he launched himself against the enormous manifestation of pure darkness, biting its throat and dragging it out of the great river. Final clash. The water exploded in a curtain of foam as the two colossal serpents emerged from the great river. Their bodies, wrapped in darkness and shadows, rose toward the sky like living towers before crashing against the ground of twilight with an impact that made the earth tremble. The manifestations crumbled, dissipating into torrents of black and gray energy. Sunny and Uriel fell to the ground, their human forms returning as dust and debris rose around them like a shroud. Sunny was covered in terrible wounds. His tunic, torn to shreds, revealed deep cuts that bled essence. His breathing was irregular, and every movement cost him monumental effort. But his eyes, those dark eyes that had seen so much, still burned with a fire that refused to go out. Uriel, on the other hand, seemed almost unharmed. His worn black tunic barely showed scratches, and his single red eye gleamed with mocking light. The corruption had strengthened his body, making him more resilient, faster, more lethal. He stood with almost theatrical elegance, stretching his arms as if he had just woken from a nap. "Is that all?" Uriel asked, his voice distorted but clear. "After all that spectacle, is this all you can offer?" Sunny forced himself to stand. Every movement was agony, but he refused to give up. He manifested ancient shadows, calling upon the echoes of his lineage, and a gigantic recreation of himself began to form around him. The figure was imposing, a colossal version of Sunny wrapped in darkness, with the sword of solace in one hand and the emerald Jian sword in the other. Uriel observed the manifestation with interest. "Interesting. But do you think that's enough to stop me?" The Jian sword, enormous and brilliant, descended upon Uriel with the force of a meteor. But the corrupted terror leapt, avoiding the blow with impossible agility. His body transformed in midair, becoming an enormous black dragon whose wings darkened the sky. He opened his maw and unleashed a column of black flames that engulfed the shadow manifestation, scorching its surface. Sunny grunted, feeling the pain through his connection to the manifestation. But he didn't give up. The Jian sword moved again, cutting the dragon's wing and tearing a roar of pain from it. "That's it," Sunny shouted. "Feel the pain. Feel what it's like." But Uriel only laughed. "Pain? You think this is pain? You know nothing, Sunny. You don't know what it's like to lose everything. You don't know what it's like to be consumed by darkness." The dragon twisted, its black flames intensifying. Sunny's manifestation began to crack under the assault, and the Jian sword wavered. Uriel seized the moment to attack, his claws tearing through the manifestation's chest. "You're pathetic, Sunny," said Uriel, his voice resonating from the dragon. "You let yourself be carried away by your rage and emotions. Emotions are weakness. If you want power, you must take it. Without hesitation. Without feeling. Only action, cold, relentless, and selfish. You're nothing more than a mindless beast." Sunny's manifestation collapsed. The Jian sword fell to the ground, and the colossal figure crumbled into a torrent of shadows that dissipated in the wind. Sunny fell to his knees, his body battered and bleeding, his breath ragged. Uriel landed before him, his human form returning. His single red eye looked at Sunny with contempt. "See, even now, with all your power, you're nothing but a slave. You always will be." Sunny clenched his fists. Rage consumed him, a rage so pure and visceral it nearly blinded him. The crown of twilight, still under its enchantment of wrath, commanded him to fight, kill, destroy his enemy. His prey. His. But even in the midst of that fury, something deep in his mind whispered that it wasn't enough. That rage wouldn't save him. That it would only lead him to his doom. Uriel advanced, his hand extended to deliver the final blow. But then, a fragment of soul at least a meter in diameter began to fall from the sky, shining with white and pure light. Uriel's eyes widened and he cursed. "No, that's..." Before he could finish the sentence, the explosion occurred. A blinding light, a burst of concentrated energy that only affected Uriel, engulfed him completely. All of twilight trembled from the impact, and Uriel's body of darkness dissipated, leaving the corrupted terror with massive burns across his entire body. The explosion had thrown him several kilometers from the area, launching him into a desolate wasteland where Nephis had self-destructed. Uriel fell to the ground, his body smoking and shattered. He barely had enough energy to remain standing. He slowly rose to his feet, his single eye burning with deep hatred. He formed a sword of darkness, but its form flickered, unstable, from lack of essence. "That damned, changing star," Uriel growled. "Even dead, she manages to wound me." He turned, and then he saw her. Cassie stood there, wearing different armor. An immaculate white tunic, with golden transcendent metal protections. A helmet with a visor that kept her eyes hidden, and on her back, 2 white wings that shone with celestial light. Uriel recognized that armor. It was the one he had given her in the past, a 3rd-level transcendent armor. He had created it to protect her, to give her a chance to survive in the darkest moments. And now, she wore it to face him. So this is where everything is decided? Uriel asked, his voice barely a whisper. Yes, Cassie replied, holding her silent dancer. The curved blade gleamed with cold light, ready for the final strike. Uriel looked around. The wasteland was desolate, empty. Only him and Cassie. Two solitary figures on a battlefield that had witnessed too much death. Do you think you can kill me? Uriel asked, a twisted smile on his face. Do you think you're strong enough? Strength isn't what matters, Cassie replied. Only opportunity. Uriel laughed, a weak, broken laugh. You were always the smartest, Cassie. The one who saw beyond. The one who knew when to strike. And I also know when to let go, she said, her voice soft but firm. Uriel didn't respond. He simply lunged forward, his sword of darkness aimed at Cassie's heart. But before he could reach her, an arrow pierced his chest. Kai arrived from the sky, his bow still vibrating from the shot. Cassie. Now. Cassie moved. Her silent dancer traced a silver arc, and before Uriel could react, the blade pierced his heart. Then, with a fluid motion, she cut his body diagonally. Uriel fell to the ground with an incredulous expression on his face. His single eye looked at Cassie, and for a moment, something like peace gleamed in it. Thank you, he whispered, barely audible. His eye faded forever. Uriel's body, finally free from the corruption, lay motionless on the ground. Cassie only heard the spell's voice in her mind. You have killed a corrupted terror, abyss contemplator. You have received a memory. Cassie sighed, lowering her weapon. That was the only way, she murmured to herself. Kai landed beside her, his face tired but relieved. Is it over? Is it finally over? Cassie nodded slowly. Yes. Uriel is dead. We just need to return to fallen grace and from there head to the verge to finish the nightmare. Kai looked at Uriel's body, his expression a mixture of sadness and relief. He would have wanted it this way. He would have wanted us to stop him. I know, Cassie replied, sheathing her silent dancer. That's why I did it. Let's give him a proper burial. It's the least we can do, said Cassie, feeling a knot begin to form in her throat. Kai summoned a memory, a black cloak, and carefully wrapped their friend's body in it. When he finished, he walked alongside Cassie toward where the others were. Elsewhere, Mordred sighed. It had been a pity, the death of such a marvelous future vessel as the Dark Lord. An overwhelming power, capable of exerting crushing will. But now it was impossible. He was merely a corpse. He shook his head in denial at such a lamentable outcome. Mordred moved through the reflections. He could sense that soon the third nightmare would end. Funeral. Sunny, driven mad by rage, tried to move his broken and battered body, his mind clouded by fury and pain. No matter how hard he tried, he could not get to his feet. A dark, savage anger consumed his entire aching being. No. Where was the great black bastard? Where had his prey gone? Who had dared to interrupt his battle? If only he had had more time, if only no one had interfered in his fight. Sunny would have been able to kill the corrupted terror with his own hands. But that was impossible. The crushing weight of the terror's presence that had covered all of Twilight had completely vanished, a sign of its death, and now he needed a new target. Kill them all, leave nothing and no one behind. Sunny could make out several figures among the shadows. A disgusting fly that had been getting in his way. A nuisance that only knew how to interfere. But the one he hated most was a pale young man clad in a nebulous black cloak, who looked at him mockingly with a smile full of disdain. Look at yourself, fool. Mad as a goat. How pathetic, how familiar, how repulsive. An abomination staggered toward him, a deranged look in its rotting eyes, crystal claws sprouting from a stump, twisted fangs jutting from its bloodied maw. He smiled. Good. For the moment, he couldn't stand, so the creature offered itself generously. Sunny was going to enjoy tearing it apart. But before he could, a slender estoc pierced the abomination's chest, and a radiant hand grasped its head. The creature blazed with incandescent light, being incinerated from within, then shattered like a broken mirror. No, another, they had stolen another from him. Thieves, traitors. He had to kill them, tear them apart, break them, mutilate them, and consume them. As Sunny snarled and tried to rise, someone approached him and stopped a step away. Lifting his gaze, he saw a dazzling young woman watching him in silence from above, her face expressionless yet concealing a sea of emotions within. Her silver hair swayed slightly in the wind, and radiant sparks danced in her cold eyes. I'll kill you, he growled, with undisguised rage and hatred. The young woman looked at him for a few moments, then knelt, placing a hand on his head and stroking his hair. After a few seconds of this, the young woman said something that filled Sunny with even greater rage and hatred upon hearing it. Sunless. Relinquish your crown. Those simple words were enough for an even more intense rage to invade his mind and soul, a rage so blind that, if his body were not already broken, he would have used it to tear apart the woman before him. Yet he could do nothing. His body and being ceased to obey him the moment he heard that command. She commanded me. The crown of twilight dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks, and with it, the fury also disappeared, leaving behind only horror, confusion, and also pain. The pain he had ignored during his fury struck him completely, making him tremble and let out a tormented groan. But before he could feel more of the unbearable pain, the hand still resting on his head glowed with a soft, warm radiance that carried the pain away. White flames spread across his body, healing his wounds and his shattered soul. Several seconds passed until confusion and relief washed over him. As he pondered what had happened after using the enchantment of the Crown of Twilight, he watched several figures approach. The first was a handsome young man with reddish hair and green eyes. Beside him stood a woman with hair as golden as the sun, her eyes hidden behind a blue blindfold. In the handsome young man's arms was a large bundle wrapped in beautiful black cloth. From a puddle of water that reflected the sky of eternal twilight, Mordred emerged, in poor condition. From an amulet Cassie held, both Effie and Jet emerged. Immediately, a black crow flew to Jet's side. All of Twilight, or what remained of the ancient city, was silent. The terror was dead, the soul thief was dead, and above all, the abyss gazer was dead. The group returned to the chain breaker, moving away from Twilight, which was beginning to be dragged into the depths of the great river. It washed away everything that had once been the challengers and inhabitants of the river brought by Darren. On the ship's bow, Sunny, Neffys, Kai, Effie, Jet, Mordred, and Cassie were gathered. On the wooden deck lay the corpse of a young man whose face was peaceful, his eyes closed, his hair hanging freely like seaweed, his skin turned gray and cold. This was the corpse of Uriel. Little, murmured Effie in a low voice. She had met Uriel during the Forgotten Shore, when he recruited her for his crazy plans. At first, she thought he was a mad, arrogant fool, but her opinion quickly changed after spending time with him. Seeing his corpse now reminded her of her original group, killed by the Lord of the Dead, those she couldn't protect. And now she had lost someone important again. Kai looked at the lifeless body of his friend, who had pulled him out of that pit that day and changed his life, giving him hope of returning to the waking world. His flaw, which could tell when someone lied, had never activated with him because he always told the truth. Even when he accomplished impossible things that made anyone doubt his sanity, Kai knew they were true. Neffys looked at the young man wrapped in funeral cloths. She remembered their first meeting at the academy and the fight they had, as well as their training and the bet they made. She recalled how, at first, she used him to improve her skills and gain information about the Dream Realm and the Sovereigns in order to kill them. However, as she interacted with him more and more, she discovered that Uriel had taken a permanent place within her heart. Sunny looked at the corpse. He was one of the most affected by it. He had known Uriel since his first day as a sleeper at the police station, how he saw him as a nuisance, a madman, someone extremely annoying and irritating, but also as an unconditional friend who never hesitated to stand up for everyone and selflessly help anyone he could. Even at the end, at the Crimson Spire, he chose to stay behind, alone, just so everyone else could live. Damn idiot, Sunny thought, clenching his fists, feeling his nails cut wounds into his palms. Jet looked at the young man before her. She had seen many sleepers and awakened die without being truly affected, but looking at that young man, she felt her heart grow heavy. Uriel was a beacon of light. He had accomplished feats that immortalized him in history, changed the fate of an entire continent, and ensured that millions could live and return to their families. Jet would make sure that when she returned to the government, that young man would be considered one of the greatest heroes to ever exist. Mordred, who stood apart, shook his head. He didn't like the heavy atmosphere of the place, nor did he really care about the corpse. He simply thought, what a pity I couldn't steal the body. That was the only thing on his mind and what he regretted. Finally, the one in the worst state of all was Cassie, whose emotions were so strong that her brain simply entered an emergency lockdown, preventing her collapse in that moment. All her memories of Uriel and their time together were pushed to the back of her mind. She couldn't break down now, not in front of everyone. So she decided to simply ignore the pain she felt, using her aspect to keep those memories from surfacing. We should burn him, Cassie finally said, her voice cold and calm, as if she were talking about the weather. Everyone looked at her in shock. Effie shook her head in disbelief. No, she said, we should bury him. That's what he would have wanted. How do you know? Cassie asked. It's just a corpse now. It won't care. Cassie, we're being serious, said Sunny. We can't burn his body. Sunny's right, said Jet. Let's leave him in the waking world. At least there, he can find peace. That's pointless, said Cassie. That thing, she said, pointing at the corpse, is just a dead nightmare creature that must be burned. Are you willing to risk a nightmare creature rising from his corpse or his dark essence? She asked. Sunny grew angry. What the hell is wrong with you, Cassie? Why are you so cold? Did you care so little? Cassie looked at Sunny, even through her blindfold, she rolled her eyes. Whether I care or not is my problem, not yours, Sunless. Do whatever you want with the corpse. I'll go to the helm to return to fallen grace. With those words, Cassie silently walked away. What's wrong with her? Effie asked, bewildered by Cassie's behavior. In fact, everyone was equally confused, especially Sunny and Neffys, who knew of Cassie's strong feelings toward the black-haired man. Perhaps, Neffys murmured. Perhaps what? Kai asked. It's her way of avoiding the pain, said Neffys. Maybe it affected her so much that she refuses to accept it, building a wall to keep from collapsing. It's best to give her some time alone. So what do we do with Ural's body? Sunny asked. Burn it. Cassie has a point. We don't know how bringing him to the waking world might affect him, since he was corrupted. Although the corruption leaves with death, we don't know what could happen. Everyone looked at the corpse one last time before nodding. Agreed, said Sunny, looking at Neffys. Sunny used some essence to create an altar of shadows that lifted the body a meter above the wooden deck. Neffys approached and used her white flames, which began to spread across the entire body, slowly turning it to ashes carried away by the wind. After the body was reduced to nothing but ashes that scattered with the wind, everyone went to different places to deal with their own thoughts and emotions. The edge of the great river. So this is Verge, Uriel murmured as he stood atop an enormous corpse belonging to a great beast he had recently killed. Beneath him, hidden by water contaminated with corruption, lay several thousand nightmare creatures, all obedient and still, some fighting against the abominations, carving a path for Darren and Kronos to pass. Uriel sighed. He knew the journey would be difficult and harrowing, but it was far worse than he had imagined. At first, the trip was calm, however, everything changed midway when a swarm of abominations pursued them relentlessly. That wouldn't have been a problem to eliminate, except for one small detail. The numbers. There were hundreds of thousands of abominations, all at least corrupted rank, all heading toward them, devouring everything in their path like hungry locusts. Even Darren, who was a supreme, found it troublesome to deal with an army of hundreds of thousands. It would take too much time and would only attract the attention of the horrors from the depths. So they fled at full speed. But that was only the beginning. They crossed impossible distances where time twisted and turned, fighting great abominations, among them a great terror that pursued them for days until they managed to kill it. To add more to their plate, they were attacked by a cursed rank beast that Darren had to kill while he and Kronos faced great beasts, keeping thousands of corrupted at bay. It was undoubtedly a harrowing hell that no normal saint could survive. But they were not normal. Kronos possessed experience in large-scale combat, and his aspect over time made him a devastating enemy. Darren was a supreme with thousands of years of experience in wielding his will. As for Uriel himself, he had multiple dark creatures of supreme rank. His will, though not as strong as a supreme's, was powerful. His current rank in terms of power would be somewhere between a mere transcendent and a supreme being. Combined with his supreme rank armor of the 7th tier and his aspect, he was the most lethal of them all. But even with all of this, it wasn't enough. They could only flee to distance themselves and reach their destination, the heart of the impious titan used to create the Black Pyramid. Uriel sighed. I wonder how my nightmare self is doing. I suppose he's fine. After murmuring that, he summoned the winter beast, which had completed its evolution. The titan, now supreme, descended like an implacable judge. Its will spread like a wildfire, freezing hundreds of abominations with each passing second. The spell's voice whispered constantly in his head, reporting each death and new memories, which he paid no attention to. After clearing a massive section, he dismissed his dark creature. Immediately, he transformed into a massive sea serpent about 100 meters long, moving at a monstrous speed, cutting the distance between him and his traveling companions. As he followed the trail of destruction left by the Supreme and the Transcendent, Uriel caught up with them at the farthest point from the corrupt swarm, downstream. After several hours of traveling at breakneck speeds, Uriel slowed down until he finally emerged from the water. Using his will, he commanded the water to support his weight, and it did. Uriel walked on the water, watching Darren and Kronos waiting for him. I managed to buy us some time. It should be enough to give us at least a few hours lead. Darren nodded upon hearing that. Agreed. From this point on, we'll enter a space more dangerous than crossing Verge. At this point, time will cease to exist, and the closer we get to the estuary, the more perilous it will become. How long do you think we'll be out there? Asked Shade, who was small in size and sat on Uriel's shoulder. I don't know, said Darren. It could be moments, or even years. I don't think I have that much time, Uriel murmured. Do not worry, Master, said Kronos. Time in this place is different from the outside, to the point that outside the world from which we came, time would appear frozen. So time here moves faster. Exactly. That's good to know, at least, Uriel said with a sigh. Let's move, said Darren. Kronos and Uriel nodded. Uriel transformed into a figure shrouded in darkness. Kronos opted for his transcendent form, ethereal, twisted time. And Darren took the form of a titanic sea serpent. The three ventured once more into the river, plunging into its dangerous waters. If Uriel had considered the journey to Verge Infernal, the journey to the estuary was like descending into the very depths of the most twisted and imagined hell. He had witnessed indescribable horrors. He had seen enormous sections of the great river vanish from one moment to the next. Massive structures hidden by the deepest darkness watched him with thousands of gleaming eyes. He had witnessed the battle between two impious creatures whose clash shattered time and space around them, creating enormous, massive waves they had to avoid. They saw fragments of the Doom War, how a god descended upon an enormous, inconceivable army, cursing them with a terrible malediction. He saw the vague figure of the demon of destiny, enveloped in a tearing fury with a killing intent so concentrated it made him pale. This and much more was what he had to avoid, or escape from. The further they advanced toward the most distant past, the worse everything became. It wasn't until they had to fight to move forward that Uriel had to unleash his entire arsenal and use every ounce of his strength and will to survive. Darren was the one guiding them forward, fighting against the most powerful abominations that were drawn to their souls. At some point, Uriel had to drag a great terror into his sea of souls so that the thing inside his soul could kill it. And then another, he repeated this several times throughout the endless journey. At the end of each day, they barely survived the wounds to their bodies and souls. Finally, after what seemed like an endless eternity, they saw it, small wisps of white mist. We're close, declared Darren, his voice somewhat tense. Even for a Supreme, reaching this area alone was complicated, and even more so while carrying two transcendents. Uriel wondered, if by this time there were terrifying horrors, how terrifying would it have been thousands of years earlier, when the first seeker sailed to the estuary? Was there no corruption? Were there no nightmare creatures? Or did her aspect make the journey easier? As always, he had no answers to those questions. The three ventured into the mist. Uriel and Kronos stopped using their transcendent transformations, climbing onto Darren's head, who used his lineage from the storm god to guide them toward the estuary. They traveled in silence for a while, changing direction occasionally, until finally they saw it. Two enormous pillars of black rock, like a gateway. Passing the pillars, the water grew more turbulent for a time, until Darren finally stopped. We've arrived, said the Supreme. Uriel looked up, seeing only darkness. Squinting, he saw it. An enormous heart of black stone, as large as a mountain, or even bigger. Finally, they had reached the heart of Ariel's great tomb, the place that only the Seekers had attempted to reach, and only one had succeeded. The estuary. So, this is the estuary. According to his memories, the estuary was located in a place that existed before time, and therefore before the birth of the gods. So this place should be the void. Uriel contemplated the void, feeling a strange sense of familiarity and peace, as if, after a long time, he had returned home. It must be because I am a creature of the void, or because of my Prince of the Void attribute, he reflected inwardly. He felt his wounds, surrounded by darkness, begin to heal rapidly, and his essence began to return at great speed. The three leapt into the void, landing on the black rocky surface, beginning their ascent into the interior of the estuary to break the time of the great river. They climbed a vast, silent, and empty path. Uriel looked around curiously. There was no trace of the chain breaker. Which was obvious, since they were in the true tomb of Ariel, not a recreation made by the spell. What are you thinking about? Asked Darren. Something strange. My companions are going through their third nightmare, and it's in this very tomb. I was just thinking about how curious life is. They are in a trial made by the spell, and I am in the real version. It seems you have faith that your friends will overcome that nightmare. Oh, they will. That I can bet on. Darren said nothing, as they had arrived at the entrance. Before them stretched the entrance to a vast circular tunnel, surrounded by tall columns. Stone steps led to the mouth of the tunnel, clearly made by human hands, or rather, by the hands of a demon. Well, this is as far as we go, said Kronos. The rest depends on you, Master. You mean the truth that Ariel buried? Exactly. Only someone immune to corruption can pass through the tunnel. If we try, we will be corrupted by the truth. Kronos summoned two collars made of ancient bone. These are special collars I made. They allow living beings to be stored inside them. Inside, time does not pass for us, it's as if we were only there for a second. Once you pass the tunnel, take us out of the collars. Uriel took the collars and nodded, activating the enchantment. He watched as the figures of Kronos and Darren disappeared, leaving behind the 2 collars, which he took and stored in his Sea of Souls. This gave him an idea to solve one of his problems once the impious one entered Ariel's tomb. Sighing, Uriel took his first step into the tunnel, and then another. Thanks to his affinity for pure darkness, he could clearly see the tunnel descending even deeper. Uriel advanced unhurriedly. After all, he had all the time in the world to explore the estuary. And since time was almost frozen in the outside world of the tower, he could stay for a long time and barely a few days or weeks would pass at most. He remembered that the original cohort, after returning from Ariel's tomb, had the great titan that emerged in Antarctica being repelled by the leader of the Valor clan. If he calculated things like distance and time, his time outside the waking world was about a few days, at most a week, or maybe they emerged the very instant they entered. He had no way of knowing for sure. Shaking off his thoughts, he looked at the vast, enormous tunnel created by the demon of terror. Stopping, he felt a crushing sensation in his chest. He observed the entrance to a cracked tunnel, as if inviting him to enter. Inside that tunnel lay the truth that Ariel had written and preferred to forget rather than carry its burden. Shade, Uriel called, awakening the lazy bastard that was his other self. What, are we going to fight a cursed terror? I don't think so. I'm just waking you up because I'm about to enter that tunnel. If I go mad, well, I trust you'll bring me back to my senses. Leave that to me. Oh, and be careful, if the knowledge is too much, I'll ask Soul to seal it. Agreed. With that said, Uriel placed 1 foot inside the tunnel. Venturing further, he curiously looked at the first rune carved there, which meant void, and with that, his world went dark. Uriel blinked in confusion, feeling a terrible headache and pain all over his body. Shit, you're finally back. You know, I almost feared you'd really get lost in all that, said Shade, his voice sounding tired and relieved. What the hell happened? You went crazy, that's what happened. Uriel frowned. He only remembered putting 1 foot inside the tunnel, and then simply coming out of some kind of trance. A huge chunk of his memory had been completely ripped away. Tell me what happened, and where am I? Hey, take it easy, old man, said Shade. You were right to worry. The runes carved in that cave were too much for a transcendent's mind. Shade's voice sounded exhausted. You read the truth that Ariel left about the void, and it broke your mind, driving you into a terrible madness. Seriously, you were really crazy. Anyway, I had to stop you. We fought for a while, I managed to contain you and asked Soul to block those memories, as well as mine. After that, I dragged us away from that place to the lake and waited for you to regain consciousness. I think it took about 2 or 3 months. That long? Yeah, you were like a vegetable. I see. Well, thank you for that. It's fine. Well, if you'll excuse me, I need to sleep. I'm dead tired, said Shade. Uriel felt Shade's presence in his mind grow faint until it almost disappeared, a sign that he was asleep. He stood up. Apparently, the containment of his memories had completely healed his wounds, leaving him intact. After getting to his feet, he looked around, finding only a vast sea or an enormous river before him. A terrible truth. Uriel looked at the expanse of water atop the black stone. He gazed upward but could not see the ceiling of the enormous cavern. He observed the calm waters of the lake before him. Shaking his head, he began to walk across the dark water, using his will to make the water support his weight. Uriel wondered if he could do that to walk on the walls as well. He walked across the lake's surface calmly until he noticed something faintly glowing. As he drew closer, the glow intensified. Finally stopping, he looked down and saw runes. The spell refused to translate the runes, but Uriel knew what they said. He had learned about ancient runes during his second nightmare thanks to Gretel, a scholar from the Golden Age. Even the Golden Age of ancient civilizations had its own golden era, which made him wonder just how ancient those years truly were. Shaking his head, Uriel paid attention to the runes. Hail Weaver, Demon of Fate, Firstborn of the Unknown. Uriel looked around and found another set of runes. Hail Hope, Demon of Desire, Firstborn of the Unknown. Uriel looked at another name. Hail Rhyme, Demon of Repose, Firstborn of the Unknown. Hail Nether, Demon of Choice and Destiny, Firstborn of the Unknown. Hail Mirage, Demon of Imagination, Firstborn of the Unknown. Hail Oblivion, Demon of Oblivion, Firstborn of the Unknown. Hail Ariel, Demon of Terror, Firstborn of the Unknown. So those are the names of the 7 demons born from the forgotten god, Uriel murmured. Well, it seems 7 is mystical, 7 gods, 7 demons. So shouldn't there be 7 void creatures as well? He murmured to himself. It was a bit strange, actually. Perhaps there were, and they were never mentioned in the novel. Uriel sighed. It seems that's what this is about, he murmured. As he recalled, the 7 demons were born from the 7th god, who was sealed by his siblings when they sealed the void and corruption. In that way, after countless years, he became corrupted, becoming the god of nightmares, dreams, and corruption. If he did the math, then Weaver had contemplated fate and knew that all realms would be corrupted, so he created the nightmare spell to cultivate talents who could prevent the destruction of all realms. And since worshipping demons was forbidden, because if they were worshipped, they would worship the forgotten in such a way that he would awaken from his slumber and kill everything. But where does the nightmare spell fit in? Uriel didn't understand. If the goal was to cultivate awakened faster with the nightmare spell, no, there was something deeper he was overlooking, but he didn't know what it was. There was a connection between the Doom War, the nightmare spell, and the Forgotten One. Uriel walked on, seeing multiple scenes about the truth of the demons, creation and the hidden truth of the gods, which he had already deduced. He stopped at the message Ariel had left behind. The message read, "This is the truth I left behind. It reveals the lie of the gods. The Forgotten One sleeps in the void, eternal and ever-changing. The gods were perfect. I am the son of their transgression, and thus their flaw." Well, that's interesting, was all Uriel said before continuing on his way. He would have time to think about that later. Right now, he had a river to kill. Uriel continued advancing across the lake, following the current beneath his feet. As he walked, subtle ripples spread out beside him. He walked for an indeterminate amount of time, his expression remaining calm, for someone who had just discovered one of the greatest truths of the universe. But that was just how he was. Simply discovering the truth didn't shock him as much as one might expect. It was just an, oh, and he moved on. As he walked, the surface began to churn, and the current steadily increased until waves formed. He looked at irregular rocks emerging from the water, resembling cliffs, where water flowed between them and a faint mist rose here and there. Reaching the top of the irregular rocks, Uriel summoned the 2 amulets. After speaking a few words with the sorcery of weaving, he watched as 2 figures appeared. The first was Darren, and the second was Kronos. "Well, it's been a while since I saw you," Uriel said with a smile. "How much time passed?" asked Darren. "I don't know. I suppose 3 or 4 months. I spent 3 of those months in a state of madness from the runes," he said simply. "To us, it was no more than a second," said Darren. In one moment, he had been speaking with Uriel, and in the next, like blinking, he was standing on rocky protrusions within the estuary. "We're almost at where Ariel anchored the river," said Kronos. "The Guardian is passing by. Will it be a problem?" "Yes. We'll have to kill it to cross and reach our destination." "Do you know its rank?" "It's a sacred being. A sacred demon," he clarified. "That will be a problem," said Uriel. He could fight great creatures, but not of sacred or cursed rank. For now, that was out of his league. After resting well and eating something, they continued. Darren used his lineage to guide them through the treacherous river, whose waters, if fallen into, would send them to a different time from where they currently were. After crossing the labyrinth, they found themselves in a vast expanse of calm, dark water. The 3 observed countless corpses of great nightmare creatures, all dead. Though their bodies lacked physical wounds, it seemed as if their souls had been shattered in an instant. Uriel felt an overwhelming weight freeze him in place. Immediately, he used his will, as did Kronos and Darren, which slightly reduced the pressure of the thing they had awakened. Something immense and terrifying began to move in the depths, staring fixedly at them. "Master, prepare for battle," Kronos warned. A moment later, a harrowing scream shook the entire estuary, distorting time itself. The water exploded upward, giving way to a strange and terrifying creature. Its skin was a pale gray, and its body was formless, like a shifting mass of flesh. Its size was titanic, nearly matching his supreme tyrant, though far stronger. The flesh split open, revealing a tangle of enormous, horrifying tentacles. Darren summoned his memory, a sacred rank spear of the 5th tier, which he had obtained by killing a cursed tyrant. Kronos, for his part, had summoned a Japanese sword, a katana with a blue hilt and a gray blade. That weapon was of supreme rank, 6th tier, which Uriel had given him after killing a great terror in Verge. Finally, Uriel summoned his most powerful weapon yet, one he had never truly needed to use before. From his dark storage emerged a sword. Simple, its blade long and broad, ending in a black point like the night sky, with a crimson hilt. Runes were carved into the blade as if burned by fire. This was the shattered blade he had found in the Forgotten Shore, alongside the sacred fragments of the dead void being. If he was correct, that sword was at least sacred or even divine rank. The Guardian unleashed its will against them, reshaping the world according to its whim, under a presence that was unaffected by physical laws. Any advice? Uriel asked, looking at Darren, who nodded. Just try to survive. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind. With those final words, hell was fully unleashed. Guardian. The clash of wills was so violent that the entire estuary seemed to hold its breath. Uriel felt his own essence tremble before the overwhelming presence of the sacred demon, a creature that should not exist in any conceivable plane of reality. The shapeless mass of grayish flesh writhed in the air, its countless tentacles tearing at the fabric of time and space as it hurled its will against the three invaders. Each assault was like a hammer striking directly at their souls, a pressure so intense that Uriel felt his teeth grind and his vision blur at moments. Darren was the first to react. The Supreme moved with a fluidity that belied his appearance, his fifth-level sacred lance tracing arcs of pure light that impacted the Guardian's tentacles. Each impact generated shockwaves that distorted the surrounding reality, causing the estuary's water to rise in impossible columns. Darren's will was like a sharpened sword, precise and deadly, capable of facing the very concept the sacred demon represented. Keep its attention on me. Darren shouted as he dodged an attack that would have erased his existence. Uriel didn't need to be told twice. His right hand closed around the crimson hilt of his black sword, feeling how the fire-etched runes vibrated with an ancestral power he barely understood. The weapon resonated with his own darkness, as if it recognized a distant relative in him. When he charged, the blade pierced the Guardian's will defense like a hot knife through butter. The first wound was superficial but significant. The divine sword, forged with fragments of a void being, ignored the laws that protected creatures of its rank. The sacred demon emitted a sound that was neither a roar nor a groan, but something worse, the distorted echo of 1,000 consumed souls in agony. Now, Kronos had been working in silence, his fingers tracing runes in the air with a precision that defied comprehension. Strands of twisted time tangled between his hands, forming a pattern that Uriel vaguely recognized as anchoring sorcery. The Guardian, feeling threatened, redoubled its attack against the most vulnerable of the group. The sacred demons will concentrated on Uriel with the force of a collapsing sun, and he felt his soul cores creak under the pressure. His 7 soul cores pulsed within him, threatening to destroy themselves. Uriel. Darren tried to intercept, but the Guardian struck him with a tentacle that distorted reality in its path, taking advantage of the Supreme's distraction. The impact sent the Supreme flying across the estuary, his body crashing through columns of black rock until he disappeared into the distance. Suddenly, Uriel was alone. The full weight of the sacred demon's existence fell upon him like an ocean of molten steel. His will, powerful but not at the level of a true Supreme, was like a candle before a hurricane. He felt the creature begin to unravel his essence, to study his soul like a curious child dismantling a toy. And then he understood. The sacred demon wielded the concept of souls. It could create them, consume them, erase them from existence. It was a predator of essences, a devourer of identities. And Uriel, with his innate weakness to direct soul attacks, was its perfect prey. Panic threatened to paralyze him, but something deeper ignited within him. The same survival instinct that had kept him alive through the second nightmare, through Verge, through the madness of Ariel's truth. I am not your prey. Uriel bellowed, and his voice resonated with a power he didn't know he possessed. He transformed. His body dissolved into a shapeless mass of pure darkness, a living shadow that spread in all directions. White eyes sharp as blades opened across its surface, and mouths filled with nightmare fangs gnawed at the edge of reality. This was the form he had feared to use since the second nightmare, the aspect that connected him directly to the void that had created him. The dark mass enveloped the sacred demon. Uriel felt his intangible form press against the creature's will, his multiple mouths biting and tearing at the Guardian's shifting flesh. Each bite generated small wounds on the demon's body, but also an agonizing pain in his own being. The Guardian counterattacked with concepts, with the very essence of what it meant to be a creature of souls. Uriel felt one of his soul cores crack under a direct attack from the demon. The pain was like 1,000 blades twisting in his chest, and for a moment his form destabilized, almost returning to his human state. But he clung to his tenacity, to that obstinacy that had characterized him since the day he decided he would not be a victim. I will not surrender. He shouted with all his mouths, and the darkness that composed him intensified. The 7 soul cores he possessed, that strange gift that made him different from any other awakened, began to vibrate in unison. They were like 7 hearts beating in perfect synchrony, and although one of them had cracked under the Guardian's attack, the other 6 strengthened in response. Uriel lashed out with renewed ferocity, his white eyes piercing the sacred demon's flesh. The black sword, still in his possession, had merged with his dark form, becoming an extension of his will. Each blow he struck was a wound the Guardian felt, an offense to its immortal existence. But the creature was ancient, powerful, and it adapted. The sacred demon understood that Uriel's body was immune to conventional physical attacks while he remained in that form of pure darkness. So it changed tactics. Its will concentrated on a single point, Uriel's essence. Not his body, not his form, but the fundamental self that defined him far deeper than his soul. Uriel felt something tear him apart from within. It was as if the demon were pulling invisible threads, unraveling what made him Uriel. His memories began to fade, his emotions to cloud. For a terrifying moment, he forgot who he was, forgot why he was fighting. And then he felt a presence. Kronos, the transcendent of time, had completed his other sorcery. The runes he had been tracing throughout the battle activated with a blinding flash, and the time around the sacred demon began to twist and fold upon itself. The creature became trapped in a temporal loop, its movements repeated over and over without being able to advance or retreat. It was a technique Kronos had perfected over his long life, an anchor that trapped its target in an eternal moment. He couldn't stop the sacred demon forever, but he could give Uriel the seconds he needed to recompose himself. Uriel recoiled, his dark form retracting until he regained his human appearance. He fell to his knees on the estuary's water, gasping and trembling. One of his soul cores remained cracked, and his mind was clouded by the Guardian's attempt to decompose his essence. "Master, you cannot stop now," Kronos said urgently, his fingers still tracing patterns in the air to maintain the temporal loop. "That creature will break free at any moment." Uriel raised his gaze, his bloodshot eyes but blazing with determination. "You're right, I haven't come this far to give up." He stood with effort, feeling the darkness swirl around him in response to his will. The cracked soul core was a problem, but he still had 6 left. He could fight. He could win. The temporal loop began to fracture. The sacred demon emerged from its temporal prison with a fury that distorted the space around it. The tentacles extended in all directions, and its will unfurled like a canvas of death that enveloped everything in its path. But then, from the depths of the estuary, a shadow rose. Darren, the Supreme, had returned, and his form was more imposing than ever. He abandoned his human form, transforming into an enormous sea serpent. Between his sharp scales, flashes of lightning constantly sparkled, and his eyes burned with a primordial fury that recalled a storm. "Guardian," Darren roared, his voice booming like thunder that shook the estuary's foundations. "You are nothing but an obstacle in my path." The Supreme roared as he launched himself against the sacred demon, resuming a devastating battle. The estuary became a liquid hell. Darren, in his colossal sea serpent form, hurled himself at the Guardian with the ferocity of an ancestral predator. His blue scales shone with flashes of electricity as his tail struck the shapeless body of the sacred demon, generating shockwaves that distorted the surrounding water. The Guardian responded with its countless tentacles, each impact pushing the Supreme back meters. Uriel and Kronos dove after them, adopting their transcendent forms. Liquid darkness enveloped them, and Uriel expanded his being to merge with Darren's skin, enhancing his power with his own essence. The advantage began to tilt in their favor, and the Supreme managed to wound the Guardian with increasing depth. But the sacred demon did not yield. Its will became even more unshakable, immune to many of the blows Darren struck. Each wound the Supreme managed to inflict closed almost instantly, and the mass of grayish flesh kept advancing, relentless. The battle became desperate, a war of attrition where each lost second was an opportunity for the Guardian to annihilate them. It was then that Kronos saw it. Further below, in the depths where light had never reached, the nexuses of Ariel's sorcery glowed faintly. They were the foundations of the great river's temporal cycle, the runes that kept time bound and gave existence to the Guardian. If he could destroy them, the river would stop and the sacred demon would cease to be. But to reach there, he needed to pass through the Guardian. Kronos did not hesitate. His transcendent form of twisted time intensified, and the transcendent of time hurled himself toward the heart of the sacred demon with all his will and power. His ethereal body pierced the Guardian's shifting flesh like a spear, and the pain this caused made the Guardian shriek with tearing fury. The sacred demon redirected all its attention toward Kronos, its tentacles enveloping the transcendent in a mortal embrace. But Kronos did not stop. He dragged the Guardian with him, sinking deeper and deeper into the estuary's depths, pulling it away from Darren and Uriel. The Supreme tried to follow them, but the time around him began to accelerate uncontrollably. Even using his will as armor wasn't enough. Each second he spent in those depths equaled hundreds of years, and Darren felt his body aging, his energy draining at an alarming rate. He could not continue. If he followed them, he would die before reaching them. Darren stopped. With a roar of frustration, the Supreme began to ascend back to the surface, leaving Kronos behind in his solitary descent into the depths. The darkness that empowered Darren receded, revealing Uriel in his human form, exhausted and disoriented. Kronos? Uriel asked, his voice barely a whisper as he emerged from the water. Darren shook his head, his expression grim. There were no words. None were needed. Uriel looked toward the dark water that stretched beneath his feet, feeling the distant echo of the battle raging in the depths. Kronos had made the decision for all of them, dragging the Guardian into the estuary's heart to destroy the nexuses of the temporal cycle. Silence stretched between them, broken only by the gentle lapping of the water. Time killer. The depths of the estuary became an abyss of distorted time. Kronos descended at speeds that defied all logic, his transcendent form of twisted time shining like a beacon in the primordial darkness. The sacred demon writhed beneath his grip, its tentacles desperately trying to break free, but the transcendent of time did not release his prey. He had seen the nexuses, he had understood the plan, and nothing in this universe or any other would stop him. The aspect of time that Kronos possessed protected him from the distortions that affected other beings. While Darren had aged decades in seconds, Kronos moved through the temporal loops with a fluidity that only someone who had embraced the concept of time could possess. Each second he spent in those depths was a year, a decade, a century, but for him, it was simply another instant in his eternal dance with chronology. And then he saw it. Thousands of runes glowed on the riverbed, forming a complex pattern that stretched as far as the eye could see. They were the foundations of Ariel's sorcery, the nexuses that kept the great river bound in an eternal cycle. Each rune pulsed with ancient energy, and the time around them was so dense that he could feel it as a physical weight upon his being. It was at that moment that Kronos remembered. This was the same place where he had achieved supremacy. Countless years ago, on a previous journey through the estuary, he had reached these depths and had understood the true nature of time. It was not a line, it was not a cycle, it was a living force that could be shaped, tamed, and yes, even killed. The memory propelled him forward. With a roar that resonated across all frequencies of existence, Kronos slammed the sacred demon against the runes. The impact was catastrophic. The shapeless mass of grayish flesh crashed against the nexuses, and the runes began to crack, forming a chain reaction that spread like a wave of destruction across the riverbed. The sacred demon shrieked, a sound that was neither a roar nor a groan, but the distorted agony of 1,000 tortured souls. Its body, which had been immune to so many attacks, began to tear apart. The will that had kept it unshakable for eons crumbled along with the runes that gave it existence. Deep wounds opened in its flesh, and a black substance gushed from them, dissolving into the water. The Guardian was gravely wounded. Shattered, but not dead. With a desperate movement, the sacred demon freed itself from Kronos' grip and began to ascend toward the surface, fleeing from the depths where its very existence was being dismantled. Its tentacles moved with frenzy, and its will, though weakened, still pulsed with the need to survive. Kronos did not pursue it. He could not. Because at that moment, time struck him with all its fury. The destroyed runes had released the concept of time they had kept prisoner, and now that energy hurled itself at the only living being remaining in the depths. Kronos felt his body age and rejuvenate in chaotic cycles. His skin wrinkled, his bones weakened, and then, in an instant, he was young again, only to age once more. Each second was an eternity of torment, each beat of his heart was a century of existence compressed into an instant. But Kronos did not give up. He extended his soul, embracing the temporal chaos that enveloped him. Time was not his enemy, it was his domain. And if he wanted to survive this, he needed to do what he had always known he must do. He needed to kill time. This would be his act of defiance, the trial that would take him beyond the limits of transcendence. To become a supreme, he needed to prove that he was worthy of that power, that he could master the concept he had embraced his entire life. Kronos closed his eyes and plunged into the temporal maelstrom. His soul extended like a net, catching the fragments of time that bombarded him. He shaped them, tamed them, forced them to submit to his will. He felt the decades of experience accumulate within his being, the centuries of knowledge flow through his mind. And in the midst of that chaos, he found the truth he had been seeking. Time was not a force that could be controlled. It was an illusion, a construct of perception. And Kronos, the transcendent who had traveled through the loops of the great river, was the only one who could see through that illusion. With a cry that echoed through the void, Kronos assimilated time. He did not control it. He did not dominate it. He assimilated it, integrating it into his own essence. The concept of time became part of him, and he became part of the concept. His body stopped aging and rejuvenating, instead, it stabilized in an eternal state, an existence that transcended the limits of chronology. Kronos opened his eyes, and within them shone the power of a supreme. On the surface, Uriel and Darren saw the Guardian emerge. The sacred demon broke the water's surface with an explosion of black energy, its body shattered and bleeding. The massive grayish flesh that had once been imposing was now a shadow of what it had been. Its tentacles hung limp, and its will, once so heavy it could crush souls, was now weak, barely a whisper of what it had been. Uriel felt the change before he saw it. The pressure he had been enduring since the bottle's start suddenly lifted, and the Guardian's overwhelming presence reduced to something almost insignificant. What happened to it? Uriel asked, his voice filled with awe. Darren observed the Guardian with a mixture of satisfaction and caution. Kronos reached the nexuses. He destroyed the runes that maintained the cycle. The Guardian is dying. The sacred demon attempted to attack, but its movement was clumsy, uncoordinated. Its tentacles rose weakly, and its will barely managed to extend a few meters before fading away. The creature that had been an immortal guardian was now an empty shell, an echo of what it had once been. Uriel watched the scene with a mixture of satisfaction and concern. The guardian was defeated, but where was Kronos? And then, from the depths, he felt something. A presence that had not been there before. A will that rose like a rising sun, filling the estuary with its power. It was not the overwhelming will of the guardian, but something more subtle, more profound. Something he recognized as familiar, yet transformed. Kronos had ascended. The water began to churn, and from the depths emerged a figure. It was Kronos, but it was not the same Kronos who had submerged. His body radiated an energy that distorted the space around him, and in his eyes shone the eternal light of tamed time. The transcendent of time had ceased to be a transcendent. Kronos, the first supreme being born in Ariel's tomb, had been born. The supremes fight together. The estuary trembled under the weight of three colossal wills. Darren launched himself at the guardian before it could regain its balance. The sacred demon, though gravely wounded by the destruction of the time nexuses, was still a sacred ranked being with an inexhaustible will, an entity whose existence transcended the limits of what mortals could comprehend. Its shattered body moved with a ferocity born of desperation, its tentacles striking the water with a force that could still kill a careless supreme. The battle on the surface was violent and desperate. Darren, in his sea serpent form, lunged at the guardian with everything he had left. His fangs tore through the demon's shifting flesh, and his tail struck with the force of a meteor, generating shockwaves that sent columns of water shooting toward the invisible ceiling of the cavern. But the guardian fought back with the tenacity of a cornered beast, and every impact from the supreme was met with a counterattack that pushed Darren back. Uriel watched from a distance, his body exhausted and his cracked soul core pulsing with pain. The battle was desperate. Darren was fighting a spirit, an entity that did not depend entirely on a physical body to exist. The sacred demon could be wounded, but its essence remained intact, and as long as its will held firm, it would keep fighting. And then, from the depths of the great river, something changed. The water began to churn, and a presence that Uriel recognized as familiar, but transformed, emerged from the darkness. Kronos broke the surface with the grace of a being that had transcended its own limits. His body radiated an energy that distorted the space around him, and in his eyes shone the eternal light of tamed time. The transcendent of time was no longer a transcendent. Now he was a supreme. The first supreme born from the great river. Kronos did not hesitate for a single moment. His will spread like a mantle over the battlefield, and time itself responded to his call. The sacred demon's wounds began to accelerate, opening and deepening at a rate that defied the creature's natural regeneration. At the same time, the time around Darren and Uriel slowed, giving them fractions of a second to react, while their own movements accelerated, becoming faster and more precise. The advantage was overwhelming. Darren felt the change immediately. His attacks, which had previously been blocked or dodged, now found their mark with lethal precision. The Guardian, on the other hand, moved as if submerged in honey, its tentacles slow and clumsy under the weight of distorted time. Now, Darren roared, his voice resonating across all frequencies. The Supreme of the Black Tower lunged with renewed ferocity, his fangs sinking into the sacred demon's flesh while his tail struck with the force of a cataclysm. The Guardian shrieked, a distorted sound that was the agony of a soul trapped in a crumbling body. Uriel, strengthened by Kronos' will, felt his own power intensify. The fatigue he had been feeling faded momentarily, replaced by a clarity that allowed him to see the Guardian's movements with a sharpness he had not possessed before. Every tentacle that rose to attack was an opportunity, every movement of the demon was a weakness that could be exploited. But even with the advantage, it was not enough. The Guardian, though wounded and slowed, was still a sacred being. Its will, though weakened, was still strong enough to resist the combined attacks of two supremes. Every wound Darren inflicted closed slowly, and every blow Kronos accelerated was mitigated by the creature's innate resistance. The battle dragged on, and Uriel knew they could not maintain this forever. Kronos, though now a supreme, was still adapting to his new power. Darren, though experienced, was exhausted from the prolonged fight. And he himself, with his cracked soul core, was a burden that could only be borne for a limited time. Uriel made a decision. Kronos, Darren, focus on weakening its will. I'm going to do something risky. Without waiting for a response, Uriel transformed. His body dissolved into a formless mass of pure darkness, a living shadow that spread in all directions. White eyes sharp as blades opened across its surface, and mouths full of nightmare fangs gnawed at the edge of reality. This was the power he had feared to use, the aspect that connected him directly to the void that had created him. The sea of darkness surged against the sacred demon. Kronos and Darren understood what Uriel was attempting. Without a word, they concentrated their wills on weakening the Guardian's resistance. Time accelerated and slowed in chaotic patterns, disorienting the demon, while Darren's attacks grew more ferocious and precise. The Guardian's will, which had been unshakable, began to crack under the combined pressure. Its tentacles moved with less force, its regeneration slowed, and its presence in reality began to fade. Uriel seized the moment. His sea of darkness engulfed the sacred demon, and with an effort that felt as if his very soul was tearing apart, he dragged the Guardian into his interior. The creature's will fought against him, but the combined power of two supremes had weakened it enough. Uriel felt the spirit's soul and essence being sucked into his sea of souls, a process that caused him such intense pain that he nearly lost consciousness. And then, the Guardian vanished from reality. Uriel's sea of darkness retracted, and his human form returned to existence. He fell to his knees on the water's surface, gasping and trembling. The effort had left him exhausted, and his cracked soul core pulsed with a pain that threatened to cloud his mind. Within his sea of souls, chaos reigned. Uriel's inner space, normally an ocean of tranquil darkness, was now agitated and turbulent. The wounds he had received during the battle were reflected in his soul, and waves of black energy crashed against the boundaries of his being with a violence he had not felt since his second nightmare. The sacred demon landed in that sea of souls with the impact of a meteor. Its shattered body writhed in the darkness, and its will, though weakened, still pulsed with the need to survive. The creature rose, its tentacles spreading in all directions, searching for an exit, a fissure in Uriel's soul that it could exploit. But then, something moved in the depths. From the heart of the Sea of Souls, an ancient and terrifying presence awakened. The guardian of Uriel's soul, the thing that had been protecting his essence since the moment he became a creature of the void, rose to confront the intruder. The sacred demon attacked with all its fury. Its tentacles struck the guardian with the force of a cataclysm, but the impact caused not the slightest damage. The dark thing, the divine entity that dwelled within Uriel, was immune to the spirit's attacks. The guardian of Uriel's soul was a being of divine nature. Uriel, watching from somewhere between consciousness and sleep, confirmed his suspicions. The thing that protected his soul was something older than the known gods, an entity that had existed in the void before time and space were created. It was the reason his soul could withstand corruption, the reason he could manipulate darkness in ways others could not. The divine guardian dragged the sacred demon into the depths of the Sea of Souls, and Uriel felt the creature's presence gradually fade. He did not want to see what would happen next. He knew the guardian would do what it had done with other intruders, consume the demon, assimilate its essence, and strengthen its own existence. Uriel withdrew from his Sea of Souls, returning to the outer reality with a sigh of relief. When he opened his eyes, he saw the floating corpse of the guardian. The sacred demon's body lay on the water's surface, devoid of its soul and essence. The mass of grayish flesh, which had once been so imposing, was now just an empty shell. Without its will to sustain it, the body began to slowly decompose, dissolving into the estuary's waters. Kronos and Darren watched him with expressions of bewilderment. The transcendent of time, now a supreme, was the first to speak. "Master, what was that?" Kronos asked, his voice filled with curiosity and awe. "I saw it disappear into you. How could you drag a sacred being into your soul?" Uriel smiled weakly, despite the pain pulsing in his cracked soul core. "I just sucked the guardian in. Nothing really complicated." Kronos raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced, but did not press the matter. He knew Uriel would not reveal his secrets so easily. Darren, for his part, observed the floating corpse with a mixture of satisfaction and respect. "You did what even a supreme could not. That is worthy of recognition." Uriel nodded, but his expression darkened. "The cost was high. I feel a tremendous pain in my soul. The guardian fought to the end, in my core, one of them is cracked. I need to rest." Kronos moved immediately. "Let me carry you, master. My supreme ability allows me to control time with greater precision and complexity. I can accelerate your time to heal your external wounds, and with enough time, even begin to heal your soul." Uriel did not argue. He let himself be lifted by Kronos, feeling the time around him begin to flow differently. The supreme of time's energy enveloped him, and the wounds on his body began to close at an accelerated rate. The pain in his soul core did not disappear, but it became more bearable, as if time were dulling the edge of the wound. As Kronos worked, Uriel noticed something strange. The estuary's waters, which had previously been in constant motion, were now becoming calmer. The currents that had guided them through the great river were diminishing, and the temporal cycle that had kept the river bound was coming to an end. "What's happening?" Uriel asked. Kronos smiled, and in that smile was a mixture of pride and satisfaction. "I killed time again." Uriel blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" "When I destroyed the nexuses and assimilated the concept of time to become a supreme, I broke the cycle that held the great river bound. Time in this place will soon begin to stop. The river will cease to flow, and the estuary will become static. This is the beginning of the end of the great river." Uriel nodded, understanding the implications. "Then our mission is complete. We broke the time of the great river." "Yes, we did," Kronos said, letting out a sigh. "By the way, Master, why are you not a supreme yet?" Kronos asked. Even Darren was curious about that. "Well, I have no idea, really, why I'm not a supreme yet," Uriel admitted honestly. He had defied fate, killed things far more powerful than himself, even devoured a sacred ranked being within his own soul, but supremacy would not come. It was as if the world itself denied him supremacy, which frustrated him enormously. If he were a supreme, he would have the power to reshape the world and prepare everyone to adapt and thrive in the dream realm. But that was impossible. Uriel felt his eyes grow heavy. "I'll sleep for a while. Wake me when," he didn't finish the words before falling unconscious. The last thing Uriel heard was, "You have killed a sacred monster, guardian of hidden truths. You have unlocked your aspect legacy." Aspect legacy. "Hey, you lazy fool, wake up." Frowning, Uriel slowly opened his eyes, seeing the familiar ceiling of his mental home. The last thing he remembered was simply falling into a deep sleep on the sofa. He looked at the voice that had spoken, seeing shade. "Can't you see I'm sleeping?" he asked, somewhat irritated. "Yes, you can sleep later. You need to see this now." Sitting up on the strangely comfortable sofa, Uriel followed Shade outside. In his mind, he observed the black, absolute void he was already accustomed to. Both walked for a few moments until Uriel felt his now 6 soul fragments, having lost one to his previous battle. They continued advancing until finally stopping. "Well, what did you want to show me?" "This." Shade pointed to a space with his finger. Uriel looked in the direction he indicated, and his eyes opened wide as saucers. "What the hell? Why is there an egg in my sea of souls?" he asked, bewildered. Uriel frowned, looked around for a moment, then looked down. "Hey, Shade, I see you noticed. This is the other point I wanted to talk to you about. The thing that was in our soul vanished after consuming the sacred demon," Shade explained. "Are you sure?" "Yes. You should be able to feel the absence of its presence." Uriel blinked and concentrated. He felt only emptiness where something had once been. The presence, or the guardian of his soul, as he generally called it, was a strange being. It defended his soul from external invaders, serving as his security mechanism against intruders. He had used it to eliminate great threats he couldn't handle himself. An example of this was the Great Tyrant, the multiple great horrors during his journey through the estuary, and above all, using it to kill a sacred ranked being in a risky gamble. That it had disappeared without a trace worried him. "Do you think that entity that was here died?" he asked, looking at Shade. "I don't think so," Shade replied, examining their surroundings. "That thing is too strong to simply die out of nowhere. If I had to guess, it must have escaped while we weren't paying attention. But it was mindless, a beast. It completely lacked mentality. Maybe it developed one of its own. At this point, we don't really know what that thing was, nor do we even know what we truly are." Uriel frowned at that. Although he was somewhat annoyed, he had to admit Shade had a point. They didn't know who they were. For example, Nephis's nature was that of a Nephilim, Cassie was related to memories, so she was possibly a kind of living remembrance, Sunny was a divine shadow, and so on with the others. Their aspects evolved, and with them, their human nature. But Uriel didn't know which category he fell into. He knew he was a void creature, but not what type. He was simply navigating blindly. Perhaps it was because he didn't know his true nature that he had been unable to achieve supremacy. Pushing those thoughts aside for later, he decided to focus on the egg that had appeared out of nowhere in his sea of souls. Uriel didn't wait a moment, he invoked the runes, noticing a new set that hadn't been there before. Aspect: Lord of Darkness. Aspect rank: Divine. Aspect legacy: Relics of the Void. Uriel blinked once, twice, 3 times. His jaw dropped. Aspect legacy. I finally got my aspect legacy. He mentally shouted, excited. He remembered that the aspect was personal to every awakened, something that existed even before the era of the nightmare spell, but aspect legacies were created by the spell itself after meeting specific requirements. Perhaps killing something of sacred rank had fulfilled the requirements, or perhaps something else triggered it. He didn't really know. Aspect legacy description, relics of the void. Uriel was confused. Where was the description? It only appeared as question marks. Setting that aside, he noticed another set of runes. Relics of the void, 2/7. First relic, claimed. Second relic, claimed. Third relic, unearned. Fourth relic. It continued that way until the 7th relic. His aspect legacy was divided into 7 relics, and he had claimed the first. Uriel wondered which one it would be, though he had a suspicion about which the first relic was. Uriel continued looking at the runes, observing that 2 new things had appeared. Memory, Egg of the Void. Memory rank, unknown. Memory level, unknown. Memory type, unknown. Memory description, this is part of the truth that the gods hid from existence out of fear. Uriel blinked. Well, it seems the spell knows what that egg is and refuses to say anything about it, he murmured. Let's move on to the next memory, said Shade. Hey, calm down. I'm thinking. What are you thinking about? Eggs. Shade rolled his eyes at the terrible joke. Uriel looked at the section of his dark creatures. Dark creatures. Black Knight, Gunlog, Soul, Illusory Butterfly, Iroh, Winter Beast, Skady, Nyx, My Tyrant. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Opening square bracket ? Closing square bracket. Uriel scrolled through the long list of echoes he had obtained. Aside from his 10 dark creatures, most of which were already supreme rank, he had gained at least 20 more during his journey to the estuary. The weakest was a transcendent echo of demon rank, and the strongest was a supreme rank, which he would of course keep for himself. He would figure out what to do with the rest later. At the end of the list was an unknown creature. Dark creature. Name, unnamed. Creature rank, supreme. Creature class, Titan. Description, born of the profane, crowned with the appearance of the sacred. She is living proof that nothingness can sculpt beauty, and that the purest light can spring from the most abyssal darkness. Attributes, spawn of souls, soul devourer, legion of the damned, omen of death, throne of 1,000 souls, the heart. Uriel's eyes widened like saucers. Not just him, Shade also had a skeptical look on his face as he read the attributes. A shiver ran down both their spines. That creature they had obtained as part of their aspect legacy was ridiculously powerful, and if its attributes were any indication, it was too ridiculous even for him. But also curious, he wanted to read the attributes, see their descriptions, and also its abilities. Abilities: Living Sepulchre, Edge of the Soul Reaper, Hands of the Beyond, Crown of the Dead King, Eclipse of Existence. Description: Living Sepulchre, the possessor has a spiritual realm within their own body. Every soul of a being they kill is dragged into this inner sepulchre, where it remains trapped eternally. The captive souls feed the creature, strengthening its essence and regenerating any damage it receives. Edge of the Soul Reaper. Description: uses the souls trapped within its living sepulchre to form claws, fangs, or spectral weapons. Hands of the Beyond. Description: thousands of spectral arms emerge from its body. Each hand tries to grasp the victim's soul to tear fragments from it. Crown of the Dead King. Description: summons the most powerful spirits it has devoured. These specters retain part of their original abilities and fight as generals of a ghostly army, united under a single will. Spectral Legion. Description: everything that dies is dragged in, and everything that has a soul is absorbed. By absorbing souls, it feeds its legion of soldiers for war. Uriel's brain disconnected upon reading the set of abilities of his dark creature. He felt like laughing and crying at the same time. This is too ridiculous, too powerful and too perfect. Hey, let's summon her, said Shade. Are you crazy? Don't you remember what happened with Skady? Hey, that was because when she was turned into a dark creature, she kept her old personality and memories. But this one is new, she won't attack us immediately. Uriel looked at his twin for a moment before sighing. Fine. Uriel summoned the creature. He watched as, before him, the endless vast darkness shifted until a new figure emerged. The figure was clearly small. Formed from the deepest darkness, which took on a defined shape with each passing instant. In less than a few seconds, before both of them stood a small figure, no larger than a teenager of 13 to 15 years old. Her skin was white. Her face bore a great resemblance to Uriel's. Her hair was jet black. On her face were 3 pairs of eyes, 2 silver and 1 sky blue. A mixture of the sacred and the profane radiated from her aura. The young girl looked at them both for a moment as if analyzing them, then examined her surroundings with curiosity. Uriel cleared his throat. Welcome to the world. Well, I still don't know what to call you. The figure blinked as if barely understanding his words. She strode forward, grabbing the edges of Uriel's clothes, looking at him with large, curious eyes. Looks like she took a liking to you quickly, Uriel, said Shade. I suppose so. Well, now I can call you the Lowlymancer. Go to hell, Shade. Better go to the demon. Uriel grew irritated and was about to respond with another insult when a soft voice made him freeze. Fuck, said a voice, clearly the little one's. Little one, don't say such macabre words. Go to the demon, she responded with a smile, to Uriel's horror and Shade's amusement. I feel like we're going to get along very well. Go to hell, Shade, the girl said happily, making Uriel laugh until he couldn't breathe. Fuck, the girl said, confused, seeing Shade grumbling and Uriel gasping and coughing from laughing so hard. Demon, she said, with a clear tone of confusion. Time Voyager. After meeting the new inhabitant of his soul, Uriel finally opened his eyes in reality, somewhat confused. He was lying on the rocky ground in front of the stone arches where the great river originated, which, in theory, would allow for time travel. Now that time had been broken at Kronos' hands, or rather, King Kronos', this mystical quality was slowly beginning to fade. Until one day, it would simply stop completely. Sitting up on the ground, he let out a yawn and observed Darren and Kronos talking seriously about something. Are you sure it will work? Yes. It's the only path I can foresee that will lead us to success. Darren's expression seemed calm, like that of someone who knew everything would turn out well in the end. What are you two talking about? Do you have to be a supreme to discuss hidden things? Uriel asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh, good morning, Master, Kronos greeted. As for what we were discussing, just finding a way to deal with the horrors that will descend upon the river cities, he explained. Uriel said nothing to that. He had the feeling they had planned something that would leave a bitter taste in his mouth. Looking beyond the now vanished mist, he could see the complete passage. He also found the correct passage that would lead them to the estuary river, and then to where Ariel had buried his secrets. From his dark storage, Uriel pulled out several large plates of fried rice. Here, eat this. Kronos observed the plate with curiosity. What is this food? It's rice, Darren replied. I thought I'd never taste it again. Where did you get it? I have a memory that allows me to store anything without altering its state. So I throw in anything I find interesting. As for the rice, I made it before falling into this tomb. Kronos grabbed the silver spoon, took some fried rice, and brought it to his mouth. Upon tasting it, his eyes widened at the glorious flavor that invaded his palate. It was far better than the scarce cultivated wheat grown in Fallen Grace, with a wide variety of different spices he had never tasted before. This is delicious, he said, eating faster. Uriel looked at Darren, who was eating the rice with surprising composure. Do you have more? Kronos asked. Wait, let me check. Summoning his dark storage, he reached his hand into his own shadow for a few seconds before extracting the enormous skull of a cetacean about 50 meters in diameter. Oh, so this is where I put it, he murmured before returning the cetacean skull back to his dark storage. After a few more seconds, he pulled out several different plates. Here it is, he said, smiling as he took one that was still warm. Where did you get such a large skull? Darren asked curiously. I'm a natural collector. I like to keep interesting things or things that catch my attention. It's like a hobby. So your flaw is being a collector of strange things. No, my flaw is Shade. This is just something I've always had. But speaking of flaws, I'm curious about yours. Do you want to know my flaw, Master? Yes. Well, my flaw is carefree. I don't take things seriously, it's more like they're fun or interesting, he explained. Well, that explains a lot about your personality. And what about you, Darren? It's wrath. I'm always angry. Uriel blinked. But you don't seem angry. Just because I don't appear to be doesn't mean I'm not. It's just that over the years, I've learned to handle it better, using it as a catalyst rather than a primal instinct. So that's where the enchantment resentment of the king on that crown Sunny had in his nightmare came from, said Shade. I thought you were asleep. I just woke up from this conversation. That, and well, I'm investigating our soul to find where that divine thing inside us went. Well, have fun then. Oh, right, start consuming the soul fragments to recover our 7th soul core. I'll do it when I finish eating. Uriel cut off the mental conversation with Shade, his eyes looking at the two supremes before him. I was talking to Shade, he said before they could ask the question. Where is Master Shade? I thought he would come out to join the battle against the Guardian. He decided not to participate physically, but in another aspect. He helped me with his will to keep me from dying at the Guardian's hands, Uriel recounted. Two wills combining into one. Darren murmured before remembering something. During his battle against the Guardian in the depths, he had suddenly received a surge in his strength. Looking at Uriel, he immediately understood that it had been that Transcendent, who was anything but normal. It was as if, instead of being human, he was something else wearing human skin. If Darren had to put it in a classification in terms of strength, he would have to create a new classification separate from ascension and corruption. This was certainly something quite interesting to investigate. After the meal, Uriel took out the collars again when they were near where Ariel had carved the truth, a truth so terrifying that even he, immune to corruption, had lost his sanity, his mind unable to bear the weight of it. After storing the two supremes and sending the collars into his sea of souls, he was alone again in the estuary. There was still no trace of the vile thieving bird or its progeny, which meant he still had time before Sunny and company's third nightmare ended. Grabbing two pieces of rock, he extracted two supreme soul fragments to create two special memories. After a simple weaving of black threads, he created an anchoring enchantment and an extension enchantment connected to the rock pieces through a thread of essence. The memory was simple, it would serve as a guide rope that would lead him to the same place as its other half. In other words, even if he ended up in another time within Ariel's tomb, by simply following his memory he could return to his current time without any problem. And that was exactly what he was going to do. Are you sure about this? Yes. Since we're here, it would be a waste not to see what will happen in the future in this place. I just need to go far enough to reach an interesting place, but not far enough that the river stops completely and dies definitively. Moving a few meters away, he observed the black thread coming from the small rock in his hand, connected to a larger one embedded in the wall. Discarding the memory, he headed toward the enormous waterfalls of time. One flowed toward the future, and the other flowed toward the past. Uriel decided to visit the future. Walking on the water, he took one last look around, then at the gigantic waterfall cascading down. Finally, he sighed, "I'll be back," and with those words, he leapt into the void. Uriel transformed into a titanic serpent made of the deepest darkness. His eyes were two pools of pure, immaculate white light, with long white fangs capable of piercing even the hardest material in the world. In his dark serpent form, he navigated through the great waterfall of the great river of time, moving through time itself within Ariel's tomb. The further he moved toward the distant future, the more he observed the divine suns hiding and emerging until they became nothing more than flickers of light and darkness. Driven by the current of time itself and fueled by a vast amount of essence, Uriel propelled his body even faster until he saw the edge of the great river and emerged from its depths, lifting thousands of tons of water in his wake. His enormous body rose hundreds of meters, causing ripples across the river. With a heavy impact, the water parted once more as his serpentine body crashed upon it. Remaining still for a moment, he let out a long, deep sigh. He had arrived in the future. Ceasing his serpent form, he shifted into that of a 20-meter dragon that soared through the skies. "It seems the suns aren't here," Shade commented in Uriel's mind, seeing through his eyes. "Yes. Do you think they were destroyed?" "That's most likely. Or maybe they were stolen." Uriel made a thoughtful noise. He loved taking anything interesting, and the suns made from the soul fragments of an impious titan would undoubtedly be his greatest heist in years. Moreover, he could use those fragments to create a divine-ranked memory, though it would take him a long time to weave something so vast to make it functional. Soaring through the skies at great speed, he observed through the veil of darkness. The water was nearly still, and it wouldn't be long before it stopped completely. If he had to calculate, he had about a few days before being forced to return to his own time. "Hey, look at that." Looking down, he saw corpses of dead nightmare creatures floating on the river. Descending slightly, he examined the bodies. He noticed no external wounds on the abominations, and upon opening one, he discovered they possessed dull fragments, as if everything had been absorbed, leaving nothing behind. Uriel frowned, wondering what could have done something like that. Flying into the past, he decided to head to Verge, which took him a few hours. As he traveled, Uriel saw hundreds of abominations dead in the same manner. However, when passing through Weave, he saw how it had been devastated, as if a massive explosion had occurred at the city's center, killing everything within a wide radius of kilometers. Another place he visited was the fragment of one of the suns, which had been destroyed by a devastating impact. This only confused him, as he didn't know what had happened to the other 6 divine fragments. Flying further, he passed by the Isle of Aledia, which was in ruins, before finally arriving at Verge. Uriel finally landed in Verge without worrying about being corrupted, since that was impossible. Advancing in silence, he reached what should have been the Seekers' city itself. He had only seen it from afar while fighting for his life against the great creatures that constantly attacked him. However, now there were no abominations, only bones. Enormous bones were scattered everywhere. Some were small, like human bones, others were deformed, belonging to nightmare creatures, and some were colossal, like the bones of marine leviathans he already possessed in his dark storage. Uriel considered taking some of those bones but ultimately decided against it. He already had many bones and didn't want to be known as a bone enthusiast. Walking among the city's ruins, he noticed there was no trace of the flesh tendrils. This made him smile. They had killed the Seeker in the past. His plan had succeeded, the loop was correct, or at least partially. Even knowing that the first Seeker, the source of corruption, would be eliminated, there were still hundreds of thousands of terrifying abominations in the river, and of course, the thing that had killed them all. From the darkness, Shade emerged with a thoughtful expression. "There's nothing," he murmured with a sigh. "Do you want to build something with the bones while we decide how far to go?" he asked. Uriel shrugged. "Sure, why not?" Uriel and Shade transformed into two masses of darkness that went in opposite directions. After some time, both could be seen looking at their creations made from ancient bones. Uriel had created an enormous human skeleton almost 20 meters tall, using various bones he found and carved to give them shape. Shade, on the other hand, had created a massive 30-meter-long shark skeleton. "Mine is better," said Shade. "Obviously mine is. Don't you see it's a skeleton? Hey, anyone can make a skeleton, but this is a bone shark. When have you ever seen a shark made of bones? I've seen triceratops. Does that count? They're not sharks. But they lay eggs. What does laying eggs have to do with this conversation? I don't know, I just wanted to mention it. Do you have a fetish for eggs now? It's been a while since I've had one. I'd like to fry it with toxin. Do you think we can cook our aspect legacy?" Uriel asked. "I already tried. That egg is unbreakable." Shade sighed. "A terrible shame." Shade began to laugh quietly. "I got that reference." Uriel rolled his eyes. "Shall we possess them for a skeleton fight?" Uriel asked. "You read my mind." Uriel and Shade were about to possess the skeletons they had made when two powerful presences made them stop. Looking at each other for a moment, they turned their faces to see the dark sky, noticing a whitish point of light approaching them. "Is it a bird?" "No, it's not a plane." "Don't be stupid, there are no planes in this world." "Who said there couldn't be one?" "Hey, let's stop talking about these things, or we'll end up discussing whether a cat's tail counts as a fifth leg." "But it is." "No, it isn't." Shade began to walk, as did Uriel. Both returned to the edge when they saw the light extinguish in the darkness, but the same two imposing presences remained present. From what they felt, those presences were supremes, two of them. The first made him feel a strange longing in his heart, a longing of nostalgia, joy, and warmth. As for the second, it made him feel something cold, along with peace and, of course, death. Could it be possible? Uriel murmured. "Shade, do you think?" He didn't finish speaking before Shade interrupted. "Yes, it must be them. But what are they doing here? How far into the future have we traveled?" The presences kept approaching. Shade returned inside Uriel, who remained slightly on alert. His body was enveloped in darkness, leaving only his human silhouette with his white eyes. The minutes passed like hours until he finally managed to make them out. Walking on a surface made from shadows like a small island. The first figure that caught his attention was that of a woman of dazzling beauty he had never seen before. Silver hair that moved slightly in the cold wind within the tomb. She wore a white tunic with barely any metal protection, as if she didn't need it. Her eyes were like two silver pools, and her expression was one of calm. Beside her was a handsome man in his 20s, slightly smaller than the woman beside him. He wore black robes, his skin pale as ivory, his black hair tied back enough not to be a hindrance. A calm smile rested on his face. Both seemed to be chatting casually. Finally, they stopped chatting before the man spoke, as if he already knew Uriel was there. "Hey, creature, don't you think it's discourteous to observe us so intently without even showing yourself? How inconsiderate of you." Uriel blinked. "Interesting." Uriel took a step, then another, walking atop the shadow-made surface without any problem. As he approached, he stopped a few meters away, staring at them with narrowed eyes. "Tell me something, creature, by any chance, do you know what happened in this place?" the handsome man asked. Uriel tilted his head, feigning ignorance before smiling with mockery and amusement. "Oh, visitors," he said, changing his voice slightly to a higher pitch. "It's been a long time since I've seen another human. You must be a divine shadow, oh, and beside you, a Nephilim." "Curious," he responded cheerfully. "But to answer your question, everything is dead." "We know that," the woman replied in a calm tone. "We just want to know what killed it." "Well, that's a difficult question. Many answers. If you want to know what killed the great river of time, I had a lot to do with that. As for what killed those creatures, I have no idea. You destroyed the great river. More or less, Nephilim. The man smiled. I see, he said, immediately creating a massive stake of shadows that was about to impale him. But Uriel simply dodged it by moving to the side, only to raise his hand, sharpening it like a sword to block a white blade wreathed in white flames and imbued with a strong will. Uriel blocked the sword, looking at the Nephilim with his amused white eyes. My, strangers, you truly know how to welcome someone. The divine shadow attacked, his sword imbued with a terrifying aura of death, which he used to cut him down. Raising a wall of darkness, it dissipated from the light of the Nephilim's sword, allowing the divine shadow's attack to land fully, sending him flying at monstrous speed. Hey, are you sure about fighting Supreme Sunny and Nephis? Yes, Uriel replied, getting to his feet. He observed how the two supreme versions of Sunny and Nephis looked at him with hostile eyes. End of Part 2, Time Killer. Supreme, and more Supremes. Looking at his hand, a wyvern fang materialized in it, a sword far too familiar to him. He had possessed the blade for a long time, to the point where he had modified it into a supreme ranked memory of the 5th tier. Combined with his void mantle, he possessed an unparalleled defense. You're violating my right to violence, you know, he said. The Supremes did not respond. Instead, Sunny asked a question. What are you? I am a being of the void. And with that answer, it was enough to ignite the battle. Nephis was the first to move. She brandished a long white sword toward Uriel's neck, unleashing a torrent of white, searing flames. However, Uriel had moved through the darkness at the last moment, retreating about 100 meters. Nice trick, Nephilim. Now let me show you mine. The darkness exploded upward into a sea of sharp, pointed spikes that impaled everything in their path. Nephis had avoided being skewered by flying into the sky, while Sunny had moved through the shadows. The darkness undulated, and the spikes disappeared, returning to the darkness from which they had emerged. It'll be difficult to fight both at once, Uriel thought before smiling. Beside him, from the darkness, emerged an enormous black wolf with red eyes and a mark on its forehead. A furious, murderous will emanated from the wolf, which positioned itself beside its master. This was Nyx, his supreme terror. Hey, Nyx, deal with the Nephilim girl. Leave the shadow boy to me. The wolf growled and launched itself at Nephis, who brandished her sword, clashing against the supreme wolf's claws. The impact of their attacks generated a powerful shockwave. Uriel smiled as he appeared a few meters away from Sunny. Hey, shadow boy. I must say I'm impressed. Where did you find a Nephilim? Is she your master? Oh, wait, don't tell me, she's your partner. Sunny looked at the void creature with bewilderment. This creature's attitude was so irritatingly familiar. Enough chatter. Come on, bring out your domain, and I'll summon mine. Sunny disappeared into the shadows, appearing behind the void creature while brandishing a black odachi against it. The creature blocked the sword with its own, generating a shockwave that shattered the ground beneath their feet. Do you think I need to use all my power to finish you off? Yes, he replied in an amused tone. Oh, at least unless you want to see your girlfriend being devoured by my pet. Sunny smiled. Why are you smiling? Do you think Nephis will die at the hands of a mere creature? You've made the worst mistake of your life, creature. You've made me angry. Sunny swung his sword, forcing the figure to retreat. Uriel shook his head, resting his sword on his shoulder and beginning to walk. Foolish divine shadow of a dead god. Your arrogance will one day be your downfall, but that's fine. After all, what else can be expected from someone so treacherous? Isn't that right, lost, from light? Sunny's eyes widened. How do you know that name? Who knows? Perhaps I heard it, perhaps not. I suppose I just looked through the memories of a corpse I found. Sunny became enraged, a fury meant for those he simply wanted to kill and eradicate. You wanted to see my domain. Fine, he said as the shadows rose, emerging thousands upon thousands of shadows of all shapes and sizes. Uriel smiled. He reached his hand into the darkness, pulling out a simple black leather pouch, which he swallowed whole. Uriel took a deep breath, inflating his chest, then released it, scattering a spray of bright soul fragments, all transcendent fragments, that landed on the ground, uselessly impacting the legion of shadows. As he scattered them all, Sunny had a bad feeling. With a maniacal smile, Uriel closed his hand into a fist, generating a sea of devastating explosions that shattered thousands of weak shadows and incapacitated thousands more. Sunny dismissed his remaining shadows, having fallen into the creature's trap to reduce his numbers. But it didn't matter, he had millions of soldiers in his sea of souls, ready to answer his will. Uriel looked at Sunny and smiled. From the surrounding darkness, a titanic figure began to emerge. An infernal cold began to spread across all of Verge, freezing everything. Sunny's eyes widened at the sight before him. Impossible, what is that thing doing here? He whispered, seeing the winter beast, the same one that had been killed years ago in Antarctica. The cold began to freeze him, but Sunny focused his will, turning it into a protective layer. From his shadow, an enormous moth several kilometers wide materialized, launching itself at the Titan, which did the same. Both creatures clashed. Their impact shook all of Verge completely, an oppressive pressure weighing down on the world itself. Uriel blinked in surprise at the enormous moth. God, it seems that thing is sacred ranked. Or at least a shadow of that rank, he murmured in surprise. Where did you get that sacred one? In a game, was Sunny's answer before he lunged forward, brandishing his Odachi imbued with a strong desire for death and destruction against his enemy. Uriel blocked the attack, feeling the iron will of his enemy wanting to kill him, which excited him. The clash was brutal. Both moved like two black lights across the sky at speeds exceeding several times the speed of sound. Each impact was devastating, capable of destroying corrupted creatures simply by being nearby. Elsewhere, a star of white light faced a black comet, their attacks furious and devastating, destroying the ruins of Verge. As Nephis fought against the Supreme Terror, she could see out of the corner of her eye how the Winter Beast, now a Supreme Titan, was fighting against Sunny's puppet master Shadow. Nephis didn't understand how that void creature possessed the Winter Beast as a dark creature, nor how its power was so strange, as if rank didn't apply to that entity. Tightening her grip on her sword, she blocked a swipe from the Supreme Terror, focusing her will into her flames to execute a cut that unleashed a sea of white flames that consumed the wolf. She watched as the wolf emerged from the white flames, its fur bearing burns. Preparing another attack, Nephis suddenly stopped, retreating and dodging enormous dark tentacles that tried to grab her. Following the tentacles' direction with her eyes, she observed an enormous creature hidden in the black waters of the Great River. Its size was abyssal, easily measuring 5 kilometers, with tentacles extending dozens of kilometers. A supreme tyrant, she murmured. She looked at the wolf, then the tyrant, then the Titan, wondering how many supreme-ranked creatures the void creature possessed. Abandoning her current form, Nephis transformed into a sea of white flames, launching herself at her two enemies. She needed to finish her part of the battle quickly to help Sunny against the void being. She felt a strange discomfort about that creature. Sunny frowned, seeing how his enemy matched him in the art of battle. Even if he used his shadow dance, he couldn't comprehend the fighting style or anticipate it. Hey, Divine Shadow, I'm bored. What's wrong? Didn't you want to kill me? He said mockingly. Hey, I know, let me use something else. Sunny watched as a titanic moth about 100 meters long appeared out of nowhere, a transcendent titan. The moth spread its wings, flying toward Nephis. Sunny, without hesitation, summoned his shadows. From them emerged his most stubborn shadow, taking the form of an imposing dragon that launched itself at the moth, unleashing a sea of black flames. The moth was consumed before disappearing. Great, you have a dragon. I have one too. Sunny didn't even know what to think about that. He only saw as an enormous black and gold dragon emerged from nowhere, its size easily surpassing 100 meters. Both dragons, upon seeing each other, roared and launched at one another in a cataclysmic battle. Hey, do you have anything more interesting? Uriel asked, somewhat disheartened. How many supreme-ranked things do you have? Well, let's see. I have 2 supreme titans, 2 supreme terrors, 1 supreme beast, 1 supreme devil, 1 supreme tyrant, I think another supreme terror, 1 transcendent devil, and 1 transcendent titan. Normally, Sunny was a logical person. However, the situation left him with his mouth agape in absolute disbelief. Who the hell has this many supreme-ranked things? He asked himself inwardly, then regretted it a little. After all, he had at least 10 million shadows, among them supremes, transcendents, and several sacred-ranked ones. Well, I think I could get more, but I need time, lost of light. Sunny sighed. This situation was too ridiculous. It didn't feel like a battle at all. This thing was just too irritating, he couldn't see it as a threat, and he couldn't even feel hostility emanating from it. Tell me something, or you. Sunny didn't finish speaking when a devastating roar was heard. Uriel looked toward the water, observing his supreme tyrant suffering burns from Nephis's flames. Sighing, he dismissed his tyrant, then the wolf, and then his other dark creatures, including Gunlog, leaving the shadow bewildered by his enemy's disappearance. Uriel landed on the ground, followed by Sunny, who dismissed his shadows. Soon, Nephis joined them, without a single scratch or wound on her body. The Marvelous Adventures of Uriel the Time Traveler 1. Nephis and Sunny observed the creature enveloped in darkness, resembling a black humanoid with white eyes. They watched as the darkness faded, revealing fair skin, followed by a face that took them by surprise, playful black eyes and an embarrassed yet amused smile. That void creature, who had given them some trouble, was none other than Uriel, the same Uriel who had died years ago in Ariel's tomb during their third nightmare. The same one now standing before them. Hello again. It's a bit strange since I don't know if you're from another version of my timeline, but I'm Uriel, Lord of Darkness, and well, we were friends where I come from. Sunny was bewildered. How are you still alive? We saw you die. We saw your corpse when you were corrupted, Nefis said. Uriel blinked. Corrupted? My corpse? What the hell are you talking about? He asked, raising an eyebrow. You don't know? Nefis asked. No, what exactly? You died during our third nightmare, she recounted. Uriel's eyes widened like saucers. No, that shouldn't be possible. Unless. Yes, that could be it. Hey, first things first, let's go somewhere comfortable to talk, Uriel said, pulling out his rhino from his dark storage, the one he had taken from Antarctica before leaving. Where did you get the rhino? I took it before Song and Valor killed each other. It was useful. Uriel opened the door, inviting his two future friends inside. After turning on the auxiliary generator, the interior lit up with a soft white light. From his dark storage, he pulled out several plates of all kinds of food, as well as coffee, water, tea, and natural juices. Come on, eat whatever you want, he said, taking a cup of hot tea which he cooled. Sunny began to eat, savoring the delicious taste. He had completely forgotten that aside from his own cooking, Uriel was the closest to matching him. Even Nefis was satisfied with the flavor. The three ate in silence, the plates emptying one after another. Alright, now I suppose I'll have to explain. I guess it all started when the gates opened in East Antarctica, near the gate leading to the Black Skull Desert of the Nightmare, Uriel began. By pulling my anchor, I was sent to the desert. I thought I'd be thrown to a distant place and meet up with you to challenge a seed, but fate threw me right on top of the tomb. I entered through one of the cracks and self-destructed to carve my way through the moths. Then I fell inside the real tomb. And you? He asked, looking at Nefis. We entered the tomb through a nightmare seed. I spent some time navigating the Great River, though my memory is blurry and I don't remember much of it. I met up with Cassie, then we discovered you had been corrupted. We killed the corrupted versions of Kai, Effie, Jet, and Mordred, and then we killed you, though Cassie delivered the final blow. Then we went to Verge, where I destroyed the source of corruption. Wow, you had quite an adventure in there. Though I suppose you've already forgotten Sunny and your memories of your time together. Nefis didn't know how to respond, frowning. Uriel noticed Nefis's eyes widen slightly before she blinked and asked what he was talking about. Uriel looked at Sunny, who had a complicated expression. So in the end, you did it. Do you regret it? No, it was necessary, Sunny said, his voice devoid of regret, though there was a small trace of guilt. But how do you remember me? Sunny asked, confused. He had been erased from the world, left without a fate, and the records of his existence were completely replaced. Even if he spoke with someone who knew him, they would forget shortly after. That's simple. I'm not from this world. So this world's laws don't fully apply to me, that's why I can remember you. Sunny blinked. Wait, you're not from this world. Didn't I tell you before? No, at least not as far as I know. Well, I'm not from this world or the dream realm. Let's say I'm an external agent. So that's what it is. You're an alien, Nefis said, making Sunny cough to keep from laughing. Uriel wore an amused expression. You could say that. But anyway, that's in the past. Let me finish telling you what happened in this place. Sunny and Nefis paid attention. When I landed in this place, I landed at the far end of the future. I was wounded and on the brink of death, so I had no choice but to become a transcendent without the spell's help. Somehow, I managed it. With that, I was able to heal and begin my journey. I killed many horrors, and I acquired an army of nightmare followers for unlimited essence. Wait, Sunny said. Army. Yes, it's my transcendent ability. I can bend weaker creatures to my will. If I had to give a comparison, it would be like a virus with a hive mind that is me. I can infect them to follow my orders, he explained. With this ability, my journey was less dangerous, only slightly. Within a few days, I was attacked by great creatures commanding thousands of corrupted. I was attacked by flying abominations, also by great horrors, among them this, my supreme tyrant, whose name I still haven't decided but will eventually, which I killed and obtained its echo. You actually called your echo that? Yes, it didn't have a name at the time, alright. He said, looking away. After overcoming many trials and all that, I encountered the inhabitants of the river, or rather, he found me. He. Yes, Kronos. Sunny blinked. That brat. Yes, that brat. Well, he was. Not anymore. Anyway, after an encounter, he caught me up on how the corruption was spreading uncontrollably, how people were dying, how to time travel. Wait, Sunny said this time. Time travel. I'm getting to that, don't get impatient. Uriel settled better in his chair, taking a sip of slowly cooling coffee. In front of him, Nefis and Sunny watched him with expressions full of attention for his crazy adventure. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, Uriel continued. Well, yes, time travel is possible within this place. Sunny, you must have an idea of what your corrupted version did inside the tomb and all that. The black-haired man wrinkled his face slightly at the acts of the Mad Prince, planning everything to overcome all obstacles and reach the end. Yes, he finally replied. Well, I more or less did the same thing, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, according to Kronos, I had developed a powerful, strange spell that allowed several individuals to travel back in time. Nefis raised an eyebrow. How exactly does this spell work? Uriel shrugged. From what Kronos explained to me, we developed the spell in the future. In theory, it allowed the complete consciousness of a person to be sent within their same timeline to a point in the past. So they're like downloadable data. Nefis summarized. Yes, Nefis, like downloadable data. Continuing, in the doomed future, we developed the spell, and the fortunate one to return was Kronos, thanks to his time-related aspect. You're leaving too many details out. Be more specific, Sunny said. Hey, I like my secrets well kept and my mysteries. You can stop avoiding the topic, Uriel. Well, I tried. What I'm about to say sounds like something out of a crazy fantasy and sci-fi story, but it's real. In my first loop, or at least the first time, I crossed the entire Great River until I reached Fallen Grace. There, I learned everything about the profanation, the dangers of the Great River, and the current state of things. They had no leader because the Sibyl had been profaned. So I took control of Fallen Grace, trained New Awakened by giving them countless transcendent fragments, and then taught them my dark sorcery. Dark sorcery. Uriel showed his hands, where thin black threads emerged from his fingers, quickly weaving together into a basic enchantment that Sunny recognized. This is weaving, but it's not the same one you use, Sunny, it's different but similar. I based it on Nether's sorcery, as well as the spell's own sorcery, and Hope's sorcery. From those three, dark sorcery was born. Do you have any memory you've created? I want to see its weave. Uriel put a hand on his chin before summoning a black knife. I made this memory with a supreme soul fragment out of boredom. It has an enchantment that induces paralysis with the slightest scratch, he explained. Uriel transferred the memory to Sunny, who, after receiving it, summoned it and examined it carefully, his eyes tracing every pattern and connection to the main nexus, which was Uriel's true name. How long did it take you to develop this? A few centuries. I did it during my second nightmare with all that loop business. I just blocked those memories, having centuries of mental time messes with your mind, you know. But continuing, after teaching my sorcery, we managed to strengthen Fallen Grace. Facing the increasing number of abominations, I decided to create a ship capable of carrying those born in the river. I called it the Time Hunter. We sailed across the entire Great River, gathering people to our cause against the threats. We went with the river nomads, with the travelers from outside the tower from the other cities built by civilizations, until we reached Twilight, where the Serpent King Darren was. After forming an alliance with Darren, we made a plan to gather all the river's people in one place to face the abominations and escape. We managed to destroy the flow of time, which allowed all humans to gather in one place. But with so many human souls together, the indescribable abominations attacked ceaselessly. It was terrifying. We lost many lives. To survive, Darren devised a plan to attack the source of corruption, that is, Verge. The plan failed, and Darren was corrupted, becoming a great creature leading the horde of the profaned. We fought for a while until only 3 of us remained, Kronos, Anank, and me. Knowing all was lost, we gambled on traveling back in time. The idea was for the 3 of us to travel to the past to our younger versions to prepare better. Even if the probability of it working was low, we did it. In the end, Kronos was the one who succeeded. He did everything, built the Time Hunter, recruited me, and explained everything. In the second loop, we did everything again, except we were already prepared. We built a bastion that resisted the abominations for a time, but again, Darren wanted to eliminate the source of profanation and was infected, this time becoming a great titan that devastated the bastion. I stayed behind fighting that thing, where I died, but I bought time until Kronos went back to the past. The third loop was different. We got further. With the 2 previous experiences, we knew the variables, so we prepared. Let me guess, Darren ruined it again, Sunny said, feeling his respect for the ancient supreme from another divine world drop. Well, not really. According to Kronos, it was a vile, repulsive bird that ruined everything. It attacked the bastion. I fought it for a bit before dying, followed by everyone else, and Kronos returned. This is the fourth loop. And before you ask, I know all this because Kronos told me. I understand, Nephis said. You refused to accept fate and decided to change it by force, using time as a tool. Uriel blinked, looking at Nephis with surprise. Why are you looking at me like that? Well, it's just strange to hear you express yourself that way. What's wrong with my way of expressing myself? Well, Uriel coughed, it's usually, goal, obstacle, eliminate, explode, and repeat. Sunny struggled to contain his laughter at the perfect summary of Nephis's general personality. The changing star looked at the Lord of Darkness with a grim expression. Do you want me to explode right now? She asked in a hostile tone. Hey, let's calm down. I don't want you to explode out of nowhere, alright? Here, take this. Uriel summoned a black notebook, handing it to Nephis. What is this? An explosion guide written by me. It has dark sorcery for making things explode, how to improve explosions. Even nice illustrations of the best explosions have performed. Nephis flipped through the notebook with strange interest. You mentioned time travel earlier, where does that fit into this? Well, let's say I applied the same thing the Mad Prince did. I used the estuary to travel to the future. The marvelous adventures of Uriel the time traveler too. You traveled to the future. Wait, so then, Uriel nodded with a smile. Yes, this isn't my time. In fact, I'm in the future talking to you. Sunny frowned. All this business with time manipulation, paradoxes, and destiny was starting to give him a headache. You must be confused. Well, in this loop, the fourth, I think, Kronos, Darren, and I killed the guardian of the estuary, a sacred monster, and we killed the great river. Uriel didn't see surprise on Sunny or Nephis's faces. Why aren't you surprised? Honestly, Uriel, we've known you for so long that any madness you do seems normal to us now, Nephis said, turning another page of the notebook. It's better Kai were here, I wanted to see his reaction. Uriel sighed, disappointed. Anyway, after killing the Guardian, I decided to go to the future to see if the plan had succeeded, and apparently it did. The source of corruption was eliminated, the suns disappeared, and the abominations are dead. Anyway, that's all I did in the tomb. And you, what happened in the future? You want to know. That's why I'm asking. Well, nothing really interesting that we can tell you, since saying it would accelerate things and all that, Sunny said. Boring. Though I have an idea of what might happen in the future, although. Although what? What about Cassie? Uriel asked curiously. Sunny smiled, a smile that said, oh, I'll love saying this, and it's going to hurt. Oh, Cassie. Our dear Cassie. Well, how to put this? Cassie is in a relationship with someone, Nephis revealed. Sunny looked at Nephis with pain. Neph, you ruined my moment. You took too long to say it. Sunny made a pained expression. Uriel ignored their banter, his mind completely blank with a single word. In a relationship. Partner. Boyfriend. Relationship. Who? How? When? Who was it? Uriel felt a mix of intense emotions begin to flood him slowly, like a volcano about to erupt. The darkness responded to his intent, becoming more hostile. Breathing, Uriel calmed himself before standing up. I need a moment. And there might be some noise, he said before simply disappearing. For a moment, Nephis and Sunny sat in silence, and then a devastating explosion shook the entire rhino, followed by a rain of blasphemies and curses so atrocious that even Sunny was embarrassed, including curses he had never heard before. Several moments passed until Uriel returned with a much calmer expression. I feel much better, he said with a calm smile. My, you have quite an extravagant vocabulary, Nephis commented. I come from a place with a rather colorful language. But that's not the point, I'm just a bit shocked to discover that Cassie is dating someone. Do you like Cassie? Sunny asked. Yes, he admitted without any shame or embarrassment. I think it happened a little after returning from the second nightmare, from the time we spent together and all that. Though we never got to clarify our feelings because of everything that happened in Antarctica. Do you want to know his name? I'm not interested in knowing. But is she happy? Yes, quite, Sunny said. Uriel smiled. Well, I'm happy for her then. You don't seem that affected. Well, there's nothing I can do. I'm trapped here with no high chances of getting out alive, so if she's happy, I don't really care. Although he said those words, the two Supremes noticed their friend was somewhat sad. Uriel stood up. I'm going to take a shower, I reek of blood, he said as he headed to the rhino's small bathroom to wash up. Sunny and Nephis were left alone. About 15 minutes passed until Uriel came out. His black hair was tied back, and his attire was simple, a black mantle with light armor plates for protection. Much better, he murmured contentedly, taking a glass of warm milk. So, where are you two headed? He asked. To hunt a repulsive, hateful bird, Sunny replied. I see. Well, that sounds fun, I'm in. I've already seen everything I wanted to see in this place anyway. Are you sure? You're going to fight a cursed terror. I fought a sacred being and I'm still alive, so I can survive a cursed terror. Besides, I'm very hard to kill. Neffys and Sunny looked at each other for a moment before nodding. After leaving the rhino, Uriel returned it to his dark storage along with his other belongings he had collected over the years since he was a sleeper. Uriel transformed into a mass of darkness for a few seconds until becoming an imposing black dragon 50 meters tall. Uriel looked at them. Climb onto my back, he said, looking at both Supremes. Without hesitation, Neffys jumped, landing on Uriel's back. Shortly after, Sunny joined her. Uriel beat his wings, beginning to fly at high speed toward the estuary. The flight was smooth, no accidents or surprise attacks, and above all, no trace of the vile bird. The flight lasted a few hours until they reached the river's edge, where it gave way to the black void of Ariel's tomb. Uriel navigated through the darkness with familiarity, so it didn't take him long to spot the estuary. Uriel stopped advancing for a moment, carefully observing the estuary's shape. In the past, he couldn't distinguish its form due to the mist that concealed it, but now that the mist was gone, the magnitude of the estuary was revealed to him. It had an irregular form that could barely be called a sphere. It looked more like an inverted pyramid with rounded edges. Several tall mountains of strange shapes jutted from its surface, with peaks representing dark adventures. We've arrived, Uriel announced, flying toward the estuary. As they approached, Neffys asked a question. Uriel, how did you destroy the great river? By killing the guardian that protected it. The guardian was the protector of that place. It killed anything that possessed corruption. I never really knew its purpose. Anyway, at the bottom, there were thousands of runes in a vast and complex spell that formed the time within the tomb and its mystical properties. Kronos dragged the guardian to the bottom and crashed it against the runes, shattering the enchantment, and like a chain, the great river would die in time. Although that didn't kill it entirely. Uriel drew closer to the estuary, feeling a strange sensation as if the world was spinning. When he looked at the estuary's surface to land, his forepaws were on the hard surface. Behind them stretched the dark expanse of the tomb. Uriel continued the journey on foot while talking. So what killed it? Neffys asked. I did. Both opened their eyes. You killed a spirit. How? Sunny asked. Not technically me specifically. It was something else that did it for me. What do you mean? My soul is strange, there's nothing but an impenetrable darkness that I can't distinguish. But aside from that, there exists, or existed, an entity of darkness, a vast entity of power easily comparable to that of a god. Anything I took into my sea of souls that was a threat to me, that thing would emerge and devour it. So I used it to kill the spirit. You just threw it at that thing inside your sea of souls and it killed it. Just like that. Yes. Do you want to see it for yourself? He asked, creating a terrifying head. Pass, Sunny said. Oh, what a terrible pity. Uriel's tone sounded clearly disappointed. By the way, where's Shade? Sunny asked, not seeing the annoying spectral twin of Uriel. That guy's been listening to everything, he just doesn't want to come out of embarrassment. At that, from his back, the darkness rippled, and Shade emerged with one of his eyebrows twitching. Who are you calling embarrassed, you imbecile? Right, you're a Tsunere. Son of a, watch your tongue. The two Supremes watched the interaction between Uriel and his counterpart, which hadn't changed at all in all that time. It's been a while, Shade. Oh, Sunny, congratulations on supremacy, and you too Neffys, Shade said cheerfully. Uriel chose to ignore the conversation between Shade and the two Supremes. Instead, he focused his attention on something else. In the vast expanse, there were shining things, ruins of enormous and magnificent golden structures, enormous corpses that gleamed in the darkness, massive formations of sparkling crystals, and other things. Uriel approached the crystal formations, extending his darkness and sending everything into his dark storage. He also took quite a few shiny things for his collection. After all, the vile bird was a thief, so he would rob the thief in return. Truly, his greed knew no limits. Finally, they entered the immense tunnel, where Uriel returned to normal to continue on foot. He grabbed two fragments of black rock. Creating 4 hands of darkness, he used one to hold a piece of rock, another to hold a supreme soul fragment, and the other 2 to begin weaving a memory. What are you doing? Neffys asked. A memory, he replied, beginning to weave at high speed and precision. Sunny watched the process with interest, observing how the nexuses began to form along with the enchantments. He also heard whispers he couldn't understand. He's using name sorcery, Nephis said, surprised. A few moments passed until the supreme soul fragment he had vanished into sparks. Uriel smiled. Good, that should be enough. Before you ask, this memory I made is special. It allows multiple people to connect through a line to find each other and return to the same place. Like a save point in a video game. Yes, Sunny, like a game save point, he said with a flat face. Touch the stone. Sunny touched the rocky surface, noticing how a thread of black essence was connected to his wrist, leading to the rock, same as Nephis. The trio advanced in silence through the immense tunnel. The main entrance was surrounded by tall columns. Worn stone steps led to the mouth of the tunnel, which had cracks and more pieces of black rock on the ground. Sunny, you'd better stop here. You don't have anything to combat corruption. You do? Sunny asked. Yes. Sunny and Nephis blinked. Really? Yes, it's an attribute I gained upon achieving transcendence. It gives me immunity to corruption and other things I still don't understand. All right. Uriel extracted from his sea of souls an amulet carved from whitish bone. I'll put you inside this amulet. It's an isolated space made by Kronos, time inside is frozen, so to you, it'll be just a moment when you come out. Sunny shot a glance at the tunnel. We don't know what's inside that tunnel, so let me out when we exit. Deal. Deal. Uriel activated the enchantment, and Sunny disappeared, leaving them alone. Uriel looked at Nephis. Hey Neph, just to be safe, if you go mad, I'll seal the knowledge of Ariel's truth. That stuff messes with your head. You say that as if you have experience. I do, since I went through that experience once and it didn't end well. Anyway, let's go in. Uriel and Nephis entered the tunnel. Uriel, upon seeing the first rune of the void, felt an enormous pressure on his soul, and then, upon seeing the second rune, his vision went black. Damn it, again, Shade shouted, annoyed. And now there are two of you. When Uriel opened his eyes, he was confused. Devil's Nest. Devil's Nest. Uriel blinked in confusion. He felt as if his body had been put through a giant meat grinder, and he was burned, though the burns were healing thanks to the properties of his void mantle. He was bound with black chains that pinned him against the wall. Finally back to your senses, Shade said. Again. Yes, again, he replied. I had to stop you with Nephis's help, she recovered faster. Uriel looked around. Everything was a scorched wasteland of ash and volcanic glass. The mouth of the tunnel they had entered through was melted to a certain extent. Likewise, enormous craters were scattered here and there from powerful impacts. The lake was boiling, with clouds of steam rising. Seated on a rock was Nephis, with a distant expression on her face. Uriel freed himself from the chains of darkness as Shade returned inside him. He approached Nephis, who looked at him for a moment. Seems you're back to your senses. Sorry for what I did, even if I don't remember it. You were right. That tunnel, the truth Ariel left behind was too much to bear, even as a supreme. Uriel nodded. Do you want me to block those memories? No, Nephis replied. Don't. Uriel nodded. All right. Then I'll go get Sunny, he said, taking out the amulet. After using a few names, Sunny emerged, somewhat disoriented. What happened? Let's just say there were some complications. But Nephis knows the details. I don't, he said, pointing to Nephis still sitting on a rock. Without hesitation, Sunny approached Nephis, concerned. Ah, love, so pure. Uriel frowned. And I'm still single and a virgin, damn fate. Uriel grew depressed. A dark aura enveloped him as in his mind, Shade began playing a saxophone with a sad melody, making him even sadder. Some time passed before they set off again, crossing the river. The journey continued in silence across the great lake where the names of the 7 demons were inscribed, along with the truth Ariel had left behind about the gods, transgression against the 7th god. They crossed the lake in silence, gradually approaching the chamber where the tomb of oblivion lay. They continued advancing until Uriel reached the same point he had used in the past to travel to the future. Though the current was weak, it was still enough to return to his exact time in one final leap. Uriel guided Sunny and Nephis through the labyrinth using the same path Darren had used, thanks to his blessing from the storm god lineage. The journey was calm, with little conversation. After the three exited the labyrinth, they arrived at the inner lake where the guardian had been. Uriel walked across the lake's surface, looking at the floating corpse of the guardian he had killed. You really killed that thing? Sunny asked, gazing at the immensity of the creature. Yes, it was hell to accomplish, but in the end it happened. It's well dead. Then why aren't you a supreme? I have no idea. At this point, I don't even care about being a supreme or not, he replied calmly. Walking toward a corpse, he created a hand of darkness with sharp claws, which pierced through the corpse. With a strong pull, he extracted a supreme soul fragment, gray and dead. Shaking his head, he tossed the fragment into the lake, where it quickly sank. The three advanced for a time, stopping before reaching the chamber where Oblivion rested in eternal slumber. They had decided to fight in that dark, spacious place. We'll lure the vile thieving bird here. So prepare for battle. Uriel nodded. He used his transcendent form, becoming a mass of darkness. Then Uriel had an idea. He summoned his aspect legacy, his supreme titan, which he still hadn't named. She materialized in the darkness, and he felt her presence. Uriel connected with her through the bond he shared with all his dark creatures. Will you let me possess your body to fight? Bastard, the girl replied, nodding enthusiastically. Thank you. I'll give you a name when the fight is over, and good girl, he said, not being very good with children. Uriel launched himself at the small girl, his darkness wrapping around the body that had been willingly offered. He felt a connection much deeper than any of his other creatures. He supposed it was because she came from his very aspect, born from his nature as a void being. The process was quick, lasting less than a minute. When it finished, in place of the mass of shadows stood a young girl no older than 12, with black hair and black eyes, wearing black robes with her hair tied in a ponytail. Uriel examined the body, feeling how his will suddenly became much vaster and immeasurable. His senses were greatly enhanced, giving him a strange perception. So this is what it feels like to be a supreme. The sensation is intoxicating, he murmured in a childish, girlish voice. In his hand appeared his supreme sword, which had adapted to his new size. Uriel felt gazes upon him, looking at Sunny and Neffis. What? He asked, tilting his head. What do you mean, what? What the hell, Uriel? Uriel smiled. Don't worry about this form, it's part of my aspect legacy, he explained. So your aspect legacy is being an adorable little girl. Well, Uriel scratched his cheek, looking away. I suppose so. Though my legacy is divided into 7 parts called relics, and this is the second, a supreme titan. So you could say I cheated and possess the power and will of a supreme while only being transcendent. I give up trying to analyze you, Sunny said. I feel like I'm watching an invincible character that the plot gives power-ups to out of nowhere and without reason. Hey, that offends me, I'm not a cheater character. I think. Anyway, let's drag the devil out of its filthy nest. Sunny smiled as he summoned a silver bell. As the bell's echo spread throughout the estuary, Sunny took a deep breath and then shouted. Hey, come out and face me, vile bird. Repulsive scum, degenerate fowl, or are you afraid to show your atrocious excuse for a face here, huh? Come get me, you miserable chicken. Uriel blinked upon hearing all that. Quite the language. You're not one to talk, Neffis said. I suppose you're right. They waited a while until finally something interesting emerged, though it was not the atrocious bird. Uriel felt something strange, as if his vitality was slowly beginning to leak away. At the same time, a soft white glow emanated from Neffis's skin. Vile. Vile. Uriel looked behind Sunny, seeing something interesting. Behind him stood a black figure wrapped in shadows, resembling Sunny. Its skin was an intense black, its eyes gleaming like onyx, and a smile curled across its face. The resemblance to Sunny was undeniable. Uriel felt the soul of that thing thanks to the powers of the body he now possessed, sensing 4 supreme soul cores. Uriel watched as Neffis immediately attacked the creature, launching a strike with her sword, unleashing a torrent of radiant white flames. However, before the flames could reach the spawn, it vanished. The shadow creature appeared 100 meters away, now bearing an undeniable resemblance to Neffis. She, or it, tilted its head like a bird and smiled. Vile. Raising its hand, it pointed at them. Uriel immediately transformed into pure darkness, hiding within it, witnessing a sea of black flames that spread, consuming a large portion of the Shadow Legion Sunny had summoned. After the flame attack ended and the steam subsided somewhat, Uriel emerged from the darkness, hearing a pained shriek from the creature. Interesting, was all he said. The spawn approached a dying wolf. It abandoned its Neffis-like form, replaced by that of the wolf. The vile creature, using the wolf's form, sank its fangs into the wolf's neck, tearing out its throat. The wolf smiled, resuming Sunny's form. From its shadows, countless shadows it had killed, including the wolf's own, emerged, now following their new master. Uriel witnessed how the vile progeny was stealing Sunny's domain, eliminating his soldiers at enormous speed, causing Sunny to lose ground rapidly. Ignoring that, he set his gaze into the distance. The suns aren't here either. Where the hell are they? He thought, annoyed. There was no trace that the cursed terror had stolen the 6 divine suns to adorn its nest, nor even traces that they had been destroyed. It was as if they had simply vanished. Uriel observed as the shadow army clashed, Sunny splitting into 7 versions of himself and Neffis fighting. Taking a step, Uriel appeared atop an enormous moth, the same great moth monster he had killed upon entering the tomb. Brandishing the wyvern fang, he cut a supreme shadow in half. His will, now that he controlled a supreme-ranked body, was much more powerful and lethal than ever. Smiling, he used a large portion of his essence to manifest an enormous wave of pure darkness that crashed against the Shadow Army, killing thousands of them, both allies and enemies, since he couldn't distinguish them amid the chaos of battle. Uriel extended his will, increasing his control over the surrounding darkness, strengthening it. A rain of different curses descended upon the shadows, while terrible devastation wiped out entire sections of the vile progeny's army. Sensing a presence, Uriel turned just in time to see the vile spawn extending its hand to crush him. However, Uriel smiled, grabbing the Supreme Devil's wrist. Spinning on his axis, he hurled it against the ground at breakneck speed. The inexperienced devil had no time to move between the shadows when its body impacted the dark river, sending up an enormous column of water. Uriel descended into the water, becoming absolute darkness. He observed the shadows like a predator, tracking the vile spawn moving at high speed. Shooting forward, he intercepted the spawn within the shadows, landing a devastating blow that surpassed the devil's defense. Expelled from the shadows, the spawn broke free, retreating hundreds of meters. A fist-sized hole was in its chest. The spawn's face twisted, letting out a loud shriek, resembling that of a bird. At that instant, the world seemed to stop. A chill settled into Uriel's body. He could feel it. Uriel was the first to react, immediately moving away, but it was too late. A vast and terrifying existence laid its gaze upon him. It happened in less than a blink. A massive claw was in his chest, piercing through his flesh, his bones, even his soul, digging much deeper into places he never knew existed within his soul. Blood gushed from Uriel's mouth. Indescribable pain spread through his entire body, yet he smiled. Uriel activated the most useful and powerful enchantment his void mantle possessed. Retribution, an enchantment that reversed a mortal wound. In other words, the mortal wound the vile thieving bird had inflicted simply never happened, and instead, the same wound was received by the vile bird. The thieving bird tilted its head, its enormous, crazed eyes looking at him as if cataloging his worth. Even when it received the same damage Uriel had taken, it was nothing more than a minor annoyance, such was the vast difference in power. At that moment, Sunny appeared, plunging his sword into the cursed terror's neck with a smile on his face, sending enormous amounts of killing intent and destruction into the vile bird. However, it wasn't enough. The terror wasn't dead. The vile bird turned its massive head, directing its beak towards Sunny, striking him head-on, smashing his head like a crushed watermelon. A moment later, Sunny still had his face, as if his head had never been destroyed. Uriel grabbed the cursed terror's claws, then simply transformed into pure darkness, merging with the environment, something made possible by his unique and strange soul that had once housed a divine entity. Sunny likewise retreated from the repulsive bird. Uriel emerged a few hundred meters away alongside Sunny, observing the magnitude of the enormous bird that had to hunch over to fit within the immense cavern. Both watched as Nephis used her white flames, creating an inferno of fire that engulfed the cursed terror. However, the terror merely moved its wings and shook itself, extinguishing the flames with absurd ease. The cursed terror leapt, its enormous body landing where its progeny lay, agonizing from the hole in its chest. The spawn shot a furious glare at Uriel, then looked at Sunny with something akin to sadness before disappearing into shadows, hiding within the cursed terror's shadow. In the distance, the Shadow Army clashed, with Sunny's shadows gaining the advantage. Finally, this left only the three possessors of divine aspects against a cursed terror. "Any ideas, Uriel?" Nephis asked. "None at the moment. Well, I could detonate some sacred fragments I have, but that would kill us all, and I don't want to be a kamikaze." "What the hell is a kamikaze?" We don't have time to talk about that, we have a cursed terror in front of us." "Anyway, we need to run," Sunny said, earning strange looks from Uriel and Nephis. However, they asked no questions and simply retreated. The three ran back to a great cliff. Just as the vile bird was about to pursue them, an enormous skeletal hand emerged from the shadows. Battle of Deities. The vile bird observed the enormous black bone hand emerging from the shadows, then pecked at the black bone. The sound that followed was like a powerful thunderbolt spreading everywhere. The shockwave reached them, throwing them to the ground. Uriel moved into the darkness at a dizzying speed. In an instant, he led the others toward the enormous cliffs rising from the blackness. After waiting 1 or 2 seconds, Sunny and Nephis arrived. In the time it took them, a titanic skeleton as massive as a mountain fully emerged, its body wrapped in bands of shining gold and ivory fabrics. The skeleton looked at its hand, which had a crack where the bird had previously pecked, then observed the repulsive bird. The vile thieving bird opened its beak, letting out a bone-chilling, piercing shriek that made the three cover their ears. The enormous skeleton lunged forward, focusing all its attention on the vile bird. A moment later, everything shook. A hurricane of black feathers and bone fragments darkened the entrance where the tomb of oblivion rested. The previous calm exploded into a chaotic cacophony. Uriel used his will to choose a bulky armor of darkness that absorbed the impacts of the shockwaves. Even reinforced by his now vast will, it shattered against the shockwaves. "What do we do now?" asked Nephis. "You know, this reminds me of the time I was near a fight between two profane creatures," he commented lightly. "This is no time for those whimsical remarks, Uriel," said Sunny. "This is serious." "Hey, I'm taking this seriously." Nephis decided to interrupt before they started arguing. "We can't face both of them. In fact, we can't even face one, unless something changes." Nothing comes to mind, Uriel expressed. "Maybe Shade will think of something." He called out to Shade mentally, but frowned. He quickly entered his mental space looking for Shade, but couldn't sense him. Panicking, he called Shade over and over, but there was no response. He couldn't even feel his presence within his mind, only emptiness. "He's not there," said Uriel, biting his nail. "What's not there?" asked Sunny. "Shade," Uriel murmured before looking at the cursed terror. "That damn repulsive bird stole him. It stole Shade. How the hell didn't I notice? Was it when it pierced me with those claws?" Uriel wasn't someone ruled by his emotions. He generally liked to stay calm and level-headed, but never in all these years had he felt such anger as he did now. "Calm down," said Nephis, placing a hand on Uriel's shoulder. "We'll get him back." Uriel took a deep breath. "Yes," he said, breathing slowly and heavily. "I have a plan," said Sunny. "It's risky." "Explain." "I need you to help me kill my shadows again so they don't get in my way. While you do that, we'll weaken that damned bird to kill it, once it destroys the Archon." Nephis looked at Sunny for a moment. "Are you sure the Archon will be destroyed?" "I am." His voice was full of certainty. Nephis was silent for a moment and then made another test. "How are we going to damage the thieving bird then?" "I saw it. It effortlessly resisted both your killing will and my flames," said Nephis. "Of course, neither of us has given our maximum yet. Although the quality of our will seems insufficient to finish off this terror, the quantity might be enough." Sunny looked at Nephis upon hearing that. After another moment of silence, he finally said, "This time, our attacks will hurt it, because we'll weaken its will. You just have to tell it. Lost from light, I command you to die." Uriel summoned his darkness creatures. Specifically, he summoned Gunlog and the Black Knight, which should be enough to turn the tide of battle. He also added his Supreme Tyrant as an extra. He decided not to summon the Winter Beast, as it wouldn't be necessary for the current situation, not to mention it was a double-edged sword that affected everything around it indiscriminately between allies and enemies. Uriel sighed. "Maybe I can help with weakening the terror too," he said. Although he lacked a domain and was only a transcendent, he had an ace up his sleeve perfect for souls and spirits. Nephis and Sunny looked at him. "I'll leave this girl in charge. Her powers are related to souls, so she'll be more useful. Although she lacks much language since she was born recently." Sunny and Nephis watched as the darkness surrounding Uriel dissipated, once again revealing the girl's appearance. However, the air around her changed. It became much colder and deadlier, as if their souls were being stalked. Her will spread everywhere without any control. On her forehead, a vertical third eye opened and her hair turned from black to white. "Go to hell," the girl shouted with spirit. "Can you help us?" asked Sunny, seeing 7 supreme soul cores within the girl's soul. "Bastard." The girl nodded quickly. At that moment, a loud crash came from the battle of the two deities. The skeleton deity had fallen motionless and lifeless. The thieving bird held a reaping golden glow in its beak that disappeared a moment later. Without saying anything more, Sunny lunged like a torrent of shadows. Nephis shone like a reaping star rising toward the sky, while the girl wrapped herself in a cloak of spectral mist that began to devour distance itself. The vile bird set its eyes on the 3 enemies before it, stopping longer on the youngest figure. Its eyes shone with great greed. Uriel, wrapped around the body of his Asokro legacy, watched as the cursed terror advanced and then staggered for a moment. Its vast will weakened, becoming less crude and overwhelming, but it was still absurdly dense. The bird weakened further. Immediately, the enchantment of his supreme curse armor activated, sending curses of all kinds against the cursed terror, weakening it even more. Nephis launched herself against the cursed terror in her transcendent form. A sea of white flames weakened it again. Although the thieving bird was still stronger than them, the difference between them and the terror was still considerable. The bird caught in disgust at suffering so much weakening, one after another. Sunny transformed into a huge colossus of shadows wielding a black odachi with both hands, delivering a downward slash. At the same time, a white light descended from the sky. It was Nephi's. The cursed terror raised its wings, blocking both attacks. At that instant, Uriel ordered his creature to attack, and so it did. Using his ascended ability, Hands of the Beyond, thousands of spectral hands, invisible and incorporeal, enveloped the cursed terror, gripping its soul and beginning to pull with force. The thieving bird let out a loud shriek. Sunny's colossal black sword flew through the air as he was repelled, along with both his hands up to his elbows. Uriel felt the invisible hands completely shatter. On the other side, Nephis's sword was extinguished, leaving nothing but small burnt feathers on its wing. Uriel watched the cursed terror, which stared back at him. A visceral hatred was born in his heart upon seeing the bird that had taken what was most precious to him. Shining star. The vile bird thrust its beak toward the supreme titan to pierce it, but the void creature evaded it completely, sacrificing a part of itself that regenerated immediately, the dark flesh pulsing and knitting together as if time itself were rewinding on its wound. An enormous titanic fist crashed against the cursed terror, shaking it for a moment while a sea of white flames descended upon its body. The heat was so intense that the air itself distorted around it, creating mirages that danced like tormented spirits. The cursed terror shook itself with a shriek that pierced the ears of the three combatants, shaking off the white flames that clung to its bones like voracious parasites. The burned feathers fell like black ash upon the lake, floating for an instant before sinking into the darkness. Its claws tore through the enormous colossus of shadows, which dissipated into fragments of blackness, revealing Sunny. He transformed into a sea of shadows, adopting the form of himself. A demon mask concealed his face along with a black cloak that waved like a banner of night itself. Another sea of flames descended upon the cursed terror, partially distracting it. The flames danced with sinister intelligence, seeking the cracks in its bone armor, seeping like water into the fissures of a rock. After eliminating the flames, Sunny's voice rang out clearly, resonating with an ancient echo that seemed to come from the dawn of time itself. I am Weaver, the demon of destiny. Where is my eye, miserable thief? The thieving bird froze for an instant. Its eyes, which had gleamed with greed and malice, clouded with ancestral recognition. Something in that name awakened a primal fear within its being. Then it forgot about Nephi's, throwing itself at Sunny with maddened eyes, letting out a shriek of anguish that made the lake's waters churn as if the underworld itself were convulsing. A fierce battle began, causing enormous clashes that resonated through the estuary like war drums. Claws, bursts of cutting wind, furious shrieks, this was all that occurred in that area of the estuary. Shadows and light danced in a mortal ballet where every movement could be the last. Whenever the cursed terror was distracted, Nephi's would launch an incinerating ray from the sky. The white light fell like the wrath of a forgotten god, burning the air in its path and leaving trails of fire that persisted even after the impact. At the same time, the Supreme Titan used invisible hands to wound the terror's soul, tearing fragments of its essence that faded into the void like forgotten sighs. Slowly, the cursed terror's wounds grew worse, like a crack forming and spreading slowly through ice. Each impact left its mark, each wound was a seed of destruction germinating in the soul of the vile bird. While all the battle raged, elsewhere, in a vast nearly limitless space filled with all kinds of treasures and shining remains, was Shade. Torn away by the cursed terror's claws, he had been dragged to the place where the vile bird kept all its stolen things. A dimension folded between the folds of reality, a sanctuary of greed where centuries of plunder rested as a monument to avarice. Even in that space, Shade could feel he could return to Uriel at any moment. The bond between them was a thread of light in the darkness, a connection that not even the cursed terror could fully sever. But he wouldn't do it immediately. No. Instead, he would make sure to deal a great blow to the greatest thief in existence. Invoking the dark warehouse, Shade began storing everything he saw, without stopping to check what entered. His will extended like tentacles of shadow, enveloping the treasures and sucking them into the dimensional space he shared with Uriel. Enormous shining palaces, with towers that touched the sky of that artificial world, disappeared entirely. Brilliant weapons forged from metals that no longer existed in the current world, whose glow told stories of forgotten battles, were devoured by the darkness. Complete ruins of civilizations that the cursed terror had plundered over millennia, fragments of divine souls that still pulsed with a reaping gleam. Corpses of titanic abominations that glowed with bright and beautiful lights, whose cores shone like stars. Shade smiled, an expression that would have been terrifying if anyone could see it. He truly was the best thief in the world. Even if the cursed terror realized that its collection of thousands of years had been completely stolen, it would already be too late. Those treasures would never be seen again. For now, he would just enjoy the theft while the Terror fought for its life against 4 titans, 3 of them supreme and 1 transcendent. He truly was the most greedy being in the world. Uriel ordered his supreme titan to take the front in battle, which it did with enthusiasm, adopting a new form that none of those present had ever seen before. The creature transformed into a strange figure, wrapped in shifting light and darkness, ethereal as a dream made flesh. Its body had no fixed form, undulating between matter and spirit, between the tangible and intangible. Its attacks damaged the very soul with enormous intensity, each blow tearing pieces of the Terror's will away like petals from a withered flower. This made the cursed Terror even more cornered, forced to divide its attention between the 2 supreme titans, causing it the most problems. From the sky, enormous incinerating rays kept striking it, burning its wings and the skin hidden beneath. The smell of scorched flesh mingled with that of calcined bone, creating a putrid fragrance that permeated the air. Uriel watched as Sunny struck the cursed Terror, making it stagger. At the same time, thousands of invisible hands held the Terror, reducing its movement for a critical moment. Then, the battlefield filled with new presences. An enormous dragon emerged from the darkness, its black scales reflecting the light of the flames. On its back lay a black knight made of darkness wielding an enormous sword that cut the void itself. A figure wrapped in shadows fired a rain of arrows from a distance, each projectile piercing the Terror's soul with surgical precision. Beneath the water, an enormous sea monster emerged launching its tentacles, while thousands of shadows leapt toward the cursed Terror to drown it like a black mass. The cursed Terror, weakened and attacked from so many fronts, was temporarily overwhelmed. Its will, scattered by the multiple assaults, managed to gather in the form of a massive crushing force that sent everything against the ground. An invisible shockwave swept across the battlefield, throwing Uriel's creatures against rocks and water. At that moment, when the cursed Terror was about to fly away to regroup, Nephis acted. Before the fight began, she had read the book Uriel had given her about explosions, whose knowledge had made her improve and increase the power with which she could detonate her soul cores. She had studied every page, every formula, every principle of concentrated destruction. Now, it was time to put that knowledge into practice. Her body lit up like a star, shining with an intensity that blinded even the titans around her. She spoke the true names of fire, destruction, annihilation, and devastation in a single verse that further increased the destructive power of her attack. The words resonated with a power that predated time itself, a language that gods had spoken before the world took shape. The black void was illuminated by a pure, iridescent white void. There was no moment of transition, no instant of doubt. Simply, a column of white flames fell upon the cursed Terror, engulfing it completely. The heat was so intense that the lake's water evaporated instantly around it, creating a crater of steam that rose toward the sky like the breath of a dying dragon. Uriel dispelled his dark creatures, which had barely managed to maintain their forms before being destroyed. The shadows retreated like a tide receding from the shore, leaving only the glow of the flames. The thieving bird let out a heart-wrenching cry of pain as it was burned by the flames. Its flesh melted, its bones cracked, its will fragmented under the assault of pure light. Sunny lunged at the vile bird to deliver the finishing blow. His demon mask shone with a sinister light while his shadow sword rose for the final slash. But the Terror spread its wings, taking flight toward the sky with a speed that defied logic. The beating of its wings generated a massive sonic wind blast that shattered nearby rocks and created waves on the lake that extended to the horizon. The Terror flew toward where Nephis was, ascending higher and higher as if wanting to devour the shining star that had wounded it. Before it could reach her, Nephis shifted to her transcendent form, becoming an enormous mass of massive flames. The white flames launched themselves at the cursed Terror, enveloping it in a burning embrace that made it shriek once more. Its wings folded inward, heading downward toward the lake, like a terrible comet falling from the sky. The speed of its descent created a trail of fire and destruction that illuminated the darkness like a second sun. Uriel, without hesitation, took possession of the Supreme Titan, becoming a mass of pure darkness. Dozens of sharp white eyes fixed upon the cursed Terror, observing each of its movements with supernatural precision. Its enormous dark mass charged against the Terror just like a massive mass of shadows surging from the other side. The 4 entered the lake at the same time to continue their battle through the scattered time of the Great Tomb. The lake's waters, which had remained calm for millennia, churned as if a god were stirring the bottom of the world. The ripples became waves, and the waves became storms that crashed against the shores of the estuary. The 3 supreme titans and 1 cursed Terror continued their combat in the depths. The clash devastated time and space, opening countless rifts toward the past or future of the Great Tomb. Visions of forgotten battles and wars to come flickered at the edges of reality, like dreams seeping into wakefulness. At the heart of that storm of time and space, four wills clashed with a fury that threatened to tear the very fabric of existence. And at the center of it all, a star shone with the intensity of 1,000 suns, refusing to be extinguished even in the face of the deepest darkness. Broken, the cold water of the lake embraced the mass of darkness that was Uriel, wrapped around the cursed terror along with a mass of white flames that both healed and burned the fallen deity. The contrast was unbearable, the cold of the ancestral waters against the heat of divine flames, the darkness of his being against Nephthys' purifying light. Every fiber of his existence screamed in agony as his will clung to the terror like a hunting dog that refuses to release its jaw. The instant the water and white flames made contact, the lake began to evaporate in enormous waves of hot steam that rose like the size of a dying world. The mist was so dense it obscured the sky, creating a white hell where only the sound of clashing wills broke the silence. A reaping light forced Uriel to rely solely on his combat experience. All his eyes remained closed to avoid drying out. He could only feel the presence of the vile bird through vibrations in the fabric of reality, along with the other two supremes moving like twin storms around him. The light wasn't natural, it was the fury of a dying sun, the cry of a star that had been stolen and now demanded vengeance. The cursed terror plummeted even faster, reaching near luminal speeds. It crashed against the water's surface, causing the fragile flow of time to finally shatter. The impact created a shockwave that tore space itself apart, opening a wound in reality that bled fragments of forgotten moments. Everything broke. Time and space lost their order, creating fragments of cracks in reality that flickered like the eyelids of a convulsing god. Visions of alternative pasts and impossible futures seeped through the fissures, civilizations that never existed, battles that hadn't yet occurred, deaths that had never happened. The four plunged into one of the cracks, traveling to a distant place in the fabric of time. The sensation was nauseating, like being stretched in all directions simultaneously while being crushed into a single point. The screams of the four titans resonated through the void between moments, a chorus of desperation that shook the foundations of reality. Soon, time returned to normal. The reaping light disappeared, replaced by the blue light of a tranquil sky illuminated by 7 divine suns that shone with serene and eternal intensity. The calm was so abrupt it hurt, like a lash after chaos. Uriel used one of his eyes to see his surroundings. He observed the city of Seekers, still unprofaned. All its inhabitants were alive and well, going about their lives unaware that the end of the world loomed over them. He saw a child chasing a butterfly, an old man sitting on a bench reading a book, 2 lovers kissing beneath the shade of an ancient tree. Scenes of peace that would be shattered in an instant. They all stood frozen as they pointed to the sky, where an immeasurable mass of darkness began to stain the heavens with night, leaving in its wake a trail of scorched black feathers, black blood, and devastation. The sun was eclipsed, not by a natural eclipse, but by the presence of something that did not belong to this time, this world. Uriel felt the vile bird's claws stab his soul, sending him into a world of pain. The suffering was so intense that his thoughts fragmented into pieces of pure agony. Each claw was a memory of loss, each wound a scar on his deepest being. He felt his essence tear apart, the layers of his soul peeling like the skin of an onion. In return, he manifested hundreds of enormous maws that bit into the cursed terror's flesh, extracting chunks of meat and black blood that glowed with a malevolent radiance. His jaws closed with the force of a collapsing world, tearing pieces from the fallen deity that writhed in pain. At the same time, Sunny's mass of shadows did the same, while Nephthys' white flames continued burning the bird's enormous body. The terror shrieked, and the sound shattered windows in the city behind them, and people fell to the ground with their hands over their ears, bleeding from them. The scream was death itself made sound. A moment later, a crack opened in the blue sky, which they passed through, leaving the city of Seekers behind. The last image Uriel had of them was that of a child still looking at the sky, his eyes reflecting the darkness that carried away the titans fighting for their destiny. The perspective shifted. They were in the future, thousands of years later, with the suns still intact, not yet stolen. The city was gone, only ruins, only dust, only the memory of what had been. Then they passed to another crack, and then another. Reality unraveled in their wake, leaving a trail of paradoxes that no god could repair. Day and night mingled during the fierce battle. Everywhere they arrived, they left a trail of destruction and shattered reality. Entire cities disintegrated in the wind of their clashes. Mountains split like cookies. Oceans evaporated. The world bled beneath their feet, and they could not stop. Yet no one paid attention to that. Uriel continued his fight against the cursed terror, using his entire being to inflict constant wounds upon the terror. His body was an arsenal of pain and fury, every muscle of his dark form screaming for vengeance. He wasn't just fighting for his life, he fought for shade, for every soul the thieving bird had stolen, for every moment of happiness that had been ripped from the world. The vile thieving bird shrieked and wailed, wounding all three with its claws, wings, and beak. Each attack was a cataclysm, a claw that tore open the sky, a wingbeat that created hurricanes, a peck that pierced time itself. Its fury was that of a cornered god, the desperation of a thief watching his treasure slip through his fingers. The battle was fatal, pushing them constantly to the limit between life and death. Uriel felt his soul cracking with each impact, his will wearing thin like a rope stretched to its breaking point. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. If he stopped, Shade would be lost forever. If he stopped, everything he had built would crumble like a house of cards. He invented new ways to use his aspect, each more desperate than the last. He created lances of darkness that pierced the bird's soul, chains of darkness that bound it to the present, maws that devoured its will. There was no limit to his creativity, no end to his determination. Each new attack was a gamble, a risk to his own integrity in exchange for a wound on his enemy. White flames enveloped the thieving bird, and it was in turn enveloped by an enormous shadow, followed by deep, impenetrable darkness. Light and shadow empowered each other due to their relationships, while darkness, the complete absence of light, was entirely different. It was the primordial void, the silence before the first sound, the nothingness that preceded everything. Although the flames didn't damage or dissipate it, they couldn't heal its wounds. Every scar on its body was permanent, every crack in its will was a victory for the Titans. Slowly, very slowly, the cursed terror was being overcome. As the incarnations fought, the four wills clashed. Three of them holding back and slowly surpassing the cursed terror, whose will still outmatched them. But the gap was narrowing. Each second of combat, each wound inflicted, brought the moment of victory closer. Uriel's will was a torrent of darkness and determination. Nephis', a conflagration of light and purity. Sunny's, a shadow of cunning and vengeance. Together, they formed a triumvirate of destruction that made the divine thief stagger. Uriel, Nephis, and Sunny, clinging to the cursed terror's body, streaked across the skies at lightning speeds. The wind was so intense it peeled the flesh from their bones, but none let go. They were stuck to the terror like leeches, draining its life force, tearing away its will. An instant later, they passed through a fissure in reality, leaving behind the reaping light of day to find themselves within the great river. Their clashes sent thousands of tons of water surging to the surface like enormous geysers that touched the sky. The water was so ancient it remembered the birth of the world, and its waves carried echoes of forgotten songs. Suddenly, they were surrounded by absolute darkness with calm waters stretching to the horizon. Directly ahead of them was a floating island several kilometers wide, covered in forests that glowed with their own light. It was a bubble of peace amid chaos, a sanctuary soon to be profaned. The four crashed into the island, destroying a large portion of its surface in unparalleled devastation. The impact created a crater several kilometers in diameter, and the shockwaves felled trees that had stood since before humans walked the earth. A rain of debris fell upon the island, knocking down thousands of trees. They impacted against an enormous tower that was sent flying at great speed, destroying even more forested area. The tower was a monument to a forgotten civilization, and now lay in ruins, its purpose lost forever. A moment later, they were elsewhere in time. The island had vanished, replaced by a crystal desert reflecting the light of a dying star. The massive flames moved away, taking a vague humanoid form that wielded an enormous, massive sword that descended upon the cursed terror. The sword was Nephis' will-made fire, a weapon that could cut the very concept of existence. The environment changed, finding themselves atop the shell of an enormous sea beast covered in mystical metal armor. The beast was as large as a mountain, its eyes the size of lakes. Nephis swung her sword with titanic force. The cursed terror altered the world to avoid the fatal strike. Space distorted around it, creating a labyrinth of stolen alternative realities that deflected the blow. Nephis missed her attack. The sword, now a ray of light, pierced the beast's enormous shell cleanly in two halves. The beast didn't even have time to roar. Its death was instantaneous, its body split like a nut under a divine hammer. Golden blood spilled into the void, creating stars in its fall. Before the great monster knew what had happened, it was already dead, and they found themselves in another place, toward a vast sky and a reaping light that hurt just to look at. The light was that of the divine suns, and it burned like the hatred of a betrayed god. Uriel screamed from the pain of being burned. His body of darkness was beginning to disintegrate under the searing, hot light. He felt his form dissolving like sand in the wind, his will evaporating like water in the desert. Each second under that light was an eternity of torture, each instant a lesson in suffering. Using the pain as a catalyst, he attacked the cursed terror with even more force. There was no limit to his fury, every wound on his being only added more fuel to the fire of his determination. He created claws of darkness that dug into the bird's soul, maws that devoured its flesh, chains that bound its will. As they drew closer, Uriel knew they were approaching the divine suns. He could feel them, 7 masses of primordial power shining with the light of a million souls. They were beautiful and terrifying, the physical manifestation of divinity itself. The vile thieving bird crashed into one of the suns, shattering it to pieces. The explosion was so intense it blinded the 3 titans, and a shockwave of cosmic proportions hurled them backward. Fragments of the sun fell like fiery meteors, each capable of destroying a world. An intense heat began to consume Uriel. His soul was crumbling like a sandcastle under a relentless tide. The layers of his being peeled away one after another, exposing his core to the void. If he continued at this pace, he would die in a matter of seconds. He needed to do something. Clenching his countless maws, he released the cursed terror. He completely released his transcendent transformation. A mass of darkness covered the sky and the now 6 suns. He manifested enormous black tentacles that devoured the divine suns, sending them into his dark warehouse. In a matter of instants, the 6 suns made from fragments of a profane titan's divine soul were stolen by him. The act was so violent it created a vacuum in the fabric of reality, a wound that would take millennia to heal. But the effort was too much. Uriel felt his body tear apart, his will fracture. He was at his limit, and the terror knew it. The thieving bird seized the moment of weakness. A blow from its wing, charged with all the fury of a betrayed god, crashed into Uriel. The impact was like being struck by a moon, and his mass of darkness went flying like a cosmic projectile. Uriel flew at full speed, returning to his human form. He passed through one of the cracks, and his body crashed against an enormous ship island, causing an explosion that shattered its entire surface. The island's inhabitants were disintegrated instantly, their souls scattered like dust in the wind. The impact created a crater several kilometers deep, and the ship island began to sink slowly, carrying with it the remains of a civilization that would never have the chance to tell its story. Uriel was out of the battle. He lay at the bottom of the crater, his human body broken and bleeding. Every bone in his body was fractured, every muscle torn. His will, which had been an unstoppable torrent, was now a barely sustained thread. But he wasn't dead. He could still feel Shade, though faintly. He could still feel Nephis and Sunny fighting the terror. He could still feel the hatred in his heart. He rose slowly, ignoring the pain that screamed through every fiber of his being. It didn't matter that he was broken. It didn't matter that he was on the brink of death. As long as he could move, as long as he could breathe, as long as he could hate, he would keep fighting. Shade would not be lost forever. The cursed terror would pay for every soul it had stolen. And Uriel, even if he had to crawl through hell itself, would see justice done. Back in time, when Uriel opened his eyes again, it was already night. Quite fortunate, since with that, all the damage he had suffered had already healed thanks to the enchantment of his void mantle. Making a great mental and physical effort, he managed to sit up on a surface of calcined wood. Looking around, he only saw a wasteland of burned wood stretching for kilometers. I can't rest now, Uriel thought. Standing up, he took a step only to stumble and fall to the ground. Not yet. Stop trying already, said a familiar voice in his mind. Shade, you son of a bitch, where the hell were you hiding? He asked angrily. Hey, no cursing. As for where I was, well, kidnapped. That repulsive bird considered me valuable, so it sent me to where it kept its collection. And well, you know, I consider myself someone of incalculable worth, so I took the price and multiplied it many times over. While I was fighting a damned terror, you were robbing a cursed terror. And the best thief in existence. Oh, it'll be furious when it finds out it's left bankrupt. Sure, also furious, but that's no longer our concern. We won't see it again anytime soon, said Shade as he pulled a bottle from the dark warehouse. Here, drink this. From what I saw, it's a special beverage capable of healing any wound and leaving you as good as new. Uriel took the bottle, opened the cork, and brought the bitter liquid to his throat. After feeling the liquid go down his trachea and reach his stomach, he felt a wave of essence flood him completely. His strength returned fully, his soul was healing at a monstrous speed, his wounds had closed, and all his exhaustion vanished. In less than a minute, he was as good as new, even a little stronger. I feel invincible, he murmured with a smile. Well, I'm glad it worked. Anyway, let's return to our time. Sunny and Nephis will return to theirs if they follow the thread of essence connecting them to the estuary in the future. Uriel nodded. He transformed into an enormous, massive serpent 800 meters long. Coiling his body, he shot off at lightning speed, crossing thousands of kilometers in an instant. Every abomination in his path was disintegrated on the spot. The journey to the estuary at that speed took only a few minutes until he spotted the stone titan's heart, whose sorcery still functioned. Following the thread of essence connected to his wrist, Uriel entered the estuary until he reached the labyrinth of time. Uriel let the thread guide him to his distant future. Still transformed into a pitch-black sea serpent, he plunged into the water. The familiar sight of light and shadows shifting rapidly relaxed him somewhat. He sailed for an eternity, or just a blink, Uriel no longer cared. He had enjoyed his strange and crazy adventure helping his future friends fight against a cursed terror. Although the experience had been painful, Uriel had extracted the greatest advantage. He learned to improve his will. He felt he was much closer to achieving his long-awaited supremacy. He could feel it deep within himself, but it still eluded him. But this didn't disappoint him, it only drove him to strive harder to attain it. Aside from that, he gained two things. First, knowing that the plan had succeeded and knowing how to solve some of his problems. Another point was the divine fragments. At first, he was annoyed that they were stolen before he could take them, but all along, it was he who had stolen the two suns, thus creating a loop. And if he was right, then his future self had done the same thing he was doing now, and what his past self would do in due time. Uriel felt like laughing. Truly, time was his cruelest karma. Increasing his speed, he followed the line until he finally emerged on the lake's surface, releasing thousands of tons of water in his ascent. Abandoning his sea serpent form, Uriel leapt toward the rocky cliff. He observed in the distance the dead body of the tomb's guardian. Following the line, he saw the piece of rock he had embedded in the wall of his time. Apparently, not much time had passed since his departure, perhaps a few years, months, or seconds. Uriel stretched, then blinked, realizing he was still using his Supreme Titan's body. Separating himself, he recovered his real form and then dismissed it to rest. Although he felt he had weakened, in reality it was the opposite, he had grown stronger. It was just that by controlling the body of a supreme being, and a titan at that, his power had multiplied many times over. I wonder if they'll read the note I left, he murmured as he left the estuary. He still had one last part to do, bring the hundreds of millions of inhabitants of Ariel's tomb to the real world. And with that, he would finally rest for a while, at least before the domain war began. In the distant future, Sunny and Nephis emerged from the depths of the great river after following the black thread connected to a memory Uriel had created before the battle. "Where do you think he is?" asked Sunny, curious to see no sign that Uriel had emerged from the fissures. "Maybe he's still trapped in the labyrinth of time. Or perhaps he's collecting something strange," she offered. "Possible. He looked furious attacking that damned bird." Nephis looked around before lowering her gaze, spotting a glass bottle sealed with a cork. Inside was a note. And this? Nephis took the bottle and opened it, noticing it was a letter in Uriel's handwriting. "What does it say?" "It's from Uriel," Nephis replied. Nephis read the letter, which said, "Hello. If you're reading this, it means you made it back alive. That's a relief. I didn't know if that memory could last that long during the fight against that repulsive bird. Anyway, don't wait for me. I'm from the past, my time isn't the same as yours, so our paths separate here. Maybe I'll die, maybe I won't, who knows. Oh, and Sunny, congratulations on getting back what was stolen from you. Truly, your treachery has no limits." Nephis smiled, looking at Sunny, who turned his face away. "Well, I'm sure you're looking away and saying something like, 'That bastard.'" "That bastard," Sunny murmured before blinking. "I knew it, I'm never wrong. Well, this is getting too long. At the entrance to the estuary, I left two things for you under a pile of rubble. Consider it my gift. Let's see, what else? Oh, yes. I recovered Shade, who left that repulsive bird bankrupt, so it'll be furious for a while, but that's its problem, not mine. Well, kisses and hugs. Your incredible and friendly friend Uriel and Shade say goodbye. P.S. If you see Cassie's boyfriend, cut off his." Nephis stopped reading at that point. "The rest is a list of curses I don't want to read aloud." "Well, at least that bastard is alive. He won't die so easily," Sunny murmured. At that moment, footsteps were heard from the other side. Sunny and Nephis saw a hooded figure, who lowered their hood to reveal an arrogant smile. The face was that of a young and extremely handsome man, with fair, smooth skin. His hair was black as night, and his eyes were deep black like two pits of darkness. Well, that bastard, huh, Sunny, even after I went to all that trouble to write those lovely words of encouragement. Elsewhere, outside Ariel's tomb, in the burned forest within an ancient citadel, the vile thieving bird let out a furious shriek that destroyed everything around it. The great beasts fled in terror as cursed ranked creatures awoke from their long slumber due to the fury-filled shriek of the most hated bird among gods and void beings alike. The reason? Its vast, immeasurable treasure of shiny things, stolen with such effort from the hands of gods, demons, and void beings, had been completely taken. Not even a single miserable shiny gem remained, only a desolate and sterile emptiness. The vile thieving bird swore by its entire extinct species that it would personally hunt down that void creature and collect its due 100-fold. No one robbed the greatest thief in all of existence and got away with it. Even if it had to destroy the world, it would do so to recover what had been stolen from it. Back to the great river. Kronos first noticed upon opening his eyes that they were outside the estuary. The familiar darkness of the void of Ariel's tomb greeted him with a cold air. For him, no more than a moment had passed since he had spoken with his master. Kronos looked at Uriel. He had changed a bit, his height had increased by a full centimeter, and his hair had grown slightly longer. Something he noticed almost immediately was that he was much stronger than before. His will was firmer and broader than it had been moments earlier. What happened? Kronos asked. Oh, nothing. Just a little crazy crossing that hallway with runes again, but nothing serious. Kronos nodded, unsure if he was telling the truth or not. Uriel looked at the amulet and, after speaking a few names which he wove into a single verse, Darren appeared, examining his surroundings immediately. How much time passed? I don't know. Perhaps days or weeks, Uriel replied, standing up. The three left the estuary after that, returning to the edge of the great river. During the journey, they were attacked by multiple abominations that had increased their activity. They had to fight some while simply avoiding others. After some time traveling, they finally returned to the great river, whose current weakened with each passing moment. Uriel was in his black dragon form, soaring through the skies. Darren and Kronos were on his back. We're going to Fallen Grace first, Kronos indicated. Uriel increased his speed, heading upstream from Verge toward where Fallen Grace was located. The journey was peaceful, with an occasional abomination attacking them, but nothing they couldn't handle. Uriel took the opportunity to begin taking subjects to form his black army and gain access to a greater amount of soul essence. After a few days of continuous travel, they finally sighted the enormous city, which had multiplied its size several times over. Enormous island ships had attached themselves to Fallen Grace, forming a mega-city with hundreds of millions of inhabitants. All came from the scattered cities of the future and the past, the Outlanders, the River Nomads, the people of Weave, cities built by civilizations, and all of Twilight. Everything had united into a single impregnable bastion that defended itself against the continuous attacks of the abominations, thanks to the transcendent champions, the ascended, the awakened, and even the mundanes who were given weapons made from the corpses of creatures to fight equally for survival. When Uriel began to approach the city, all its inhabitants started pointing at him, some even preparing for battle. But before chaos could erupt, Kronos extended his will, making everyone recognize him. As if a dam had broken, a cry of jubilation, happiness, emotion, hope, and other feelings escaped in unison. Uriel landed his enormous body on the wooden surface, causing a slight tremor. A multitude of countless eyes were staring at them intently. From his back, Darren jumped, landing on the ground, followed by Kronos. Uriel transformed back, returning to his normal appearance. It's our King Kronos. Our king is back. Look, it's the Serpent King. Our ruler has returned. Who is that accompanying him? I know him, it's Lord Uriel. Uriel almost fell over upon hearing that last part. I want to hide, he thought, looking for the darkest place nearby. In moments like this, he envied Sunny's powers, who could easily disappear among the shadows. Kronos stepped forward, his will as a sovereign extending, his voice prepared to reach all the inhabitants of the great river gathered in one place. People of Fallen Grace, inhabitants of Twilight, nomads of the river, and outlanders from beyond the tomb. After being separated for so long, we are finally all gathered together. Kronos smiled, his eyes looking at the enormous multitude of gathered people. A chorus from the crowd was heard. After waiting a few moments for everything to calm down, Kronos continued speaking. I am Kronos of Fallen Grace. And after being on a long journey, my mission has finally been completed. Today we return as victors. The great river has been destroyed, and with it, the moment of our freedom is closer than ever. Thanks to King Darren, who helped us by offering his aid, we managed to travel to the estuary and destroy time to allow everyone to gather here today. But above all of this happened thanks to one person, an outlander from beyond the great tomb of Ariel, whose strength, intelligence, and will allowed us to succeed and remain alive. Kronos turned and gestured to Uriel, who wanted to escape and disappear from the immense embarrassment he felt. Let me introduce you to Uriel, the Lord of Darkness, that warrior who came and helped us, promising our long for freedom far from the claws of this hostile world. Kronos turned back to the crowd. However, although I promise by my name that I will make you free from this world, there is still time. Terrible threats will descend from the great river to kill us. But do not worry. We, the people of the river, will survive the terrible trial, and in the end, we will achieve our victory. I, Kronos, king of fallen grace, promise you this. If the enormous multitude of inhabitants was already excited and euphoric, Kronos' speech had ignited something difficult to extinguish, the flame of hope. A wave of voices struck like an enormous hurricane that traveled thousands of kilometers. Uriel sighed, looking at Kronos. Did you really have to say all that about me? It's good propaganda, master. Accept it. Uriel rolled his eyes. Well, at least on the bright side, he could rest a little from the endless battles he had been fighting since he delved into Ariel's tomb. Soon, a guard escort arrived to accompany them to a new palace built in the new city, which was named, the Ark of Time. Among the guards was Anank, who was overjoyed to see them. Alongside Anank was a woman of dazzling beauty with long black hair that fell down her back, yellow eyes, and a calm expression. Kronos, upon seeing the woman, ran toward her without hesitation, giving her a tight embrace. Darling, I missed you so much. You don't know how much I missed you, Kronos said, beginning to cry without caring that millions of people were watching. There, my love. I'm glad you returned safely from your journey, the woman replied. Kronos pulled back before giving her a deep kiss. Damn it, take your romance somewhere else, Uriel thought with some annoyance. After that scene, Kronos introduced his wife, who was strangely named Rhea, a sorceress of extraordinary talent in rune manipulation who helped in the construction of the Time Hunter. They chatted for a while, and Hecate thanked Uriel for taking care of her husband. The procession continued calmly until they reached the enormous palace made of white and black stone. The palace was impressive and dazzling in its design, a palace worthy of the greatest kings in the world. Upon entering the palace, they were received by a great banquet and a welcome party. Inside the castle were the leaders of the various forces of the now great city, as well as their representatives. During the following hours, it was a strange experience for Uriel. He enjoyed the food and drinks, listening silently to the conversations and participating here and there occasionally. He learned that since their departure, a full year had passed, with most of that year having occurred inside the estuary. So he calculated that it had taken them 2 weeks to reach the estuary, and they had spent 11 months inside the estuary to destroy the Guardian and the river, as well as to exit the estuary. During the time they were not on the river, Anank had fulfilled her part. She had traveled across the great river, both into the future and the past, to gather them. The first were the river nomads, who, after obtaining their help, helped her spread her words. Slowly but steadily, they convinced each tribe and city of the great river. Some were easier, others more difficult, but in the end, she succeeded. When the great river lost its mystical properties that kept them bound to their cities, all the cities began to migrate toward fallen grace. One after another, they joined together and built new ports. Due to the influx of large quantities of souls, the abominations were not long in coming, but they were eliminated by the awakened. When twilight had arrived, they began to be constantly attacked by the profaned. The warriors of twilight, especially the transcendent champions, acted as the vanguard, dealing with the army. However, something happened. Uriel heard how, about 2 months ago, in a devastating battle where they were losing, an enormous dark being that covered the sky with darkness descended upon the profanation army, annihilating them completely before rising and disappearing as it had appeared. They called it the Dark Wanderer. Finally, after the feast, Darren announced to everyone that they had a plan to end the source of the profanation. This left everyone stunned and shaken. The source of the profanation had been in the tomb for thousands of years, destroying them and slowly bringing them to the brink of extinction. Declaring that it would be destroyed once and for all brought mixed emotions. The Ark of Time. The feast had lasted an entire day. Barely had the celebrations ceased when the 3 leaders got to work. There was no time to waste. Kronos, Darren, and Uriel gathered in a private room of the castle, far from the bustle of the revelers. The weight of responsibility hung over them like a sword of Damocles. Uriel remained silent, focused. He could feel through his connection to the soul tree how the abominations were annihilating each other in a dance of death and chaos. Stygia, the name he had given his supreme titan, expanded relentlessly, devouring corrupted souls to strengthen its domain and perfect its mastery in combat. Each consumed soul was another pulse of power, an advantage in the war to come. Combined with the strength of the transcendence he had gathered, they would have a respite. Precious time to plot their next move. So, what are we going to do? Uriel asked, fixing his gaze on Kronos. The Ark of Time, the sovereign replied, his voice grave and firm. We will build an ark to transport all the inhabitants of the tomb to a safe place. It will be a special pocket dimension, designed to recreate the world they know. However, sorcery of such magnitude requires a colossal amount of essence to sustain itself. Don't worry about that, Uriel interjected, in a tone that brooked no argument. For reasons I won't explain, I possess 6 divine soul fragments that we can use. A silent sigh escaped his lips. It was a pity he couldn't forge divine weapons with those fragments, tools that could change the course of any battle. But saving hundreds of millions of souls was a nobler purpose, more urgent. Darren raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Where did you get 6 divine fragments? I won't give details, Uriel replied, curtly. His gaze hardened, making it clear he would not yield on that point. Very well, Kronos nodded, accepting the answer without further inquiry. Then we only need to create the pocket dimension. It must be vast and powerful enough to house everyone, and above all, completely free of corruption. Use my soul sea, Kronos offered, with the serenity of one who has made an irreversible decision. No, Uriel objected immediately. You are the king of your people and a sovereign. They need you. Kronos smiled, a tired smile that didn't reach his eyes. I am old, Uriel. I am thousands of years old. Though my body still remains young, my mind deteriorates with the passage of time. Besides, my soul sea is special. It can be altered to recreate a habitable and complete biome. But, Uriel tried to interject. But nothing. This is my final decision. I can begin working on the sorcery myself, but I need help to create something so vast and complex. Uriel clenched his fists but nodded. He knew he couldn't dissuade him. How long will it take? If all goes well, a year. 2 at most. After sealing the agreement, Kronos summoned his wife, and awakened of great power. When she heard the plan, she did not hesitate to offer her support. Then, they sent messengers to every corner of their domain, gathering the most skilled sorcerers they could find. Soon, several hundred mages gathered in the main hall, ready for the monumental task that awaited them. Darren led them all toward Kronos' soul sea. The landscape that stretched before them was a blank canvas, an infinite expanse of nothingness, dotted by a single bright star floating on the horizon like a distant golden sun. Let us begin, Darren ordered. The sorcerers exchanged glances. There was resignation on their faces, but also an iron conviction. They knew that what they were about to do was historic, a feat that would be etched into the annals of time if they managed to complete it. To build something of that magnitude, millions of runes would be needed, each placed with absolute precision, without the slightest error. A single mistake could destabilize the entire structure and condemn millions to annihilation. The pressure was immense, the margin for error non-existent. The sorcerers began tracing the first patterns, their hands glowing with arcane light as they drew symbols into the void. Each rune was a commitment, a promise of life for those who still inhabited the tomb. Meanwhile, Uriel took charge of the defense. He mobilized all his dark creatures and the echoes he had gained in his battles, deploying them in a perimeter around the city. Alongside the awakened, they formed an impenetrable barrier against any threat that might emerge from the depths of corruption. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. The work was exhausting, but none of the sorcerers faltered. Uriel watched from a distance, feeling how Kronos' soul sea was slowly transforming. New forms emerged, mountains, rivers, forests. A new world was being born. Kronos, exhausted but steadfast, guided the ritual from the center. His figure remained upright, a pillar of determination amidst the creative chaos surrounding him. His wife supported him, channeling energy toward him while the other sorcerers wove the network of runes that would sustain the new reality. Uriel knew this was only the beginning. The arc would be completed, and then the hardest part would come, transporting millions of souls to a new home. But for now, as he watched the soul sea come to life under collective effort, he allowed a glimmer of hope to illuminate his heart. The tomb of Ariel would not fall. Not as long as he and his allies had the strength to fight and build a better future. The months became an endless cycle of work and battle. Uriel had stopped counting the days, there was only the rhythm of the runes beneath his fingers and the roar of war on the horizon. Kronos' soul sea had transformed into a hive of arcane activity. Hundreds of sorcerers moved like industrious ants, each in their position, each fulfilling their function in the grand design. Uriel had joined them from the first week, understanding that his talent for rune sorcery was too valuable to waste solely on defense. Uriel, we need your touch here, shouted a silver-haired sorceress, pointing to a section of the foundation that was beginning to show cracks. Uriel approached quickly, his fingers tracing symbols in the air with surgical precision. The runes glowed with golden light as they embedded themselves into the ethereal structure, sealing the cracks and reinforcing the integrity of the construction. It was delicate work, almost surgical. A misplaced rune could destabilize the entire arc and condemn millions. Thank you, the sorceress whispered, exhausted. She had been awake for 3 days. Rest, Uriel ordered, his voice firm but not without compassion. You won't be useful if you collapse. She nodded and withdrew to one of the rest areas they had established, where other sorcerers lay in deep sleep, recovering their strength for the next day's work. The construction of the ark followed a meticulous order. First, the foundation, a colossal platform of pure energy that would serve as the bedrock of the entire dimension. It was the most critical part, the one upon which the weight of hundreds of millions of souls would rest. Kronos supervised it personally, his eyes glowing with the knowledge accumulated over millennia. The foundation must be perfect, he repeated over and over. If it fails, everything collapses. After the foundation, they built the supports. Invisible columns of arcane force that would hold the structure, distributing the weight of the dimension evenly. Each support required thousands of interconnected runes, forming patterns that the younger sorcerers could barely comprehend. Finally came the most complex part, recreating the biome. Mountains, oceans, forests, cities. Everything had to be recreated with precision, not just as a copy of the original world, but improved, purified of any trace of corruption. Uriel found himself working on the forest section, engraving runes of life and growth onto the ethereal canvas. Each symbol was a heartbeat of existence, a promise that life would flourish in this new world. As he worked, he couldn't help but think of the souls who would inhabit that place. In the tomb of Ariel, millions waited, unaware of the titanic effort being made to save them. You've improved, Darren commented, appearing beside him. The sovereign was pale, dark circles marked beneath his eyes. Using his soul as the core of the ark was slowly consuming him. I have a good teacher, Uriel replied without looking up from his work. Kronos knows how to streamline the process. His experience with the 2 previous arcs is invaluable. Darren nodded, watching how Uriel's runes intertwined with those of other sorcerers in a harmonious pattern. We've advanced faster than I expected. But there's still much to be done. I know. A tremor shook the soul sea. The runes flickered dangerously before stabilizing. Uriel raised his head, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Another attack, Darren said, his voice tinged with concern. This time it seems larger. Uriel stood, his fingers still glowing with arcane energy. The awakened can handle. Not this time, Darren interrupted him. Go. I'll take care of your section. Uriel hesitated for a moment, looking at the incomplete work he was leaving behind. But the roar of battle coming from outside was unmistakable. The profanation was attacking with more force than ever. He exited the soul sea, emerging into the real world just in time to see the horror unfolding before him. The sky had turned a putrid red, and from the horizon surged a tide of abominations. But this was different. They weren't the mindless creatures they had faced before. These abominations had purpose, a dark intelligence guiding them. Form defensive lines, shouted an awakened commander, his voice barely audible over the din. Uriel raised his hand and summoned Stygia. The supreme titan emerged from the shadows, its imposing form casting a shadow that covered the entire city. Around it, Uriel's dark creatures and the echoes he had gained from previous battles deployed like a black tide. Defend the perimeter, Uriel ordered. No one gets through. The battle began with a ferocity that surpassed everything they had faced before. The abominations advanced in waves, their grotesque forms writhing as they tried to break through toward the city. The awakened fought desperately, their abilities shining on the battlefield. Uriel threw himself into combat, his hands weaving sorcery and runes in a deadly dance. Each gesture unleashed a storm of energy that decimated the abominations, but they seemed endless. For every one that fell, 10 more took its place. Uriel, shouted a familiar voice. It was Kale, one of the awakened commanders he had met in his early battles. There are too many. We can't hold them. Then we'll push them back. Uriel replied, his voice full of determination. He summoned his echoes, the spirits of fallen warriors he had absorbed during his travels. They emerged, their translucent forms glowing with ghostly light as they hurled themselves against the abominations. They weren't as powerful as Stygia, but their numbers and ferocity compensated. The battle lasted hours. Uriel lost track of time as he fought, his body moving by pure instinct. He felt several of his echoes fade away, destroyed by the overwhelming tide of corruption. He felt the awakened fall one after another, their lives extinguished by the claws and fangs of the abominations. But he also felt new awakened being born. Amid the chaos, common citizens who had been hiding emerged with newly awakened powers, their abilities shining for the first time. They weren't enough. They never were. When the abominations finally withdrew, the battlefield was covered in corpses. Uriel knelt, exhausted, his breath ragged. Around him, the survivors tended to the wounded, their faces marked by fatigue and pain. Report, Uriel said, rising with effort. A commander approached, his uniform torn and bloodied. We lost nearly a third of our fighters. The wounded are too many to count. And the new awakened. 23. All young, most without experience. Uriel closed his eyes, feeling the weight of each loss. It's not enough. Next time they'll be stronger. They're always stronger. He returned to the Soul Sea, where the sorcerers continued working tirelessly. Kronos greeted him with a worried look. How was it? Bad. It's getting worse every time. Uriel slumped to the ground, his body begging for rest. But we held them off. Kronos nodded, his face showing the same fatigue Uriel felt. The arc is progressing. We've completed more than 60%. So fast. The sorcerers are giving everything they have. Some have already collapsed from exhaustion. Kronos' voice cracked slightly. I've lost 3 of my own this week. Their essence dissipated while they worked. Uriel felt a lump in his throat. Is it worth it? Kronos looked at him, his eyes old but bright. Ask those we've saved. Ask those who will live in the new world we're creating. He paused. It's always worth it. The days continued. Uriel alternated between work on the Ark and the defense of the city. Each battle was worse than the last, but each rune he carved was one step closer to salvation. Several months passed. The foundation of the Ark was complete, the supports firm, and more than half of the biome had already been recreated. But the cost had been high. The sorcerers had dwindled to less than half, and the awakened defending the city were fewer and fewer. One night, while working on recreating an ocean, Uriel felt a familiar presence. Darren appeared beside him, his form more translucent than before. The core is complete, Darren said, his voice barely a whisper. The Ark is functional. Uriel raised his head, his eyes shining with hope. Really? Not completely. The final stretch remains, the connection to the tomb of Ariel. But the base structure is finished. Darren smiled weakly. We did it, Uriel. We did it. Uriel felt a tear roll down his cheek. So many months of work, so many losses, so many battles. And finally, a ray of hope. Now, Kronos said, appearing beside them, comes the hardest part. We have to transport everyone. Hundreds of millions of souls, across the void, to their new home. Uriel nodded, his determination renewed. Then let's begin. But even as he spoke, he felt the profanation stirring in the shadows. He knew the final battle was coming. The corruption would not allow them to take its prey without a fight. And when it came, they would be ready. The death of a king. 2 years. 2 long years of incessant work, of endless battles, of losses and sacrifices. And finally, the Ark was complete. Uriel stood in silence, contemplating the work that had emerged from Darren's Soul Sea. It was no longer a blank canvas. Now stretching before him was a green and vibrant continent, a miniature world that pulsed with life of its own. Lush forests covered the mountains, their canopies swaying with a gentle breeze that seemed to sing a song of hope. Crystal clear lakes reflected a blue sky dotted with white clouds, and rivers meandered through valleys where diverse fauna moved freely. The climate was perfect, neither too warm nor too cold. Uriel could feel how the divine sun they had placed at the center of the world radiated its warmth, giving life to every corner of that pocket dimension. It was a paradise, a sanctuary, a new beginning for hundreds of millions of souls. But the cost had been high. Darren was on the verge of collapse. His form, which had once been imposing and majestic, now appeared fragile, almost translucent. The weight of maintaining the soul world as the core of the Ark had slowly consumed him over those 2 years. Every day, every hour, every minute he had sacrificed a piece of himself to ensure that others could have a future. It's ready, Darren said, his voice barely a whisper. He had summoned everyone to a final meeting at the center of the new world. Around him, the surviving sorcerers, the awakened, the royal family, and Uriel had gathered to witness the decisive moment. Yes, Uriel replied, feeling a lump in his throat. It's ready. Darren smiled, a tired but sincere smile. Then it's time for the truth. He turned to the crowd, his eyes scanning the faces of his people. Men and women he had ruled for centuries, whom he had protected and guided through countless adversities. Then, his gaze settled on a young figure standing at the front, his granddaughter, the royal princess of Twilight. Come here, he said to her, his voice full of immense love. The princess, a young woman with dark hair and eyes that shimmered with unshed tears, approached trembling. Grandfather, listen to me, little one. Darren placed a hand on her head, his touch ethereal but warm. I have lived for thousands of years. I have seen empires rise and fall, I have witnessed the birth and death of countless civilizations. But nothing, absolutely nothing, compares to the pride I feel for you. A tear rolled down the princess's cheek. You don't have to do this. We can find another way. No, Darren interrupted her with firmness but tenderness. This is the only way. And I have accepted my fate. He paused, his eyes shining with intensity. Take my memories. They are everything I have been, everything I have learned. They will guide you when I am no longer here. The young woman opened her mouth to protest, but the words died on her lips when she saw the determination in her grandfather's eyes. Silently, she nodded. Darren inclined his head forward, and a flash of golden light emanated from his forehead, flowing into the princess. Uriel felt the sovereign's memories transferring, an endless current of knowledge and experience that filled the void his absence would leave. When the process ended, the princess fell to her knees, her body trembling as she processed everything she had received. But when she raised her head, her eyes were no longer those of a child. There was wisdom in them. Wisdom and pain. Darren straightened up slowly, his form beginning to glow with increasingly intense light. Now, he said, looking at Uriel, it's your turn. Uriel nodded, gripping the sacred spear he had held throughout the ritual. It was a 5th-level divine weapon, the only one capable of piercing the essence of a sovereign. He had kept it all that time, waiting for this moment. Are you ready? Uriel asked, his voice barely a murmur. I have been since the beginning, Darren replied with a smile. The sovereign began to transform. His human form faded, replaced by a colossal silhouette that grew and grew. Scales black as night covered his body as he stretched, elongating into a titanic serpent several kilometers in diameter. His head rose toward the sky, his eyes shining with the wisdom of millennia. He was magnificent. He was terrifying. He was the final act of a king giving everything for his people. Uriel raised the sacred spear, feeling its weight and power. The crowd around him fell into absolute silence. Even the breeze seemed to stop, as if the world itself held its breath. The minute of silence stretched, heavy and solemn. Uriel looked at Darren's colossal form, saw the acceptance in his eyes, the peace in his posture. Then, with a swift and precise motion, he drove the spear into the serpent's skull. There was no pain, no screams, only a flash of blinding light that illuminated the entire soul world, followed by a sigh that seemed to come from everywhere at once. You have killed a supreme beast, Darren of the Twilight Sea. You have obtained a memory. Uriel felt Darren's body begin to sink, his essence slowly dissipating. But before it could disappear completely, Uriel extended his hand and activated his dark storage. The enormous serpent's corpse was absorbed, preserved forever in the darkness of his personal space. A week of mourning followed Darren's death. The city of fallen grace dressed in black, and funeral rituals spread to every corner. The princess, now queen in her own right, led the ceremonies with a dignity that honored her grandfather's memory. Uriel participated in the rituals, but his mind was elsewhere. He knew the real work was just beginning. After the week of mourning, Uriel retreated to a private chamber within the Soul Sea. He sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and summoned the memory he had obtained from Darren. Memory, Arc of Time. Memory rank, Divine. Memory level, V. Memory type, Enchantment. Memory description, Darren, the Serpent King, the sovereign of the Great River, gave his life to allow his subjects to be saved and have a better life in the future. As the king of his people, Darren sacrificed himself for them to watch over their future. Enchantment, Soul World. Description, a world created from the soul of a sovereign. Can store a large number of living beings within it, maintaining a self-sustaining biome. Uriel smiled. It had worked. All his hard work, all the sacrifices, all the battles and losses, had borne fruit. Darren's death had not been in vain. He had sacrificed all additional enchantments that could have been obtained from the memory, focusing everything on the single most vital one, the soul world. Only that enchantment would allow hundreds of millions to live peacefully, protected from the corruption that ravaged the tomb of Ariel. It's time, Uriel murmured, rising to his feet. He left the chamber and headed to the center of the new world, where all the inhabitants had gathered. Hundreds of millions of people, from the elderly to newborns, had been transported into the Soul Sea over the past months. They were ready. Everyone was ready. The new Queen of Twilight approached Uriel, her face serene but her eyes shimmering with contained emotion. Is it time? Yes, Uriel replied. It's time. He positioned himself at the center of the crowd, extended his arms, and activated the enchantment. Darren's memory glowed in his chest, radiating a golden light that expanded in all directions. A great flash blinded everyone present. Uriel felt the soul world activating, felt the memory integrating into the reality of the arc. The runes they had engraved over 2 years glowed intensely, forming a complex pattern that enveloped all the inhabitants. And then, they disappeared. Hundreds of millions of humans vanished in an instant, being sent into the soul world within the memory. Uriel felt each soul find its place in the new world, felt the mountains, forests, and lakes adapt to receive them. It was a perfect transition, smooth, like a dream from which they awakened in a better place. When the light faded, Uriel found himself alone at the center of the soul world, now fully populated. Around him, the cities and villages they had built over the past months buzzed with activity. Millions of people were beginning their new lives, unaware of the sacrifice that had made their salvation possible. Uriel sat atop a hill, observing the panorama. The world was beautiful. It was a perfect sanctuary, a place where life could flourish without the constant threat of profanation. The next time they come out, he murmured to himself, will be when the profaned no longer exist. And that would be his mission. To cleanse the tomb of Ariel, to eradicate the corruption that had tormented that world for millennia. Only then, when the danger had passed, would the ark open and its inhabitants could return to a renewed home. But that would be in the future. For now, Uriel allowed himself a moment of peace. He lay back on the grass, feeling the gentle breeze on his face and the warmth of the divine sun on his skin. He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He had kept his promise. The people of the river were safe. Darren had given his life for them, and Uriel would make sure that sacrifice was not forgotten. Author note. And so we come to the end of this journey. It's been almost 2 months of publishing chapters, with small pauses to correct and republish them, but it was worth the wait. As I said in the notes of Volume 4, this volume would be one of the longest and most ambitious I've written to date, with nearly 70 chapters. It was truly entertaining to watch Uriel adapt to the real tomb of Ariel, how his actions completely altered the fate of that place. His battles, discoveries, new powers, and other surprises. Darren, well, I don't have much to say. When I thought of the character, I saw him as an incredible guy, a classic hero with clear motivations, to save his people from extinction, even if it meant sacrificing himself. He truly represents the pride and power of a true ruler. Now Kronos, well, it was really interesting to write him, as well as his interactions with Uriel, Shade, Darren, Anank, and his wife. He's not dead, as he will be important in the future, I'll only say that. Now then, the core of this volume was the loops, like Volume 2, but on a more special scale. While the second loop repeated events in an estimated time, the loop of the tomb of Ariel spanned hundreds of years, even thousands, and above all, it wasn't Uriel who remembered it, it was Kronos. I initially thought about making it Uriel, but that would only make me repeat the formula of Volume 2. Let's see, something I have a complaint about is that you really don't know what Kronos or Darren were like, since in the novel there are only small details given in Volume 10 of the City of Repose and in Volume 11. But since this is a fanfic meant to entertain and pass the time, I took many creative liberties. Well, something I have to reveal is that there will be a time skip after leaving the tomb. It will be explained later how Uriel managed to escape along with all the inhabitants of the Great River and where they are now. Something else is that this fanfic only has 2 more volumes left to finish, making a total of 7 volumes. If everything goes as I plan, this story will end around 200 to 300 chapters, and the ending. Well, the ending will be a surprise, though not much of a surprise, since those who read this know my taste for making Uriel suffer over time and such things. Well, that's all from me. I'll take a well-deserved break from this story to work on the other stories I have on pause. Leave your reviews about this story to attract more readers, or recommend it so others can read it. Well, if you're bored, you can read it again and give me power stones. Now, then, see you soon. End of Volume 5, Tomb of Ariel. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.